Oh, hands up, chat. Don't move. Freeze. Reach for the sky. You're all going down. Okay. Whoa. Now, is that chat too big? It's a little bit big. Just a little bit. There we go. That's probably okay. That's probably okay. You can't get me. Hang on. Let's do memes. We're doing memes before anything else. Ugh. And The Hague is no meme. That'll be later. You're going to watch the Huckabee clip. There's a whole Huckabee video that I wanted to watch that was on that Christian BN or whatever it's called, CBN. The one that looks very professional, but it's actually like a Christian news network. Hang on. What do we have going on today? Besides the titles of the stream. Okay. Don't worry. If you got any questions about the ICC thing, you can let me know in a minute, okay? We'll get to it. Be patient. I'm gonna make you wait for that answer, Haruna Matata. You're gonna have to chill. King Critical made a who the fuck is King Critical? Who the... You were based the other night at Destiny Studio, The Thick of It and Fowder are good shit. They are. You know what? Actually, since it's allowed, I might do like a film. I might do entertainment critique on Twitch and watch Fowder. Is that a good idea? Who is King Critical? Is he critical? Are you going to review the Sarah McBride stuff? What is the Sarah McBride stuff? Oh, bro, isn't this like a really old video? Is he's done this video before? Is he just regurgitating because he's a one-trick pony? Oh, he's had growth. He's had growth, so he's recycling. Ah. I see. It would be bimodal distribution, not bifocal. We're talking about fucking glasses, okay? He had a blow up because he did a video called Debunking the Transgenocide. Interesting. Oh, another one as well. You're transphobic isn't an argument. Whoa! Jesus. Wait, where's my gradient? Oh, there it is. It's just weak. Okay. Okay. Let's do some camera size. I think that's good. Okay. High level ideas. This guy is very obsessed. It's the only issue he talks about. He's called King Critical because he's gender critical. You understand? You confused? This is a review of Destiny talking to ContraPoints. My God. He's straight into the vault with that one. Huh. Oh well. That was like 6 years ago. Yeah, times have changed. Okay. Okay. Oh, by the way, I think chat's been quite schizo today because of somehow we attract like fucking Zionists, like hardcore Zionists and tankies at the same time. I don't mind people being schizo in chat or whatever, like if they want to give their like radical opinions on the conflict. Just want it to be interesting to see what it's like for a day, for one day, if we don't ban anyone for batshit Israel Palestine takes. But if you come at me with this like, oh look, you're losing subs, like bro, I don't give a fuck. Okay, I haven't lost enough tankies. Okay, they still exist. Okay, some of them just subscribed 4 years ago and forgot. Okay, I want them gone too. I want 10,000 of them gone, please. There's nothing more fucking embarrassing than this like, my favorite guy got more subscribers. Can you imagine? You realize for the last like 3 years, I could have been like, oh, I've got more subscribers than better, but like, what the fuck? Have you just been sitting back like for the last 2.5 years waiting to say that? Like, fuck me. Anyway. Hmm. I thought we were against picking on smaller creators. Okay. Where's your blue sky? I'll give you my blue sky. 1 second. Is it on my desktop though? I forgot. It is interesting how this live channel grew quite a lot over the last year and hasn't really been dented by any of the drama. Like, that's quite cool. Because this is the channel I'm a lot more invested in right now. So, nice one. You think Blue Sky's already better than Twitter? I mean, it might be. Twitter is very much off the deep end. But I've noticed that just having this Blue Sky account up is already getting followers. Like, I haven't even said anything. I see you've taken Destiny's advice on the aggressive ad setting. It's the other way around. I said to do aggressive ad setting. He was on moderate. Where is the thing? Appearance? God, one day, you guys, I will figure out. Just have premium. One of these days, I'm going to figure out exactly how to. What was I going to say? Set my heating in a way that doesn't mean I have to turn it off and on all the fucking time. God. Right now, I think it's a bit too hot, but it's okay. It's okay. Ooh. This is my blue sky, okay? Fire in. Go absolutely insane. It's linked in your Reddit. Is it? I didn't even do that. Good mods. Can you steelman ISIS? I don't know. The nasheeds are good. The music's good. They're very musical people. What the fuck are you asking? No, I can't steelman ISIS. They're kind of insane. Okay. Music is haram. I think instruments are haram for some extremists, but I don't even know if that's true because I only see it from like people who don't really seem like they care all that much about the religion they claim to be invested in. Ooh, what is this? Dan has been permabanned from Twitch. Oh no! What'd he do? Extreme harassment. Is that actually a category? Extreme harassment? Let's have a look. Hang on. Oh, it's a default. This is just a personal thing from Dan Clancy because the creation date is 2001. You extreme harassed someone in 2001, Dan. You piece of shit. Today, Dan Clancy banned me indefinitely. This came immediately after I put in a data request in preparation for deleting my account, likely to keep me from speaking to other creators. Twitch is feeling the heat, but it's only going to get better. Hotter, sorry. Huh. To be clear, I have not and do not stream on Twitch. This ban for extreme harassment is completely based on my crusade for those who have been discriminated against by the biased and racist T&S team. Twitch isn't happy with the calls to Congress and advertisers, I guess. Too bad. Uh-oh. ADL article incoming. Twitch has finally had enough. Went to a data request in preparation for deleting my account and they cooked it. Okay. Okay. Appeals portal. Reason for the ban. Yeah. What's going on here?
Speaking of which, are you and Asmund still going to talk or no?
I'm waiting on Asmongold to. Yes, the last I heard is that we're still talking. He just had some shit, and then he said he's planning on, we're going to do a big talk and go through the whole thing. I think he's working on a PowerPoint or some shit that he wants to go through.
Okay, great. Yeah, that'll be fucking super exciting. Let's see. We talked about Trump. We talked about. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, are you and Asmund still going to talk or no?
I'm waiting on Asmongold to. Yes, the last I heard is that we're still talking. He just had some shit, and then he said he's planning on, we're going to do a big talk and go through the whole thing. I think he's working on a PowerPoint or some shit that he wants to go through.
Okay, great. Yeah, that'll be fucking super exciting. Let's see. We talked about Trump. We talked about. Oh yeah. Speaking of which.
Interesting. What's this one?
Little bro, dude. If another one of you 14-year-old pasty little shit skin dumb motherfuckers, little bro.
That's my favorite one because apparently it's like I love the rules there. Is you can take a slur that is basically a KKK slur for fucking brown people and black people, and you just have to preface it with a fucking white qualifier. Can you call someone a pasty N-word if you're white? Is that allowed? Calm down, little gup, little pug. Oh dear. Okay. Republican. I think Hassan walked that back. He didn't know it was a slur. Cute. What is this? Jenk?
Before the election, you tweeted, if Kamala ends up winning, the entire far left, the commies, tankies, Hamas supporters, etc., need to be effing jettisoned from the party.
Whoa.
We don't need them to win. We can turn out our own base, and they are an absolute effing cancer to be associated.
The problem is now that the votes have come in and the popular vote is actually quite close, especially in swing states, turns out we maybe do need them. The problem is that depending on the issue, there's only so, I don't know if the people that were needed to sway this result were necessarily swayable. I don't think they were appeasable the way that they were behaving. I know they're not appeasable because I've met them. The problem was as well, it wasn't just that, especially in fucking Dearborn, man. It wasn't just that the Arab voters abstained and went for no one, and just that's how Trump got it. They didn't abstain. They went for Trump. They turned from Harris to Trump because of the very cynical advertising campaigns of people like Elon Musk with the billboards. There's no evidence it was those people as well. I think the evidence that it was maybe those people is that youth turnout was really low, and youths are mostly left wing. They just didn't get energized, and I think the Democrats, unfortunately, invested way too much expectation in left wing commentators who were never going to help them. Like, even when you've got people who say to vote, like Kalinske or Majority Report, like they'll always say you should vote, right? But on the other hand, it's like you can't just spend 99% of the time saying it's fucking Holocaust horrors and she's committing a genocide in Israel and she's like white supremacist and all that. But also, you should probably still vote for them for the harm reduction. Like, that's not inspiring to people. Young people don't need to be persuaded into a lesser of two evils for voting. Young people need to get fucking booted up the ass to vote. They need to have like fucking flames underneath them. They need to run as if the whips of their masters are behind them, right? Like they need to be energized and inspired to vote. They can't just be like, oh yeah, this is all really fucking horrible, but you should still vote for the lesser of two genocide heirs. Like, bro, that's not gonna happen. Like, they're not gonna do that. Yeah, well, they need to run out of content. I don't care. Have you noticed more harassment after the Hassan BP smear videos? I do get quite a lot of harassment from that group, but most of it is pretty impotent, I guess. It's funny that I got like because I do put my foot in my mouth on stream quite a lot. Like, not even in a bad way. Like, sometimes I'll just give a prediction or something, or give a first thought that's fairly low conviction and get corrected, or sometimes I'll even be high conviction and get corrected, and then I'll just do that, and I'll like usually leave those in the stream VODs on the playlist just because I'd like people to see the process, and people say they like seeing the process, and so there's plenty of things that you could chop out there. It's like you can even chop out something that like I'll get wrong and then I'll correct it like 2 hours later and just make a whole piece on me. But the fact is that those guys did that with clip chimps that I wasn't even wrong about. So that's probably where it's a bit of a state, where it's a bit messy. Where it just makes me think like, what the hell? What's the issue here, bub? All right, jettison the left. What's Cenk going to say?
With.
Is Cenk going to win this one?
Given Trump's victory and whatever it means to you, do you stand by that?
Yeah, 1,000,000,000,000%. I think that having to answer for having to, well, but I mean, I represent far more of the party than the far left does.
Apparently you don't. Apparently you represent the loser wing.
You can the loser, like every progressive candidate that is running in all of their elections that are being tossed. They lose their primaries. They lose their actual elections. Like they're losers. They're by definition they're losers. The issue is that one is the lefty media sphere will never ever support a candidate that is electable in the mainstream. They just won't. They turn on Bernie Sanders and they turn on AOC. Even those people aren't far left enough for the insanity that is the far left online now. So trying to kowtow to this like group of people who want to see like an actual communist or like this like anti capitalist or this like just somebody that's too far left that most European countries probably wouldn't even support in leadership. It's just an unrealistic proposition. Unless they can actually prove, some of their, I guess, merit at more local levels, or even like in congressional levels, rather than just like for the presidential race. That's number one. And number two, that media sphere is toxic, and we have to pretend that they're part of the in-group. Again, a big benefit that Trump enjoys is when he gets attacked, Trump can run this whole media circuit on the right where every single person is sycophantically obsessed with him. He doesn't have to answer any attacks. He can sit there and attack the other side endlessly and relentlessly, and there's no accountability. And then you're Kamala Harris or you're, the Democratic candidate, it's like, okay, well, going on the right platforms is very difficult because these people are going to, rake me over the coals. And then I go to the left platforms. These people all call me corporate sellouts, donor class, whatever. Okay, well, Jesus, I've got my center left media, but they're so obsessed with trying to be fair and balanced and to try to not be not have like Trump derangement syndrome that they're going to hold me like ultra accountable. So you have these wacky, unbelievable moments where people like Walls and Vance are on stage, and the question for Walls is, didn't you lie 20 or 30 years ago about the months you were in Taiwan? And then the question for Vance is like, did you really mean it when you said you would also overturn like the next election? And we have to pretend that these two things are even. It's just ridiculous. The Democrat establishment and then the Democratic media sphere needs to do a better job at like reinforcing the voting for the in-group, because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is getting your candidate elected. You can do all the activism on Twitter or whatever you want, but if you're not pushing for electable candidates to get elected, then you're engaging in slacktivism.
Slacktivism? I haven't heard that term for a while. Okay. Binkelstein.
I think it's pretty undeniable, at least from my own experience, that there is very rampant
Joe
anti-Semitism.
Rogan-ass looking logo over here. This looks like a Joe Rogan logo, doesn't it? Anyway.
In the United States, at least.
That's your experience?
That has been my experience.
Are you Jewish?
I'm half Jewish, but it's not necessarily that it's directed at me, but people growing up, slurs against other races aren't tolerated, but slurs against Jews, I would hear pretty regularly.
Did Scott not ping the Discord? Nah, waiting.
Or lots of Jew jokes where you wouldn't be able to make black jokes.
I don't agree with that at all. First of all, there was an era in which one calculated anti-Semitism not by a person's thoughts, because you can't control a person's thoughts. And even you can't control your thoughts. And even you probably can't figure out what's your quote-unquote real motive for whatever you do. Are you interviewing me now because of a sincere inquiry into the life of the mind? Or does it have an egotistical component? Or does it go back to something your mother said when you were 5 years old?
Fucking Jordan Peterson. The fuck?
Human psyche is very complicated, and it's not susceptible to easy analysis or control. So there was an era where nobody ever thought about those things. When you talked about anti-Semitism, it meant, does it affect your job opportunities? Does it affect your access to certain institutions of higher education? Does it affect where you're going to live? Does it affect negatively your interactions with the law? That's what anti-Semitism meant. They were quantifiable, palpable, lucid.
Now, given that he's talking about quantifiable, and this guy reads all the reports and cares very much about the data and the information, is he going to know that the spike in anti-Semitic hate crime has been pretty unprecedented in the last year in America? Is he going to mention that? That's how it's expressed itself? Like, again, hate crime doesn't just mean, oh, I think a bad thing or I said a bad thing. Hate crime is a crime. It's when you've committed a crime, and hate is just the motive. So if you get rid of hate, if you got rid of the anti-Semitism, all those hate crimes would still have been crimes. They'd have been either assault or a level of harassment that reaches a legal threshold. Those are crimes. They're crimes that are committed against Jews. But, okay.
Expressions of this phobia, whatever you want to call anti-Semitism, okay? By that reckoning, can you name me a place in the United States where a Jew would have trouble purchasing a home or renting an apartment? Name me one place. I'd be curious. Can you name me one?
It's done. Because Jews have money now. Ooh.
University, one college, one in the whole United States, where a Jew would have trouble getting in because he or she was Jewish, one. Could you name me one profession? Does the medical profession discriminate against Jews? There's a legal profession. I mean, that was once a problem. That's why Jewish law firms were created, because they couldn't get into the white shoe WASP law firms. Does that exist anymore? So this is just completely and totally ridiculous to talk about anti-Semitism in the United States. On the contrary, being Jewish gets you into professions. It's an asset in our society. In publishing, being Jewish makes a big difference. You know what they used to call the New York Review of a book? They called it the New York Review of each other's books, and they were all Jewish.
Bro, this guy's like a... Okay. I guess hate crimes don't matter then, do they? What a dude. Okay. Where is my live section in Discord? Everyone, get in, etc. Okay. I'm going to probably do this a bit more often. I'm going to go by this. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like a lot of my, I don't want to call them critics because the ones who get most of my attention seem to just be like stalkers more than critics. But I'm going to assume that in the replies and in the audiences of those stalkers, there are some critics. So I think what we're going to say is it's, what the fuck? Log in with, oh, okay. And I sometimes see people trying to defend me in replies, and they don't necessarily use like the best clips or examples or like refutations. And I've noticed that the reason that happens is because I don't really give all that much direction with how to respond to each particular thing. So I think I'm maybe going to go with a bit more of a if you see something, say something approach. Like for example, today there are going to be a bunch of fucking cunts who think that this ICC arrest warrant is something that I'm going to try to like, that I'm going to have an issue with, or that I'm going to, hang on, let's see the example. Like if you're going to, like, this is something, I don't know why you guys send me this, but whatever, it doesn't hurt. Will be amusing to see the reaction of fake liberals brackets Western chauvinists to the arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant for mass murder, including da-da-da. I think it's probably okay to just hand over like very simple responses to this. Like I think for an example of, because I know that this is going to go around Twitter quite a lot today, because people do this thing where they will like, they'll throw out like 10 claims. Most of them are bullshit. And I'll say that these are either exaggerated or false or whatever. Maybe I agree with one or two, but these other ones are too much. And these other ones are not really particularly strong. And then something will come out like a arrest warrant from the ICC, and then they'll act like everything they said was vindicated all along, right? And it's kind of irritating. And they'll also act as if I've like denied absolutely every single atrocity that's ever happened in Gaza, which I haven't. So I think like a very good example is, I feel like someone can just, they can just see this, right? Like this is from April 2024, so quite a while ago. Me saying that the provisional measures from the ICJ were fair, that Israel's violated IHL in Gaza, and that Netanyahu's a cunt who should be in jail. So it's like, why do you think I would have an issue with the ICC issuing an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, right? Maybe I don't agree with every single charge. Maybe I do. We'll have a look at them. But at the end of the day, like, so I don't know. I know that some of you like to go out into Twitter and defend me and shit like that. So if you feel up to it, if you feel like that's your calling, yeah, there you go. I can run like the wind. And my expectation is that we'll have to do shit like this all the time now, because people are weird. And I guess we've experienced quite a bit of growth in the last year. You know, I've got like nearly 900 viewers right now. That's pretty cool. So yeah. Like even this person saying, you have said Israel has not blocked aid when every human rights worker says they do. I've never said they haven't blocked aid. The contention is over how much aid have they blocked. That's it, right? I'm pretty sure the numbers from Kogat say that since October 7th, about 300 or 400 trucks were blocked out of tens of thousands. Whereas other people say that they've actually blocked like 80% of the trucks. I'm like, okay, something's not matching up here, right? And I don't know what the evidence is for this like large number of trucks just being constantly fucking denied. Like, yeah, that's not, I've not seen that play out. I've seen cases where settlers, or not even settlers, but like right-wing activists have blocked trucks. I've seen instances where trucks have been blocked because of searches, because of, what about North Gaza? So North Gaza was a particular situation in October for 2 weeks, which I commented on. I did say that, yeah. I can show, oh, if you see something, say something, eh? Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I described North Gaza as a medieval siege where nothing was allowed in. But that's not what human rights orgs are saying when they. You see how you just moved the goalposts? When human rights orgs say that they've blocked aid, they're saying that they've blocked aid in like very substantial, very necessary amounts for the entire year. So do you favor giving weapons to it? Now you're just sea lioning. Like, you're just a fucking sea lion. Why? Okay. No, I'm not. Sorry, wait. You're not entitled to an answer unless you like acknowledge the first couple of things. Chill. Okay. What's going on here? Is this supposed to make it sound bad? This is the U.S. Secretary of Education, the mayor of Knox County. Oh no. Ooh. Jesus. I remember this. This is from like 2002 or some shit. This was just after the unmasking arc. Okay. 2003. Whoops. Get fucked. All right. Why is there an arrest warrant out for Mohammed Daif? Isn't he dead? Oh, it's not been fully confirmed whether or not he's dead. Oh. Okay. Was there a mod purge? No. The mods are here, okay? They're just chilling. Who's this? Who the fuck is this? Matt on Discord. Hello? Who are you? What?
Oh, hey. I've talked to you a couple times before, but you were just talking about the people claiming Israel blocking aid and trying to kind of be like that's just debunked.
Depends on what do you mean by blocking aid? You mean throughout the entire war? Do you mean like at the beginning of the war? Do you mean at the last like this October just passed?
So you're correct. There's only been the one period where they shut everything off at the very start. But I don't think anybody's trying to say, right? Yeah. And I think that's pretty indefensible on the side of like law, but it's also way more defensible in the terms of like that was an immediate reaction to the attack, and that's more understandable than the way that I feel they've been blocking the aid is they set up the system to be as difficult as possible for the aid organizations to navigate. And they've put so much power in the hands of individuals within the IDF at each step along the way, where they've got to the point where they can delay and block things for, reasons that may be like, you could say, okay, well, that might be dual purpose, but why don't you have a list of things out here that like, these are all the things that are going to be declared dual purpose. Don't put them on your truck. Because what I've seen from aid organizations is that, well, there's like 3 different places where you have to get okays from. First, you have to get your manifest okayed. Then you have to bring your truck up to like, I think it's 2 different checkpoints. And if they find something wrong, they send you to the back of the line. You have to get your manifest okayed again. And then you could go right back up to the front. And then they're like, oh, well, the one thing that we said that wasn't allowed through, well, yeah, that's gone. But now you have this other thing. Instead of going through and being like, okay, these are all the things that are clear. So only come back when you have these things. And then you'll be dealing with the same person who inspected your truck last time, and they'll pass it through. So like maybe they're not just blocking the truck from going through, but they're making things as difficult as possible and slowing things down. And I think it's kind of similar to their MO in a lot of other places where they put so much in the hands of the individual actors, and then they're saying, well, when they do something bad, well, it's not policy. It's the individual actors. And no, we're not going to fire the people that are making things as difficult as possible. We're just going to continue letting them make things as difficult as possible. And hey, so I can understand where you're saying like, well, technically, it's not policy to say only 20 trucks get through when you need 300.
Well, so the question I'm asking is there any evidence that those rejections, like those flat out rejections of trucks, has been any higher than 300 or 400 of them since October 7th? That's the thing I'm not finding, because all I can see is the only people I've seen that have stats for all the trucks and how many were completely rejected, and that's from Koga, and they say it was 1.2 or 3%. But I've never seen a holistic data set of that from the UN or from UNRWA, so I don't know if I've missed it, or do you have anything on that?
I don't know if anybody's like using that and that. Like, I don't know if anybody's calculating how many trucks are not getting through because there's just not that much time in the day.
Well,
so
that's not entirely true, because UNRWA did say that there was a percentage that there was only so many trucks that went in a particular month, but the problem was that they weren't counting all the trucks. Like there were trucks that came in from private companies that wasn't in UNRWA's data set, and their actual data set even said that. So that's why I feel like surely if you've got a truck and your truck has been rejected and it's not going in, you would report that somewhere and someone would be compiling that. But it seems like the only people who have compiled that are Koga. And then it's a difficult situation to make that argument because there's so many people, because it's just it's okay on the internet to just default reject anything that comes from anything Israeli. So maybe for a good reason, but that's the situation we're in, right? That's why I don't really like.
Is every truck that gets sent to the back of the line to go back through, is that being called rejected, or is that just being delayed?
You know what? I can double check. Let's see. Where's the Kogat one? Because I think it does refer to push back to the line, because that was the example. Because I remember there was the one of the USAID reports that mentioned 11 trucks that were put back to the line because of one. They were told to repack the entire truck because of like 1 or 2 dual use items found in it. And that was counted as a rejection, even though the truck eventually got through. Where are we? Am I even on the right fucking article? No, I'm not. Sorry. Where the fuck did I find this article? Hang on 1 second. 1 second. Ooh. History. I'm sure you're Googling as well to help me answer this question, by the way.
Oh,
yeah. All right, what's this? Let's see.
I went to find the article that triggered me the most.
Okay.
There's a CNN article from March 2024.
No, wait, sorry. I found it. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
It says 1.3% or 307 trucks were rejected or sent for repackaging as they carried unauthorized items. So, including ones that were sent back for repackaging, Kogat's numbers are 307 trucks in the years. That's 1.3% of them. At least that's how the Wall Street Journal reported it. I can find the original Kogat source if you want.
Yeah. Wall Street Journal. I probably can't get Wall Street Journal. I don't have a subscription.
I'll give you the link. Hang on.
Shit, this is going to be an adventure. How do I click on links in Discord?
Where the? Oh, sorry. Here you go. And oh yeah, this is how you do that, by the way.
Oh wait, never mind. I'm watching your stream. Just I can't hear it.
Oh no, I sent you the link for this.
It's kind of weird because I'm on my phone for Discord. I don't use it very often.
This is one of the press releases from. Is it a press release? This is one of the overviews from Kogat that uses that stat, so that's where that came from. As of, well, this is as of April, so it would be more than that since April, but the stat there is 1.3%. You'd think a new article would say that this was from April, but okay. Excuse me.
Okay, so I'll read that. Have you seen there's a CNN article from March. If you look up CNN, Israel blocks aid, March 2024.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that it's not quote unquote data, but like
where am I here? Which one of these articles? There's a shitload of them. There's anesthetics, crutches, dates, ghost list. There's
that one.
Okay.
So there's some really concerning quotes in here about like the way in which they set this up. And now maybe this is just, I mean, I usually respect CNN's journalism.
Mm-hmm.
But like there's a quote, it's deliberately opaque, deliberately ambiguous. You can receive clearance from Kogat and arrive to find police or finance and customs officials who will send the truck back.
Okay. You can receive clearance, find police or finance. Okay, so but they don't have numbers here, right? Like, so I don't doubt this has happened. I don't doubt this has happened at all. But I'm guessing, I'd imagine the reason it's so low, if it is low, as Kogat says it is, then it's probably because I think they have to organize even getting the truck to the strip all beforehand. Like they have to make phone calls. They have to report what's going to be in the truck before it arrives. They have to give them like a reference so that they know which truck has arrived and which one they were briefed on before it came. So if that's how they're doing it, then that would explain why this is happening, but just not to an extent that it's like the big reason for a lack of aid in the strip.
I'll read the article that you brought up that had the 307 number, and see if I can find anything to pick apart in it. And try to jump on stream next time you're around. I gotta start getting ready for work.
All good. All right. Take care, man.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Are they just going to stay in the... Okay. Excuse me. All right. Fuck it. We'll get to that later. One day we will do a full deep dive on the aid situation since the beginning, because there is so much information on that. Fuck me. So many reports, so many claims. Why have aid deliveries been so low in the last month or so? Probably because of the October thing on the siege in northern Gaza, because that was pretty fucking out there as a strategy. Punk knockout, hello. Hello? Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Hold on, let me turn stream off. Okay, sorry. Yeah. You can hear me though, right? 'Cause I can't hear you if you're saying something.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, cool. And you're hearing me on Discord,
Um,
not on stream, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you on Discord.
Cool. Okay.
All right. So I guess I kind of want like not like an overview, but like I thought. So you support like a ceasefire now, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay, a ceasefire now. Why is that?
Because I don't think Israel's in a position where they can achieve anything more militarily from Hamas. Like, and it seems to be that even the most experienced ones who used to be in the war cabinet, not anymore, have agreed with that, and the United States agrees with that as well. Yeah.
Okay. So like if at this point, which I feel like we were at that point months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like reason being is because well, I don't know if the war was ever just from the first place, because I feel like your justification for the war, especially a few months ago, was like, okay, they have this clear, or they have an objective to defend themselves from Hamas, and they want to, I guess, get rid of Hamas or destroy them to a significant degree. And I think if you weren't, I think if you were to purely look at Israel's actions over the course of history, how they interact with the Palestinian population, the sort of things that they said, the sort of things that they did and are doing. Like you said, a lot of the military cabinet members that you said don't feel like they've reached the point of military objectives to where now it's time to like stop and regroup, right? Or whatever, et cetera, et cetera. And I think because that's not what this war was ever about. It's what it's always been about. They exacerbate a conflict. Palestinians attack them. They use that as a justification to take more land and further subjugate the Palestinian people. Rinse and repeat. And this has happened over and over and over all throughout history, or the past 60, 70 years. So I don't see how your justification was ever justifiable. I always saw this as what it was, and that's why they continue the war now, even as all reasonable people like you yourself understand that, hey, this war is not fulfilling any just cause militarily. It's because that's not what it's about. It's about land acquisition. They want Gaza.
What do you think they should have done after October 7th? The day, or on the day even.
It's kind of like, it's like, I'll tell you why that's an unimportant question. It's kind of like saying like...
It's the most important question, just to be clear, but go on.
No, it is. It's completely unimportant. It's not, it's like, well, I mean, if you want me to answer truthfully what they really should have done, you would think it's ridiculous.
Well, say it then.
But they should...
Maybe I will think it's ridiculous. Maybe I won't. But like, I feel like everything you just said up until now makes it sound like you would have a ridiculous answer to what they should have done after October 7th. Because regardless of how you think we got into a situation, we can go all the way back to 48, whatever, if you want to. But regardless of how we got into the situation, a sovereign country got attacked by a bunch of fucking nutters. And 250 people got kidnapped. So
yeah, like that framing is insane.
That's what happened. What part of that? What part of that was wrong?
What it happened. Just like, what was it like? I forgot. It was the Jamestown massacre. A bunch of, what was it? African American slaves. Now I know it's not the exact same situation. Just make an analogy before you point that out. When a bunch of slaves took and killed a bunch of white people, or whatever. Let's say they formed some sort of tiny autonomous state region or whatever. And like white America's, well, how do we respond? Like we're just gonna let these slaves fucking attack us and like walk away? we have the right to defend ourselves. That's what you sound like to me.
You know how when you're like a slave, you know how when you're like a slave, like you have nothing else to, you can't pursue justice, you can't go to a court, you can't just be peaceful because you're still going to be a slave, right? Slaves don't have another option. If a slave's going to kill someone to get free, then they have the right to do that because that's the only way they can do that, right? If they kill their slave owner, it's like, well, yeah, the person was taking them as a slave. Do you think October 7th was the only option for Hamas?
I don't think it's the only option for
So that's the
Hamas.
That's why the slave analogy is retarded. But just so you know, anyway, carry on.
No, wait, hold on. The reason why it's not retarded is because the aggrieved party here is the Palestinians. The people who are wrong, the people who are subjugated, the people who are oppressed are the Palestinians. So when you turn around and ask me what Israel should do in response to their own injustice and discrimination of the Palestinian people, I find that disgusting.
Well, you just hang on. You don't need to go with the. It's okay. Like you don't need to go with the grandstanding or whatever. The point is, the reason I ask that is that you can say it's injustice, but then you also agreed that it wasn't the only option. So it's like if for example, like the response to Jim Crow was for African Americans, for like Martin Luther King and those people to just like try to, I guess, go into a city and just start fucking killing random civilians in Birmingham or whatever and trying to take over the place and taking a bunch of hostages, then yeah, I'd imagine the American government would probably have to have a different response to that than they did to like a nonviolent protest. Do you disagree with that?
Well, yes, it should be a different response, but the response isn't like, let's kill 40,000 people and try to do regime change, or at least under the guise of trying to do regime change, which I don't believe that they're trying to do. But that's,
so what should they have done?
That's the point. It's things can be done. What is done is unjustified. Like if they took and said, we're going to arrest everyone that we can find in direct contact to October 7th. If you came across the border and you kidnapped and you raped people, we will arrest you. We'll find you. We will arrest you. Was that like, I don't know how many hundreds of soldiers, hundreds of Hamas fighters, maybe 1,000 Hamas fighters? They should have arrested them. They should have extended an olive branch to the Palestinians, tried to end the blockade, tried to create long-term peace in the region. Not what they're doing now, which is just further exacerbating the conflict.
So their response to the attack should have been to kill the people or kidnap or arrest the people who were involved in October 7th, I guess. And then I don't know what happens to the hostages in the scenario you just explained, but try to extend an olive branch to lift the blockade after they've just had an attack on their civilian population by an organization that said they want to do it again and again and again and again.
Well, the problem is like, yes, because otherwise we get what's happening now. I mean, hold on, Lauren. What do you think they should have done?
I think they should have pursued essentially what they did at the start is they should have gone after whatever Hamas targets they could have got a hold of, because they have plenty of Hamas targets in Gaza. Unfortunately, there's not really any way to do that without civilian collateral, and I blame Hamas for that. And again, even going into on the ground, I think that made sense as well, because again, there are still hostages there.
You wholly blame Hamas for that?
Blame Hamas for what? The civilian casualties?
Yeah.
It's a combination of war crimes by Israel, but also Hamas's behavior. Like even if Israel stayed within the law, you'd still have a lot of civilian deaths. Yeah. That's how Hamas fights. They basically make sure that happens. Whether it's intentional or not, don't know, but that's the conditions that they lay out. Yeah.
And I've always heard this, like, I'm not completely sure. This could be true. Is there anything that you could tell me, like, in specific that, like, I know they say they don't defend the Palestinian populace the best that they could, but I hear this claim all the time that they're, like, purposely try to get their own civilians killed. Is there any, like specific examples you could give me?
I don't make any claims about whether or not it's purposeful, but they have, by their own admission, hundreds of miles of tunnels laid out underneath civilian buildings, and those tunnels are used for military purposes. That's where they store their weapons. That's where they have their command and control. That's where they fire rockets from. They emerge from there, and they also use civilian buildings. We know that they do that as well. So,
okay, so there is no. I'm just making it clear there is no like purposeful Palestinian Hamas leaders trying to like get their civilians killed. There's nothing you could point to of that.
I mean, I don't know if it's purposeful in the sense of like we are trying to do this, but at least they don't care enough, right? Because Hamas knows they're not going to gain anything militarily from this war, right? And they know that their civilians are going to die if Israel goes after them, but they keep going. So at the very least, they don't care. They know what's happening to their civilians and they don't care.
Like, I don't even know if it's like a function of like, oh, they don't care. Like, I don't know how much. I know Palestinians are poor, and I know they're not like very organized. Like they can't afford to have a well-armed, well-clothed militia. They can't. They don't have fucking drones. They don't have like the most advanced communication technology, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You get what I'm trying to say. So when you say like, oh, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, I'm not even sure if they have the capabilities to perform the sort of things that you're talking about. Like I don't
Wait,
know.
perform
but I'm
what?
pretty sure.
What do you mean perform what that they're not capable of?
Like, can Palestinians perform their own bomb shelters? Could they come together and get the Palestinian population underground?
Have you ever seen
Could
a
they
bomb
do that?
shelter?
Would
I mean,
that-
they can get their fighters underground. Have you seen a bomb shelter? They're not that complex. Like, have you seen an Israeli bomb shelter? They're tiny.
Yeah, but I also know that at one point they were like blocking sugar. So like you're saying this, but like I don't know. I genuinely don't know. From what I understand, that blockade
They didn't
is
block raw
pretty
sugar. I don't think that was ever
restrictive.
blocked, but okay.
Cookies,
Yeah,
raw sugar.
yeah,
I don't
cookies
know.
weren't allowed in. Yeah, but for a period,
Cookies.
I think it was cookies
I
that weren't
don't-
allowed to a particular district. I don't know. There was like one distributor that wasn't allowed to do cookies for some reason. But that's been long gone. That's been gone since 2010, 11, 12.
Point being, when you say, oh, like they could make bomb shelters, I don't like you're saying that. I don't know. Is that a given?
I mean, they
that
have
something
like. How do you think they
demonstrate?
build their buildings? They've got concrete in the imports. We can go through the UN data pre-October 7th and look how much concrete came into Gaza. Look, I don't know if you're on my stream right now, but this is a bomb shelter. Look, it's tiny. It's like,
yeah, but a bomb shelter, like you're saying that there's like 2 million people in Gaza, right? And like Hamas, which like is functionally, which I would agree with, a fucking terrorist group. Like I don't know when you suggest all these, it sounds like you're talking about like an established state when you speak, and they're not.
No, they're not an established state. They are a de facto. They're a de facto government of Gaza. Like they raise money. They have a military. They have a police force. They have like civil services. They have a healthcare system. They have their own version of the morality police. They do education.
Important word,
mosques.
De facto. They're people. They're stateless people. They don't have a state.
That's not what de facto means. De jure, they're a stateless people, but that's why I said de facto, as in like they're not a recognized state, but they have a lot of the functions of a state. They're like a government, not a state, but a government. Yeah.
When I said de facto, I was basically saying, yeah, they're not like an estate. You're saying de facto they're a state. Like, oh, they have enough things that like they're basically kind of like a state, maybe. And I'm saying, yeah, de facto, they're not a state. Yeah, they kind of act like a state and kind of look like a state in some ways, and other ways they're definitely not. Like for one, they don't define their own borders.
Mm-hmm.
Another country controls it illegally, by the way, which is like I don't know. It's like the framing of the conflict is from you and a lot of liberals. It's just so unbelievably like pro-Israeli, and I know you don't intend for it to be, but even questioning how should they respond to October 7th.
It's a pretty important question,
like
because you obviously
question.
oppose the way they responded to it. You think the way they responded to it was abhorrent. I agree to an extent. By the way, just so you're, in case you were curious, I'm pretty sure even before Rafah, I was saying they shouldn't go into Rafah. They should pursue alternatives. They should try to focus on rebuilding the areas that they do have control over and building up alternatives to Hamas. But just so you know, that's my position. But no, sorry, you need to answer the question of what they should have done in response to October 7th, because you oppose what they did in response to October 7th. So I'm like, okay, what should this country do in response?
Well, I'm pretty sure I directly said they could arrest everyone who was like specifically involved, like not going after the terrorist group Hamas, but specifically like if we know you were there, we're gonna kidnap you or we're gonna disappear you or whatever. Like that would be like, I mean, honestly, preferably, I look at the Palestinian people with a lot of empathy. Like, and if I'm being real, just like 9/11, I don't believe that America should have done the things that we did after 9/11. I don't
Well,
think
yeah,
we
of
should have
course,
done
because
that. I don't
America
think we.
attacked a country that didn't do 9/11. Yeah, obviously not. That's slightly different, right? If 9/11 was done by a country that was next, like Canada, and Canada was constantly firing rockets into America and vowing they would do it again and again and again and again, and they took American hostages, do you think this? Do you think the justification of a response would be different?
Yes. Well, and that's because like this is a sovereign set up country with defined borders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So not being
Yeah, I'm
sovereign
gonna
doesn't
draw
give you
all the.
carte blanche to do whatever the fuck you want, though, right? Just because you can't just say, "Oh, we're not sovereign, therefore you can't
Yeah,
treat us
you
like a
can't
military that just
respond to
attacked you."
stateless. Yes, 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 yes. You can't respond to stateless actors as if they're a state. I'm sorry, you can't do that, and this is why.
You can respond to a
You can't.
military as if it's
You
a
can't.
military, though. The
You
Al-Qassam
can't.
brigades
You
are a
can't.
military, right?
You can't oppress and subjugate a people for 70 years, and then when they lash out, you use that as a justification to further your oppressment and subjugation of said people.
Was Israel
It just can't work that way.
Was
If
Israel like? Would you say
that
in
you're
your
like
mind was Israel
basically you're
subjugating like the
giving.
Gazans in like before 67?
Say that again.
It doesn't matter. Never mind. That's not an important question. Why do you think there's a blockade in Gaza but not the West Bank?
Why do I think there's a blockade in Gaza and not the West Bank? There obviously there would probably be like there's more of a threat coming from the West Bank, right, or Gaza.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they were
Do you
using those
recognize
borders
that?
and those ports to smuggle in weapons to attack Israel indiscriminately with rockets. Yeah. And
Yes, yeah.
the blockade is intended to stop that. Yeah.
Okay. Do you Let me. And I know people don't like this analogy, but I'll give it anyway. Do you think like if like a fucking like if a 5-year-old comes over and he's like banging at my knee, I can like pick him up and like drop him on his fucking head and like try to murder him?
No, probably not. That's probably a bad
All
idea.
right, well,
that's not a good analogy, though, right? Because you realize that in towns that were less than a kilometer away from Gaza, places like Sderot, like it wasn't a 5-year-old banging on their knee. People died because of those rockets. Or if they didn't die, they would like hurt themselves running into bomb shelters. They literally had to build fucking playgrounds that were rocket proof. You know, they had to have installations in the playgrounds that were rocket proof. There's like, today, if you go to Sderot, there are bomb shelters everywhere, right? Yeah, these are rockets. These aren't babies, 5-year-olds with little fucking fists.
Exactly. Like useless rockets that kill nobody, that do nothing, that Israel has no problem dealing with. They can move there. They can afford to.
This happened before the Iron Dome, by the way.
Loner. They can afford to keep their people safe. That is why they were so surprised by October 7th. It was a grand slam. The fact that they had a party that close to the fucking border.
So in 2006, let's see. So between 2002 and 2005, they launched about 700 rockets into Israel, killed 14, injured over 200. 5-year-old can't do that with their fists.
Yeah, it's a 5-year-old, but
But do you realize the fact that you said that Israel can defend itself? Well, part of Israel defending itself from rockets is choking off Hamas's capabilities to fire rockets. You know what happens when there's no blockade on a group like Hamas, right? You get Hezbollah, you get medium rockets, you get long-range rockets, you get more sophisticated weaponry. So if you can control that and make sure that they're only reduced to shitty rockets, the reason Hamas were reduced to shitty rockets is because of the blockade. They would have had more freedom, but you think they should have had more freedom to import stuff, which would have meant they import rockets that are more sophisticated, that can actually do more damage.
Yes, and the reason why the justification of arguing against the blockade will always be reasonable is because Israelis aren't instating the blockade to come to a peaceful solution, to hamper Palestinian aggression, to then further peace talks. That's not what they're fucking doing. They're just putting the blockade to put the blockade because they want to keep their people safe while they subjugate another. So whenever you say, like, you keep throwing all these justifications for the blockade, and it can never be just because the point isn't peace. The point is to continue the conflict.
Yeah, so you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Obviously, I hate the right-wing government in Israel for the last 20 years. They're all shit.
You
They're all...
say the right-wing government, when the right-wing government is in control of Israel.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why I don't support the right-wing government of Israel.
When you
Yeah,
say,
so that's why...
I don't support that.
That's why when I say...
I don't support... Stop, Loner. When you say I don't support the right-wing government of Israel, what you're telling me is you don't support Israel.
What, really? That's crazy.
But, yeah. Crazy, but you spend all day defending Israel, which is like...
I don't spend all day defending Israel. You don't watch my content. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I do.
Is this what a defender of Israel does? I don't know if you've seen a defender of Israel, but typically defenders of Israel don't accuse the government of committing war crimes, okay? At a systemic level. That's normally not what they do. Or when I say that just because you've got an immediate threat in terms of rockets and the blockade to some degree makes sense. I don't agree with every single measure, obviously. And I've said as much as well. But obviously, if you're being attacked, you have an immediate problem and you need to have an immediate response. That doesn't mean that just because you're not doing it because you want peace means you should stop with the blockade. What you should be saying is, yeah, you've got this terror group that's trying to attack your civilians. You're allowed to control a level of their imports so that they can't do that to a greater degree. But also, you should be working to pursue peace. You shouldn't be expanding settlements. You should be trying to empower the PA. You should be trying to seek out more effective negotiating partners whilst you defend yourself. You can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yes.
I don't think just because they're not doing two means you have to get rid of one, right?
Okay, but here's the point. I don't understand why at any moment you would spend like that. This is kind of why I'm like, I feel weird about all of like the liberal support of Israel. This is kind of why I feel weird about it. If you acknowledge, yes, they're not doing the blockade to create peace in the region. They're just doing it because they want to defend themselves from the problem that they're creating.
But you're saying they should get rid of the blockade just because...
No.
Because they're not pursuing peace?
I did say that at first, but I then clarified, which I think you heard this, which was the reason why I can't agree with the blockade is because the blockade's purpose is purely like just to keep Israelis safe, and that's it. So
you don't agree with the blockade just because its purpose is to keep Israelis safe? Is that not a just goal in itself, to keep Israeli civilians safe?
No, because the reason why is they're keeping them safe while also exacerbating the conflict. Like it's not like they're keeping them safe, but it's not like we want to create peace in the region. They're just keeping their people safe while they continue to create more of a problem to keep their people safe from. It's an infinitum justification that ends in Palestinian expulsion from the region or all of their deaths. Like it can't keep going on this way. And every time you say they have the right to defend themselves, you are pushing that goal further. You're giving them more justification to continue to do what they're doing.
Like, the difference between you and me is I'm capable of holding two positions at once. I'm capable of saying it makes sense to want to defend your own people, but the Israeli government should also be pursuing peace because this status quo is untenable. That is not an impossible position to hold.
Why would you say that?
What part of what I just said you disagree with?
Loner, because it would be like, okay, it would be like right now, if I won't even use an analogy. I'll just say they already can defend their people. They already have up the blockade.
Mm-hmm.
They've kept it in place. They've already done their war. They've already, et cetera, et cetera. Israel's getting pretty much whatever the fuck they want. They have all the power in the region. So everything that you would push for on the Israeli side as a justification is something that they already have. When you say Israelis should be able to defend themselves, they already are. So why the fuck are you doing it for them more? All you're doing is offering tacit support for them to do those things that you disagree with.
Well, no, to be fair, it's not. Fuck you. That doesn't make any fucking sense. If I support one measure but not the other, that's because I support one measure but not the other. Sorry, but I don't know what world you're living in, but me saying, if someone comes in here and says that, oh, I don't agree with the blockade or whatever, I don't think they should be like, I think after October 7th, what they should have done is just secured the border and then negotiated to lift the blockade and offered olive branches, then yeah, I'll just disagree with that. I don't know why you have to imply that if the other follows. Yeah, I'm very capable of saying, yeah, a country has a right to defend itself, but also the right-wing approach to what's happened in Gaza and the West Bank is fucking dog shit, and they are completely, like, in a way, I do think October 7th, the Israeli right kind of partly did it to themselves. I will never stop saying that, okay? No matter how much it, like, offends the fucking pro-Israel people in my chat, because capable of having two thoughts at once. I don't know why you find that so difficult. That's been my advocacy since the beginning.
Okay, that is why I'm saying that you're pro-Israeli.
I don't care what you think is pro-Israeli. Just make an argument, for fuck's sake. Like,
the reason why that's pro-Israeli is because you're giving them justifications for things they already have. I don't understand that. If you're saying you want peace,
what's wrong with justifying something that already exists?
The problem with it is it offers like unimportant lip service. They have that against all international, against all these countries that hate Israel, right? Against all the lefties and liberals just like me who sit and talk shit on Israel all day. They have all of those things that you're spending at least half the time defending. They have them all. So when I come across and I say, okay, Loner Box, if you aren't pro-Israeli, why aren't you fighting Israel on these things as the primary focus of what you talk about in regards to this conflict? Because obviously Israel already has the right to defend itself. It's already defending itself. It already has the blockade. It's already, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Why am I not hearing you, just like me, talk specifically, hey, they need to come together for a peace plan. Hey, the war needs to end. Ceasefire now, et cetera, et cetera. That should be the primary focus of your activism if you're not just trying to be a
So first of all, I've never claimed to be an activist, okay? I'm a streamer, and I'm capable of doing two things at once, which I've been doing since the beginning. So I don't know what now, I don't even know. Do you disagree with what I'm saying then? So do you think if Israel had a peace process leader, that the blockade would be allowed before October 7th?
Well, Loner Box, okay, right now. So
I really hope you can answer that question, by the way. I don't think you can.
Okay, ask the question again.
My question was, why were you getting ready to talk when you didn't even know what my question was?
Oh, well,
it's okay, never mind. My question was,
you said something, so I'm trying to answer it.
If Israel had a peace process leader before October 7th, would the blockade have been justified then, as long as they're pursuing peace whilst they have it to defend their people?
Yes. Do you acknowledge that that person doesn't exist? And if they did, they've been extradited from the main Israeli parties?
Yeah, but I don't think that justifies them not being allowed to defend their civilians in the meantime. Because you can walk and chew gum at the same time. By the way, if they didn't have the block, so do you think because they have a right-wing government, they shouldn't have been allowed to have any control over the Gazan border?
Okay, I'll make it another analogy to answer your question. It's like asking like, hey, if I grape your mom, do I have the right to like use protection? Like that's why this is an unanswerable
That's a horrible analogy. Just stay in the real world, please. Come on. Like, it's a very simple question. Because they had a right-wing government. We're talking about the reality. They had a right-wing government before October 7th. Should they've been allowed to control Gaza's border to some extent to defend their people?
The reality is the Palestinians are the aggrieved party. So you're asking me if the abuser has the right to defend themselves against the abuse. It's like a fucked up question.
But apparently they do have a right if they're willing to try and end the abuse. But is the abuse in this case just the blockade or what?
No, the abuse in this place is one people right next to the other people have water and the others doesn't. One gets stopped at random ass checkpoints all throughout their day and the other doesn't.
Well, to be clear, Gazans are not getting checkpoints. Is not a Gazan thing. That's a West Bank thing.
Oh.
Unless you're talking about like border control.
That was the point? Do you think that was the point?
Yeah, but since we're talking about Israel's behavior towards Gaza, because Israel's behavior towards Gaza is different from their behavior towards the West Bank.
No, we're not.
I'm going to come back. I'm going to go back to the question. If Israel, because they had a right-wing government, you're saying before October 7th, they shouldn't have been allowed to have any control over Gaza's border, even though they were importing weapons. I don't know why you find that. And I know why you find that question uncomfortable is because you know that it basically just means that because you have a right-wing government, apparently that means your civilians should pay the price for it by being put in danger.
Yes, if you rape my mom, you have the right to use protection.
Again, that analogy makes no fucking sense. Correct. That analogy makes no sense. You're apparently saying because Israel voted for a right-wing government, then the entire civilian population should be put at more risk because they have a right-wing government. That's what you just said. Because they would be, wouldn't they? Like they'd be under more threat if there was no blockade, if there was no restrictions on any imports, because Hamas could import whatever they wanted. No?
Wait. So what are you trying to say? Regardless of whatever they do in this conflict, whether they move towards peace or not, whether they keep bombing until all the Palestinians move away or not, they have the right to defend themselves and keep up their border.
Well, no, I think if they achieve what they say they've achieved, which is to demilitarize and to neutralize Hamas, then the blockade has no justification. The only justification for the blockade is the fact that it defends their civilians from Hamas importing stronger weapons and causing more damage.
Oh, all right. I feel like you didn't answer my question. Okay, say they're not doing that. Say they don't stop. They always have the right to defend themselves and keep up their border no matter what.
Keep up their border? What do you mean?
Yeah, you're saying keep the blockade. No matter what, they have to keep the blockade. They infinitely subjugate the Palestinian population.
I think if Hamas
have that right.
No, they wouldn't have. Obviously, that right depends on what Hamas is doing. If Hamas wasn't attacking them, there'd be no point in the blockade.
That was pretty much all I was saying, which is, hey, they don't have a plan.
You didn't just sit there. You haven't just sat here for the last half hour thinking that if there was no threat coming from Hamas, that the blockade would still be justified. There's no way you were thinking that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Lonerbach, I said multiple times, I said the only way the blockade would be justified is if they were having an ability to move towards peace. You reiterated a similar point when you said, hey, the blockade is only justified insofar as their military goals. If they continue outside of that, then I feel weird about it. That's what you just said. Which was a similar thing that I just said.
No, but you're having a trouble answering the question about whether or not they have a right to control borders of Gaza to some extent, even if the government is right wing. That's the question.
Yeah, and I would say like kind of like no, yeah, and you said
okay,
the same thing.
Just so you know, so the logical conclusion of what you've said is that if they have a right wing government and they can't have any control over Gaza's border pre-October 7th, then that means that Hamas can import stronger weapons. That means that they can import more capabilities, and they can use those capabilities against Israel's civilian population. Now, I wonder what would happen if Israel's civilian population was subjected to more heavy attacks and more effective attacks from Hamas. I wonder which way they would vote in response to that. They'd probably vote more right-wing. So that's a really stupid fucking ask. It doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Like, why?
Okay. Obviously, the point of my position is to say that Israelis need to move towards peace, or I can no longer support this country, like at all. Like, fuck it, like pretty much. It's like Saudi Arabia. It's like et cetera, any other terrible fucking state that we don't care about, whatever, like that. So when I keep telling you, like, the reason why that I can't support quote unquote Israel defending itself is because they're not trying to defend themselves. They're trying to further their subjugation of the Palestinian people. And then you respond with, well, if they're right wing, you're basically saying they can't defend themselves. It's like, that's
basically what you said. Don't say I guess so. That's what you said. That's why you take a really long time to answer that question, because you know it sounds fucking ridiculous, right?
No,
again,
it doesn't.
I can support a state's right. I think just because a state has a right to defend itself, that doesn't mean that I support everything their government does.
Stop.
Like, okay.
If I punched you in the fucking face, do I have the right to lock you in a cage so you can't hit me back?
That's not a good analogy. Israel left Gaza in 2000.
Israel came there,
and
they came there through conquest. I'm sorry, it was what do you call it? Colonization. They came there, they won their state, they made peace with all the surrounding Arab states.
Did they?
Because they can make peace, or most of them. I guess not Iran, right? But they made play.
What other countries do you think Israel has made peace with?
Pretty much all of them, except for like Iran, right? I thought that was the case.
You don't know anything about the conflict. What the fuck am I doing talking to you? Like, why are you talking about? Don't bring up the history if you think the only fucking Muslim country that Israel hasn't made peace with is Iran. Jesus Christ, man. Take a step back.
Wait.
What the fuck? Where were the analogies of, if I punch you, if I rape you, do I have the right to punch you back if you try to defend? Come on. What are we doing?
Wait, Loner. I'm not saying that I know as much about the conflict as you do. I never said that. I'm not very super well read, very super well researched. Nobody said that. I just understand that Israel doesn't have a goal of making peace in this conflict. And just like in the past,
do you think Hamas does?
Land acquisition.
Do you think Hamas has a goal of making peace? Because they control like a good chunk of the Palestinian territories. They were in control of Gaza, right?
I don't think Hamas has a goal of making peace, but like I get real conspiratorial with that sort of thing. Like I'm not gonna get it too far into that. I'm just saying, big powerful states like the United States and Israel have a really good way of entering certain groups, and making them do things that they want them to do. That's
I can totally see why you've got low conviction when you make that statement, because there's again, why would Palestinians? So you think Palestinians voted for a psyop? What the fuck? How fucking you're anti-Palestinian. You understand that, right? You think Palestinians are fucking idiots. If they're literally like Hamas are fucking psyop by the United States or Israel, or they're supported or funded by Israel, and somehow the majority of the Palestinian people, or like a plurality, fell for that and voted for fucking Hamas.
Crazy right-wingers, getting psyops by crazy right-wingers from outside states' influence is super uncommon and rare. It's not like it didn't just fucking happen right here, right in front of our fucking eyes. It's not like Russia didn't spend however thousands of dollars, and all the fucking crazy billionaires here didn't spend all sorts of fucking money to put a bunch of misinformation out on the internet, so a bunch of fucking retards voted for Trump. It's not like countries don't do this to each other all the fucking time, and we have multiple examples of doing it to each other. And it's not like we don't have a direct line of, at some point, Israel was funding Hamas, or Netanyahu, I think.
Yeah, was he giving Israeli money to Hamas, like Israeli taxpayer money from Netanyahu to Hamas? You think that's a thing?
No, but I know. I think Netanyahu specifically was funding Hamas at one point. Is that not
like
true?
Out of his own pocket?
I thought something like that. I don't know.
No, he was allowing Qatari funds for humanitarian money to go to Hamas. Should they have not done that?
I mean, like it's kind of like you're asking me these questions under like shitty circumstances. Like, do I have the right to defend myself after I've exacerbated a conflict, knowing damn well I'm exacerbating a conflict? Like, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell you, no, you can't defend yourself after you started something. And that's probably purely just because Israel has such a strong hold on the American culture when we talk about this issue. But yeah, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if Ukraine actually was able to reclaim their pre-2014 borders, but then they decided to go into fucking Russia and start storming Moscow, I feel like the Russian military would have some right to push them back, no? I don't even like that analogy. These analogies are so dumb. Like the Israel-Palestine conflict is very unique. That's why when you try to make these analogies, it's just
Loner. It would be more like if Russia won completely, and instead of like exhuming the Ukrainian population, they just kind of like took some of them and like otherized the rest, and like kept them in a tiny ass
not a good analogy
after 70 years. After they've continued to deny them citizenship, after they've continued to subjugate them, after they've continued to et cetera, a small group of 1,000 or 100, couple hundred of those oppressed Ukrainians go in and they kill a couple thousand Russians, and they, in response, kill 50,000 Ukrainians after they colonized them, took them over, continued to subjugate them and oppress them for 70 years. And then use small men, which is like, that's what it is.
Yeah, I know. I understand if the history was as simple as you just described it, you know what? I'd probably be a lot more sympathetic to you. But again, like you didn't even know any other country other than Iran that Israel hasn't made peace with. So I don't know. I don't want to go into like a 48 war or pre-48 discussion with you right now. Like, here's a question I have.
It's a common thing that people do.
When Israel pulled out of
overcomplicate a conflict that is relatively simple.
No, it's not relatively simple. No, it's not as simple as you just made it out. No,
of their border.
No, not as simple as you made it out to be. No, not at all.
Okay. Which part of this? I'm gonna walk through the conflict. Which part of this do you disagree? Israelis showed up, and they created a country. They had their sovereign borders. They had attacks back and forth with Palestinians, other surrounding Arab states, but they made peace with surrounding Arab states. And they basically defeated the Palestinians, and they have control over the region. Yes or no?
I think pretty much every part of that timeline is jumbled, but okay. Oh God, I'm just thinking. I'm wondering if I'm up to the task of just giving like a 2-minute explainer of like 1917 to So to the 48 war. I don't know if I can do it. Oh God.
Wait, Loner.
Yeah.
Wait, so when I say Israel showed up, they had back and forth skirmishes, Palestinians attacked Israelis,
That's
Israelis
better.
attacked
Yeah. Okay.
Palestinians.
Yeah.
That's what I said the first time. They had their back and forth is exactly the words that I said.
You kind of
Then
arranged it in a different chronology, but okay.
Okay, and then Israelis basically got up control. Not they didn't get control of the Palestinian station. They went to war with a bunch of surrounding Arab states. They found peace with a lot of surrounding Arab states, whatever, or most of them. I don't know which ones, right? I don't really know.
What happened before the war?
What happened before which war? There's
48.
a lot here.
The one that you just mentioned.
Honestly, I have no idea what happened.
So after a lot of attempts at partitioning the region, because they realized very early on that there were two national groups living in this area with their own national aspirations that were very incompatible with one another, that neither of them wanted to share a country or share a government or anything like that. So they decided that the best solution would be to partition the region, to have a Jewish area and an Arab area. First of all, there was 37 with the Peel Commission, which gave Israelis, I think, 20% of the land. The Israelis agreed with the concept. They wanted to renegotiate the borders and the details. The Arab leaders flat out said no, so you were stuck. And then in 48, the British ditched it and gave it to the UN. In 47, sorry. And then the UN decided that they would give the partition plan. You know that map, the UN partition plan, the big like segmented border for both groups. The Israelis, the Zionists, accepted that. They said that they would support that partition plan. The Arabs and the Arab states said no, and they also said that they would reserve any right against its implementation, which basically meant that there was going to be a war to stop this partition plan from implementing. The Israelis said, oh, well, shit, there's like a fucking war. We accepted the partition plan, but if it's not going to get implemented, then we might as well just say winner takes all, or winner takes as much as they get. So there's 5 Arab armies that go to war with Israel, and there's a civil war to begin with, and then that's when Israel takes the land that they have now, like with the 48 borders. Like that's how that war ends. And that's how they expel a bunch of people and create the Palestinian refugee problem. That they end up in Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, etc. And that's the situation we're in from 48 onwards, where the way that Israel makes peace with other countries generally, first of all, they didn't make peace with Egypt until Egypt launched 2 wars against Israel. That Israel effectively won both of them, and they exchanged the Sinai for peace with Egypt. With Jordan, they eventually made peace in 94 or something around there. They still haven't made peace with Lebanon. They still haven't made peace with Syria. They still haven't made peace with the Palestinians. And since that war, where Israel conquered the West Bank and Gaza in 67, the UN effectively said that we're going to pass a resolution that says you cannot acquire territory through conflict. Israel's not entitled to this land that they've conquered. But we're going to say that because the borders of the 48 war were not perfect, because they were armistice lines that were very arbitrary, then we're going to say that Israel should withdraw from territories. They didn't say all the territories or what territories. They just said withdraw from territories that came from the 67 war. And then underneath that, in Resolution 242, they said that there needs to be a termination of belligerency, and there also needs to be safe and recognized boundaries. Okay? And from then on, Israel makes peace with other countries based on that ruling of international law, that they assure each other that they will have safe and recognized boundaries. So Israel was able to achieve that with Egypt and Jordan. They haven't been able to achieve that with Lebanon, Syria, or the Palestinians. They have never been able to, but the problem with 242 is that it requires both sides to agree. It requires both sides to agree to a termination of belligerency and to, and to recognizing safe and secure boundaries. Now,
right,
Israel fucks over that process by pushing settlers into the West Bank and being taken over by that fucking messianic madness. And unfortunately, Palestinian leaders have sabotaged that as well in a way, because they've been very, very unclear about certain things that they want, whether it's like resolving Jerusalem or the right of return. And obviously Hamas, who were rejectionists, didn't want it to happen at all, because they never want to recognize Israel. They want an Islamic state from the road to the sea. So there you go.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question.
Okay.
Who do you think has the power to make peace right now?
Both groups.
Who do you think has more of the power?
It's not about power. It's just about being able to have a leadership that will agree to borders and sovereignty and to recognize mutually. That's not about power.
Okay.
Israel cannot force Palestinians to terminate belligerency and recognize a safe and secure boundary. They need to negotiate.
I understand. I don't think that's fair. I think we both know who has the power to make peace in this region. I think we both know who stands to gain the most by continuing this conflict. And it's not like they hide it.
Oh, no, I know. Hey, I completely agree with you. Yeah, Israel, especially the Israeli right, and probably a lot of the Israeli liberals as well, have colonial and expansionist aspirations for the West Bank mainly. Some of them want Gaza, but not most of them.
Okay, so when you say...
And the problem is, though, is that the difference is... The difference is that they benefit in their own twisted way from a continuation of belligerency. They benefit from there not being peace because they use it as an excuse to keep on pushing settlements into the West Bank and to start preparing parts for annexation, or the some part that they have annexed. The difference is that when Palestinians don't have their leadership willing to terminate belligerency and recognize safe and secure boundaries, that hurts them because obviously they get they get what's happening in the West Bank. Just a question: Do you think Israel has the power to unilaterally end this conflict, regardless of what the Palestinians are doing? Do you think that's the case or no?
Yeah. Right now, Israel could say, you know what, we're not dropping any more bombs, we're not changing anything, up the fence on the region. I don't know. They just have the resources to do so. And they could just continue everything as normal. This war literally doesn't have to happen. Another October 7th won't ever happen again as long as Israel is looking out for it. If they're not spread too thin defending fucking settlement.
You realize you just made a justification for blockading, though, right? The way that they would prevent another October 7th from happening is if they double their efforts on the border. If they restrict movement even further, they restrict imports even further. That's not a good status quo. That's not peace. That's just like a frozen conflict.
But that's my point. Loner pox. They fuck peace. They have the power to wipe Gaza off the map. They have the power to make peace. They have the power to continue what they're doing, status quo as usual. They have the power to, et cetera, et cetera. They have if Israel wanted, they could astroturf a Democrat leader, and in 10, 15 years, they could have a nice guy they could hand over the power in the region to that would be nice, pro-Israeli.
Didn't they try that? Didn't they try to fuck over Hamas in the 2006 election and Hamas won?
I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into that. But listen, I know Mossad's really, really good at that sort of things. They've done it to more they haven't done it to an entire state, but they've exercised their influence in complex ways in countries far more advanced.
Yeah, and look what happens. Look what happens to the one who's considered to be the Israeli favorite in Mahmoud Abbas and the PA. The Palestinians fucking hate them. They have the lowest approval rating of all of them. The one thing all Palestinians agree on right now is that they hate Abbas. They're not agreed on anything else really, but they agree on the fact that they hate Abbas. So
yeah, you're saying Abbas, but like I said, I'm gonna keep reiterating this because it's fucking true. They have the power to do whatever they want in this region. Israel is a first world nation going against a bunch of teenagers with AK-47. That's legitimately what we're talking about. That's what
it's also tunnel networks and the ability to hold over 100 hostages for a year without getting caught, right? I don't know why you're minimizing it to that degree. Again, that's the point in asymmetrical conflict, is that the weaker side finds a way. The weaker side finds a way to keep the conflict as difficult as possible for the stronger side. That's Hamas's whole thing. Hamas's whole thing is that they don't want a two-state solution. They don't want to recognize Israel. They don't want to settle for the 6-7 borders indefinitely, permanently. That's why they want to keep the conflict going. They want to keep the conflict going because it's good for international attention and because it weakens Israel on the world stage. That's what they want.
Okay. And I'm telling you, Israel has the unanimous power to change that, and they're deciding not to.
So you think they should? So they unilaterally. So do you support the unilateral withdrawal from Gaza? Them just leaving without talking to anyone or negotiating with anyone?
No, that would probably be terrible.
So it's not unilateral then. That's what they did. That's what a right winger did.
When I say unilateral power, what do you think I mean? I mean they could basically they could do what they want with the region, as in they could set up the correct sort of puppets. They could.
Well, they clearly can't because the Palestinians chose Hamas over the ones that the Israelis preferred.
And they also funded Hamas. I mean,
they didn't fund Hamas, though. They didn't fund Hamas. Even the Qatari funds didn't come before 2005.
I'm sorry, they allowed aid to run to Hamas.
Yeah, but that was in 2013. That was after Hamas were in power.
Keep in mind, lots of countries have funded terrorist organizations through aid.
Okay, but now you just realize you don't have any evidence for the Hamas claim, so you're just pivoting to a generality.
Wait. Lunarbox. Wait. You said that they gave them aid.
Your timeline's off. They allowed other countries' aid, Qatar's aid, to go in from I think it was 2013, 14 to 2019. That's what I remember. I don't think Israel was funding Hamas up to the 2006 election.
And Lunarbox is quote unquote allowing in financial aid. Is that an accepted generality for funding a terrorist organization?
But you're acting. Wait, do you think the aid was marked for humanitarian purposes? So unless you're saying that Israel should have choked off humanitarian aid to Gaza, I can see a right winger making the argument, but it's surprising coming from you.
Was it like food or was it like money? I thought it was money.
Yeah, money for humanitarian purposes. That's what it was. That's why Qatar did it. Yeah.
It was money for humanitarian service. Was Hamas recognized as a terrorist organization at the time?
Yeah. They were also the de facto government of Gaza, so they were also recognized as the people who take care of the civilian population in Gaza. And administer humanitarian efforts like welfare,
Just
healthcare.
Give us one more analogy.
I don't even know how I don't know.
You're basically making a right-wing argument, by the way. This is a right-wing complaint. This is what right-wingers complaining that just because it's for humanitarian money, you can't trust a terrorist organization with humanitarian money, so you should just choke them off even harder.
You would recognize, again, that Israel has exercised lots of influence for countries far more complex than the Palestinian quote-unquote state.
Yeah, they tried to keep Hamas out of power. Yeah.
Okay, so when you say they tried, I'm not too sure. Listen, I'm not that well read on the conflict. Maybe if I got into the weeds, I might learn something else. But I also know this is a tale as old as time. Oh, the savages, they just won't civilize. They won't listen. We got to kill them all. Kick them out of the region.
Generalized
they just won't. They just won't. Yeah, and generally, if someone ever tries to take away, especially if we're talking about in specific conflicts, it reminds me of Trump, Trumples, where they're like, "Wow, this rhetoric is very worrying." It's almost fascist. Oh my gosh, the comparisons. Are you serious? A fascist? Come on, bro.
Okay, so just to be clear, you think Israel has the unilateral power to end this conflict, regardless of what the Palestinians are doing, but you also opposed the unilateral withdrawal from Gaza. These are completely contradictory statements. I don't know what you want.
I think you're using unilateral, unless unilateral doesn't mean what I mean. Or
unilateral means you do it regardless of what the other side does. You make the move. You said unanimous power, I think.
So when I'm saying unilateral, I'm meaning they have the power to create peace in the region. They could do it despite whatever Hamas wants to do.
Yeah. So why do you oppose Israel pulling out of Gaza in 2005? Because they did that with no negotiations. They didn't expect that. They didn't ask the Palestinians for anything. They just left.
That's not what I'm talking about. When I say let me put it like this. When I say they have the unilateral ability to create peace in the region, I mean they could do things with the Palestinian population to create peace, and they're not doing that. I don't think some random democratic leader right now in Palestine could take over and then push the Palestinians to peace before I think Israel could do it themselves, whether that be through astroturfing, whether that be through just continuing the blockade and slowly will through Palestinian people over the time after stopping their war effort, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So many different solutions and things that they have access to with the power that they have over the region, that when you say that they're okay, are they trying to make peace with the Palestinian people, Lunarbox?
This government is not, no.
Okay then, That's
Listen,
what I'm
okay,
saying.
okay. I'm just going to give you my position, and I'm just going to assume for a minute that you're completely here in good faith, and then we'll just see what you say to it, okay? I think that the Israeli right, and a large part of the Israeli center as well, has basically fucked themselves by exploiting the situation from the last 20 years, by just expanding settlements irreparably into the West Bank, by not having any answer for what to do with Gaza, and they basically just let this status quo build up until it bit them in the ass on October 7th, okay? That's my position. I think what they should do now is they should strengthen the PA in the West Bank. They should withdraw basically every settlement, as many as fucking possible, especially outposts. They should punish the shit out of anyone who tries to expand those things into the West Bank. They should, as for Gaza, they should work to stop trying to play whack-a-mole with fucking like isolated Hamas units popping out of tunnels, find the areas of Gaza where they actually are asserting some levels of control, and try to prepare that place for rebuilding and for a future government that is neither Israel nor Hamas, maybe even the PA. Even Hamas have said that they would humor the idea of Fatah taking control over the Gaza Strip, so there's something there. I think they can start that, as it's been suggested by various international figures, is the idea of Hamas-free pockets of Gaza that are set for rebuilding or for international aid. Is there any part of that, and then eventually obviously pursuing towards a viable peace with both countries recognizing each other and having safe and secure borders? Is there any part of that that you disagree with?
No.
Right. How is Israel able to do what I just suggested in Gaza without going in there after October 7th? You understand that you just justified the Israeli invasion of Gaza right now, right? To some degree. By agreeing with that.
No.
Okay.
Do you know why? Wait. Loner. Is that the war that's taking place right now? The war that you described, is that the war that's taking place right now?
It would only be possible though with Israel having a level of control with Israel unseating Hamas.
You answered your own fucking question. No, that's not what's happening right now.
Wait,
right
you
now
realize that it's only, you realize what I just said is only possible because of the IDF being in Gaza and getting rid of Hamas.
Exactly. Like
So
when
you
I
agreed
came
with
on here the last
with the ground
time,
invasion. You agreed
Loner.
with the IDF going into Gaza. That's what you agreed with. You agreed with them taking out Hamas, at least to some degree.
Yeah, not necessarily.
No,
I
you
think
completely did. There's no what? Do you think Hamas would have just like laid down their arms and allowed this to happen? Like what?
I think the civilian cost to life of getting, and the fact that I don't really think it's necessary. I think Israel can easily defend themselves from Hamas without getting rid of them. I think it's more trouble than it's worth. But the point is, even if that was what was happening, if it was happening in the way that you just described, that would be cool. I probably still wouldn't like it. I'd probably still cry about all the 40,000 dead because I'm a lefty. I don't like when big, powerful countries go and kill a bunch of like civilians. I don't like it, even if it does kill a few terrorists. But that would be justifiable. I could see reasoning for that. When you say that and then say, hey, see, so you agree. No, nigga, because that's not what's happening. They're not doing that. They're not doing that at all. They're continuing to expand settlements. They're continuing their subjugation of the Palestinian people, all while dead ass telling you we do not plan to make peace here. We're financially undercutting the Palestinian people. And they canceled all their bank accounts or whatever. I forgot, something like that happened.
Well, that's why, just so you know, what you just said is why I don't support them doing this war, because of with the intentions that they have going forward. But I mean, like, if they were going to achieve this, if you're like the status quo before October 7th was unsustainable, it was untenable.
Secondary topic. If you want to do that, I don't think Hassan is anti-Semitic. I don't think like left-leaning anti-Semitism is a real issue. I think there's probably a few lefty anti-Semites, but I don't think that it's a big issue. I don't think Hassan is anti-Semitic. I think Dan's whole on Twitch is fucking disgusting. I think it's weird. I don't know how Destiny is co-signing this bullshit. If that's something you would like to talk about, I would love that. I would
maybe another time. There's quite a few people in the waiting room now, so I'm gonna probably cycle through.
Okay, all right then.
Okay. Also, if we're going to talk again, I need you to actually give me a more coherent A to B expectation for what you want, because I did not get that from this conversation.
I think I was very clear. I think I said almost even. I think I said from the very beginning Their goal isn't to create peace
I
in the
didn't
region.
ask you to describe the goal of the Israeli right wing. I asked you to. Never mind. It's okay. We can try next time. Okay.
Well, so I'll explain. So I don't have like specifics on the ground. I'm not a general. I'm not as well read on the conflict as you are. My whole point is like I don't have a play-by-play book for what they're supposed to do. There's hundreds of thousands of things. There's people much more read on both of us on what should happen here. But the point is, what should happen is not happening.
Okay.
They're not trying to create peace in the region, and I don't understand how you could support this war or even offer pro-Israeli lip service in any capacity while they continue to expand settlement, while they continue to bomb people with no real goal for peace. They're bombing to bomb, blockading to blockade. And I don't understand how you support this like reprehensible behavior with no peace plan for the future.
I don't think you have any. Why would I? I don't think you have any idea what I support if you just said that sentence, but it's okay. I'm gonna get the next person, okay?
Wait.
All right, bye. Sorry, he's not gonna stop. It's okay. There's too many people. Hello, the kid.
Yo, what's up?
Bit of this, bit of that. How are you? Hello? They just came in and muted themselves. Okay. Cringe. I might need a mod to vet these people because there's some sussy woo-woos in the waiting room. Okay. Hey, how's it going, Sev?
Going great. Just a question. What the fuck did you do to have this many people in the waiting room?
I don't know. I've got interesting opinions, and people are very curious about what goes on in this.
If your opinions are interesting now, they would have been interesting like 6 months ago too.
Yeah.
There's the same opinions.
Yeah.
Did you just reach a wider audience? Like,
in a way, I guess.
No, because I just got home and I see like fucking 12 people in your waiting room.
It's probably because of Hassan platforming psychos, but it's okay. It is what it is.
Is it just? Don't you have to vet them? Don't they have to be vetted before they get into the Discord?
Yeah, but some people slip through the cracks because they're well behaved. Like this fucking there's this guy here, this Ilya FHM whatever in my waiting room. This guy's an absolute fucking psycho. This person is like absolutely insane.
Wait, didn't you show this on stream? How did he get in?
Yeah, also because the waiting room, like you can go into that if you're unvetted as well, because I don't mind having like psychos in here. Yeah, Ambo, I just got the message. I know that. Yeah, I know that unvetted people can come in. Yeah.
Hey, Ambo,
Wait, did that person just leave or did they get banned? What happened to them?
Let me check the mod log. They left.
Oh,
he heard
pressure.
Do you want me to shift terms on that so it's vetted only, or
no, it's okay. It's okay. We'll see. Maybe I'll just learn that.
I mean, sometimes he has to pressure someone in stream chat to join, and he doesn't want to wait till they're vetted, right?
Yeah,
fair enough.
It's okay. I'm just curious now. Then. Who's this person?
I'll be here.
It's the people who aren't in other servers. Stephen D, hello. Would it? Maybe. Did you used to do this? All right. Are you back, the kid? Or is it because they can't unmute? No, this person spoke. They can unmute. That's okay. We'll try. Who's this person? Dave, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the Democratic Party and where it should head in a more sort of social direction, not economically. I think economically they're okay-ish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, cool. What are your takes?
So I was thinking, because there's this idea that, because I have a very different perspective. I'm like,
Right.
like I don't know how to describe myself. I'm like a reverse immigrant in a way. I'm a U.S. citizen, but I have like lived in another country for almost all my life, so it's a little weird. And so I do college in the US right now, and I'm like in my second year. And so I was just like learning these terms is so weird. Like so like things like community, I really don't like that term exactly. So I'm technically an Indian American, but I don't like that term at all. And I just want it to be American. And it's just really, really fucking weird every time I hear someone say, "Oh, you're an Indian American." And they say like Indian American community. I don't understand what that means. And I think the Democratic Party should just stick to just individualism as like a social philosophy. Like say, it's okay to be gay and it's okay to be trans, but we just need to focus on individual rights. And that sort of links towards their economic policy as well. So when we talk about welfare states, as such, I think it's a good idea to allow people to fail, right? So when you as a like if you're an entrepreneurial person, you want to fail first. So if you fail again and again, you're able to succeed in at least some areas. I think that's where the Democratic Party should go in sort of what I was thinking about it in a sense. What are your thoughts?
So is the question just about a level of welfare that allows people to fail but doesn't? I mean, people should
no, there should be a good welfare state. It should be the efficient government. I want it to be efficient. I don't want it to be inefficient government. That's not what I'm.
I think my experience with welfare states, or when I used to do a bit more research on that issue, is that it seemed like welfare states, the issue wasn't so much that they wouldn't let people fail. It was that when people did fail, they didn't really give them a real leg up to start again. So I think the interesting analogies I made was between the UK system, especially under the Conservatives, and the sort of like Danish or other Scandinavian systems, because
Nordic,
like it seemed to be that the Nordic welfare systems for unemployed people, especially, were a lot more generous, but their unemployment levels, I remember through the 2010s, were generally lower. And it seemed to, and I feel like it makes sense, because if you are down on your luck and you're scrimping off of like £30 a week, then you're probably going to get more demotivated. I remember when I was briefly on welfare when I was in my early 20s, and it was the first time I ever took up smoking. And it was because I'm just like I can't really go out with my friends. I can't do anything. Like there's not really anything I can do for fun. It's like I'm demoralized. I'm having to go all these shitty job interviews. So when I was in that situation, I guess like one of the only things that you could do that you could say yes to was just like, well, once a week I'll just buy a pack of cigarettes, and that would be like the one pleasure you can get. So it's weird that it actually makes you like, often being in poverty and being like quite down in your luck can actually make you more demoralized and make you like almost like worse with your money as well, of all things. But in Scandinavian countries, they had more generous systems. But if you actually had a bit more money and a bit more like of a taste of what life would be like without like with a decent income and with some leg up to help with going forward and getting a job and everything, then you'd actually be more motivated. So it made sense, like I feel like with welfare, there should be like motivation should be more like a positive reinforcement than a negative one.
Yeah, I mean, New Deal just handled this with having a jobs guarantee, right? I mean, that's what happened in the New Deal. So you just had a jobs guarantee. So even if you were not able to work in your preferred sector, there would at least be some federal job that you could just get, which would be available to everyone. But obviously, the times were way different because it was after the Great Depression and World War II, soon after. So that's what I was thinking about. And the other thing is, I don't know what Trump is going to do exactly, because we don't really know. It's sort of and like what I think what Trump is going to do is just create a dysfunctional government, and Democrats need to be the party of creating efficient, generous welfare, but not too generous to the fact where it's just like free spending, but more to the sense of have a universal healthcare system instead of the clusterfuck that is the current U.S. system. for certain income brackets, if you get this and some specific criteria and this, then you get the welfare.
Yeah.
It should just be universal, which I think would be better. And I think you could probably even get like Elon Musk and other billionaires to agree to this sort of system. To be honest, maybe I'm being too optimistic on this, but I think Elon Musk would probably support some sort of government-sponsored welfare system if it just was universal.
Yeah, I know that the difficulty is that my understanding of things like UBI is that it was actually quite popular amongst the right wing because I guess partly they saw it as a replacement to the welfare state, which is a really dangerous concept.
Yeah,
but also
I don't like UBI. Yeah, UBI is worse because it just like the welfare systems are better because welfare is something that you don't want to have, right? And in an ideal society, you don't want to have a welfare state, but the point of the government is to help you out, right? That's what's I think the ultimate purpose. Even like FDR had this thing where FDR didn't want actually unions. If I understood correctly, he wanted the government to be the union for the citizen, right? In a sense that there should not be a need for unions to advocate for you. The government should be the advocate for you in a sense.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly that was FDR's idea of the government. He was ambivalent towards unions. He thinks that unions were, just there. He never actually supported unions wholeheartedly. If I don't know, I may be wrong historically on this, but as I understood it, he wanted a more governance-focused approach where the government was for the people. So that's why he had a federal jobs guarantee, in the New Deal, as I understood it.
Yeah, I don't actually know that much about FDR, so that wouldn't surprise me.
I think it'd be a good idea to just look into what the New Deal was, because I think it'll be good for Democrats to look back on it, because right now we are like in sort of uncharted waters almost.
Yeah, it'd be quite depressing to learn about all that stuff when the Democrats are in the least capable position of implementing it. But I don't know. Sounds like fun. Why not?
Yeah. All right. See you.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks. Now, I did say that you guys you're allowed to have like wacky opinions in chat or whatever just for the day to see how it goes. But this your dad person is like nothing. You realize that someone who talks like this is never going to have their mind changed on anything, right? So I don't know what the point is in them still being here, unless they want to come and talk and actually expose their opinions to some scrutiny. But it's not happening in chat. I'm not getting one guide. It's not happening. Why is everyone fucking muted in this? Who's this? Hello, Sunky Street, ST? Oh, goddamn. Okay, I'm gonna give up on these people. Fuck me. Oh, this person just joined. Okay. Talks like what? Saying you defend the murder of unarmed children. Yeah, talks like that. Talks with that level of fucking bad faith nonsense because they saw a fucking 10-second clip with a shitload of retarded commentary. Yeah, that kind of person. Yeah. Someone like that is not a serious person. Yeah. Yes, you. Yes. Who's this? Say hello. How's it going? Who's this? Whoa. Say hello. How's it going?
Hold on, I need to mute stream.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry. Hold on, I need to mute stream. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Finally. Oh God, you always ignore me.
Sorry.
Okay, one thing regarding the first person you spoke to, I suspect you're going to have a lot more people like that joining the community, just because I've seen your name being recommended to a lot of people in those kind of circles. So just remain patient.
Yeah.
Just remain patient if you can. And
it's okay. It's honestly that's more satisfying to me when I see all these comments. It's like my fucking fantasy is having them all in one room so I can argue with all of them and make them look stupid. So whatever is what it is.
Okay. And so I have a couple of questions about the siege and cessation of electricity and like supplies and everything that happened in the first few days of the war.
Mm-hmm.
So, a couple of months ago, I remember you reading IHL on the legality of sieges and how it isn't like explicitly illegal, but a lot of the downstream effects from a siege lead to conditions that are violations of IHL, correct?
So my understanding is that if you're going to restrict a certain area for purposes of pursuing armed conflict, you have to let humanitarian aid through. You don't have to give it yourself, but you have to allow it to go to be accessible to the civilian population, as far as I know. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's my understanding as well. So for example, I wanted to so when we say I was trying to look into the articles that came out in like the first 2 weeks of the conflict, where a lot of the events occurred, and the main thing they keep referring to was that electricity was cut off, and that electricity is used in the desalination plants, and they also need fuel that they got from Israel or something to power their generators and stuff like that. So, like, how much stock would you put into the fact that is a country required to continue trade with a country that they're at war with?
I don't think I've ever seen anything about continuing trade. I guess the only thing would be that if you were cutting off electricity or fuel that's needed for humanitarian purposes, but is also potentially dual use, what you'd have to do is you just have to replace those things. So if you can't allow them to have fuel for desalination, you'd have to give them water in aid trucks, right? Like,
okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, obviously, when you're reading articles on Al Jazeera or some of these sources, they don't put it that way, but it's the
well, I
main
don't
thing
know
that
for
everyone
sure,
keeps
but like as far as I've
referring
seen,
to.
it's always about
Yeah.
facilitating passage of relief. So I don't think I've ever seen anything in the Geneva conventions about like actually about trade and electricity and fuel and things like that. But because I guess it's not the electricity and fuel is not the thing that people are drinking and eating, right? They're drinking and eating like food and water. So that would be the thing that you need to get to them as the priority. Yeah.
Okay. And then the second thing would be I can't remember. Do you remember exactly when the ground invasion started? Let me just check.
Was it November or something? Hang on.
No, I think it was October, but late October. Ground invasion in Gaza.
It's either must have been early. This is 7th October. That's not right for the ground invasion.
There were special raids at first, and then there was a large scale. If you remember, there were like special operation teams that went into like certain parts of Gaza, and then they would leave, and then there was a full scale ground invasion after something.
The evacuation orders were on October 13th. I think the ground forces, the first entry of aid trucks was October 21st. That's a while. Desalination, water. The ground invasion started on 27th of October, so you were right, late October.
Okay. So when people say you need to facilitate aid, how do you facilitate aid to an area that you do not have full military control of? I.e., there are still combat operations in the region.
Well, you try to get evacuations for the civilians so they can get out of the combat areas. You have to allow trucks to go in to, I guess, as close as they can get. I don't know. In terms of like say there's a place that's like a Hamas stronghold. It's like, do you just let the aid truck go in there, or do you have to go with a convoy?
Oh, I'm going there, but I even want to say, like, let's ignore that. Let's just ignore that scenario to a man. Now you have soldiers fighting on the ground. They've obviously issued evacuation orders at this point for days. And people were actually leaving. It wasn't everybody, but people actually left. But let's forget about like even how you get the truckers in. How do you ensure the safety of the people you're letting in when soldiers are still conducting operations on the ground?
I have no idea. I don't know exactly the details of those operations.
Yeah, because I keep saying, so because I was reading the press release that I didn't join the stream at the beginning, but I don't know if you've gone through it, but I'll just put the link in chat of what the ICC was referring to with their with the announcements today.
Oh yeah, I'm
And
gonna
a
read
lot
this
of the
later.
time they just say that there wasn't enough aid or not enough to support life. Like they keep using these kind of terms that are difficult to quantify. And I don't even know how you describe that. Because you might not agree with the practice of a siege. I'm just thinking hypothetically in this sense. But the entire purpose of a siege is to put enough pressure on the party that you're at war with, that it becomes inconvenient for them to continue to govern and conduct their war. But obviously, because of the dynamics in Gaza, that's such a stupid strategy because Hamas doesn't care. they have enough supplies for their soldiers and whatever leaders. Like that kind of pressure is not applicable here. But whenever I read articles on it, I just get there's this like abuse. No, I wouldn't call it abuse of words, but it just feels. I guess it's common for legal proceedings, but it's not quite specific. So when they say there isn't enough aid or there's not enough to support life, I don't know how you're supposed to do that when you don't even have military control of the area.
Yeah, I don't know. And like, especially the example right now is like, how are they supposed to? Because civilians have obviously stayed in Jabalia, but I don't know how they're supposed to get aid into Jabalia when they're literally like, they have to have like fucking marksmen on the opposite building waiting for people to like reveal themselves so they can get them, and saying that they're like still maybe hundreds or maybe like over 1,000 fighters still in there. I don't know how that works. Yeah, I guess you just have to trust Hamas to try and distribute it themselves, but like, yeah, I don't know the exact. It'd be interesting to see case law on that, but that's going to be a whole separate research project.
And I believe because it took a while for some of the crossings, I think four or five out of the crossings in Israel to become like operational again. So the earliest stages of the war, it was mostly Rafah that the UN and US was using and Western allies was using to send aid. And I remember articles coming out at that point that Egyptian drivers were refusing to go through the Rafah crossing because they were getting attacked.
Yeah, I have no idea what you do about that. Like that's another problem as well. Is that like I think even UNRWA workers they're just the complaint from Koga at least is that UNRWA and other groups don't want to go to certain areas, or they don't even want Israeli escorts sometimes. So that's where it gets kind of iffy, or because crossings are getting attacked as well. Because I think there was like some rockets that went over Karm Shalom a while ago.
Like for me personally, I'm kind of fine with the article that the ICC put out because it's basically the wording here is they found reasonable grounds that X did.
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
So the wording in the article is that they found reasonable grounds to believe that X did this or Y did this, which I'm fine with. Like personally, I think a good faith actor, I know they won't do it, but I feel like Netanyahu and Gallant should like submit themselves to whatever processes, even though they're not like ICC members. They should submit themselves to whatever investigation that they want to do if they are confident in their actions being pure. Personally, I don't fully agree with like the whole UN resolution system where it's like basically like what you're doing wrong is defined by how many people vote against you. But with stuff like this where there's like evidentiary hearings and stuff like that, I personally think they should submit themselves to whatever the court wants and then show people it.
I agree. Unfortunately, I don't think that will happen, but I agree. I think the other issue is that like the only way I think they could achieve the thing that would be a complete guarantee for a sufficient aid procedure would be that instead of going across the whole strip, grabbing one place, getting rid of Hamas there, moving along, letting Hamas take back control, letting gangsters take control or whatever, is just find one or two areas that you can actually effectively garrison like long term and try to set up for rebuilding, and then allow like maybe a system where you allow evacuees from other areas to come into that area, like to vet people who are civilians and to repopulate.
I thought about that and I thought about that in the earlier stages of the war, and if you remember, they started with North Gaza, and there was this huge refugee camp that they did. It's not really a refugee camp, but everyone calls it a refugee camp. I can't remember.
You're talking about Jabalia.
Yeah, so they were heading towards that area, but they also cut into like the middle of Gaza. like they started an incursion and like they encircled that area. And I kind of get what you're saying, but the issue is if you start to section off quote unquote safe areas, what stops the enemy force from like attacking those areas?
That's
like,
kind of the point, though.
Yeah.
If Israel entered the war to remove and replace Hamas's government, I mean, it's the only thing outside of the hostages they've been consistent on. Hamas can't govern Gaza; they must be removed. So at that point, you need to start entering a campaign of entering areas, removing Hamas's military assets, and then constructing a replacement to that Hamas government. And the issue is, at this point, Israel's main thing has just been smash and grab, go in, destroy whatever Hamas elements they can find, and then largely pull out of those areas. And we've seen like the effect of that in the long term. Areas that have been recently cleared, sometimes as fast as like days or weeks, become repopulated with like insurgents that then Israel then ends up, running around in circles in Gaza playing whack-a-mole because the government doesn't want to assume the responsibilities.
Do you remember?
Okay, so
it
I have
it
an
happens.
interesting proposition. Is any of you familiar with how the aid distribution in Syria was like during the height of the civil war? 2014 to 2017.
No one cares about Syria.
I don't think it's
white
analogous
people,
I
because
think
the
it's a very
Syrian
interesting model to
rebels
actually follow.
controlled like a significant portion of the region. So I don't think it's fully analogous.
Why do you not think so?
Because you're talking about Gaza that was fully unoccupied militarily, and then they start to make incursions into specific areas, and they wouldn't get military control of any of these areas until weeks in advance. But like when the Syrian conflict started, there were like huge regions that were like totally like Syrian. I can't remember the official name. Like they were completely controlled by the opposing force. Like already, just by default.
I mean, yes, I'm talking about specifically more about the neighborhoods that were sieged in northern Damascus or during the siege of Hama,
Okay, sorry, go
because
ahead.
they resemble this conflict very, very much. I'm talking about the specific urban battles and how they distributed aid during them, because the aid then was very much horrible, but they still did it. So maybe there is a lesson there somewhere.
Okay. Can I respond to what Ember was saying before I talk about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the issue I have with what you're saying was, I remember in the first few months of the war, you would have like this these outposts of like where the soldiers were staging, and then they don't release videos as much, but like Hamas would release a lot of videos where they pop out of a tunnel or something and then fire an RPG, or they drop a drone on like some of these outposts. So what my response to Embo is like, if you have an area where you're trying to secure, and like that's like your main focus, you're not focused on trying to destroy the enemy force as much as possible in other areas. How do you stop them from like just coming to focus on that area that you're trying to secure? Because you
continue to advance. It's not just take ground and hold it. Like the point is you push, but as you push, you like make sure you are securing and containing the areas that you have pushed into. I mean, you're talking about like, oh, how do they actually go about destroying these forces? How do they go about like stopping this? What they're doing now isn't that. Like, obviously, you're having high casualty rates for Hamas and large degrees of their equipment being captured. But at the end of the day, like their capability to function as a like low to moderate level insurgency hasn't been contained at all, and doesn't look like there's any proposed solution or attempt to contest that. Because you can see
like
it if you look at the areas.
Insurgencies that still pop up, but they're like very rare. Isn't that the case?
No, it's not the case. Like if you look at a lot of the hospitals that have come under attack, these are up in the north. These are places that Israel has already done sweeps of. They're places that have been cleared militarily. These are in neighborhoods that were under siege, had Israeli forces go through them like months and months ago, that are now largely repopulated by Hamas fighters. Because at the end of the day, Israel went in, they smashed stockpiles they could find, like fought the Hamas forces that like were standing their ground there. But then again, those forces fell back into areas that weren't under Israelis weren't reorganized and re-engaged as an insurgency. And unless there is an effort to actually set up something that can exist as a functioning government, can, be the police on the street and can be, the order of law, they're never going to get rid of that. And all you're doing is delaying the inevitable of when Israel decides like, okay, we're calling it quits, we're leaving. And then, whatever remaining guerrillas from Hamas just say, okay, the boys are back in town. And that's what worries me.
I can say it more briefly by just stating, if your goal is to actually occupy an area, you have to occupy the area. You can't just go in and fuck off the moment you feel like it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Sir, could you post something in chat about like some of these hospitals being like Hamas strongholds again? I haven't seen anything like that, like anywhere.
Yeah, of course. I can double check. I can grab some articles on it, but this was a few months back. It was one of the major hospitals that Israel had like launched attacks where they had found tunnels, and then 4 months later they were sieging it again because you had like 800.
You're talking about Al Shifa. That was Shifa, right? They had to go in and then back. Yeah.
I want us to differentiate from like having like two Hamas militants like far from a hospital and having it be a stronghold. I think those are like very different.
Hold on,
is that true? Didn't they arrest like hundreds of people in Shifa the second round?
Yes.
Yeah, that fight took ages. So unless they took that long to fight with patience, I don't know. Yeah.
No, but like, my exact point is that this was an area that Israel reportedly had cleared. They had moved their troops forward. They had destroyed caches they had uncovered. They had killed Hamas fighters that were standing their ground there. And then, not even a year later, it's become a strong point for Hamas again that Israel then has to spend like a month sieging to clear them out again. Like, in what way is that sustainable?
I did read. There's a few articles from a couple of months ago about apparently Israel setting up Hamas-free bubbles, like humanitarian bubbles in Gaza. But I'm guessing just like they were talking about this in July. I'm guessing these just didn't happen because the places that they'd spoken about then was Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia, and Atatra. Is that how you say that one?
Are there any people left
those
there?
Places inside Gaza.
This was apparently that they said that they wanted to create humanitarian enclaves for civilians who were unaffiliated with Hamas, but I don't know if that ever happened or if it just failed.
I think they made the enclave without people. Like, I believe that it's practically depopulated at this point. I don't know how many are still there, but I don't think it's plenty.
Because this is all bang in the north, right? Very close to the Beit Hanun is really close to the Erez crossing.
Yeah. Like, there are some people saying that large swaths of Gaza could very possibly be destroyed. Like, just demolished, flattened to the ground to prevent any future attack or being as a punitive measure. Those areas are the most likely ones.
So humanitarian bubbles, they trialed it in January, apparently, run by locals with no ties to Hamas. They mentioned it again in October. This might just be worth reading about because I don't really know the details of what went wrong here.
There was some stuff on that I saw where it was some of like locals not affiliated with Hamas isn't always the best of things, especially if they're locals that are capable of, existing as a military presence. Because a lot of those locals are affiliated with not either like crime syndicates or not so great groups like whatever the Gazan branch of ISIL was. It's not like
no. Actually, if you are referring to the Dogmish clan, then they are not affiliated with the Gazan branch of ISIL. They are affiliated with they pledged loyalty to the central ISIL command, but they were never affiliated with the Gazan branch. They had their own shoot-off, but it didn't work out, and they got massacred, kind of, and they quit. But they still run some criminal gangs and such.
Sorry, I just want to give a shout out from the community 1 second. I just want to say for everyone who cares, History Speaks is a subhuman piece of shit, fucking lying cunt. I don't know how showing people a tweet from 7 months ago to reinforce the position that I still have today counts as retconning, but apparently to this guy, because he's a fucking idiot. But okay, well done. All right, sorry.
I don't believe I'm getting what did he say?
He said I was walking back my positions on Israel's quote. He always uses the exact same fucking phrasing. He's like an attempted propagandist. I'm just saying that I mentioned that I supported this idea of jailing Netanyahu for fucking violations of IHL 7 months ago, but now he's decided that I'm retconning because he's a lying cunt. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Did he think you were some sort of Netanyahu supporter? Oh my god.
I don't know what he thinks. Okay, his brain is just a bunch of fucking like like the donkey, the monkey slapping symbols together. It's just that and hatred. Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm mostly attracted to be honest. But that's just me.
Okay.
Look, you're not being petty enough with this shit. If you want to make fun of him, just pull up all the clips of him talking with like race scientists. It's much more effective than engaging on this. If you want to fuck with him, just get dirty. And the way you get dirty is by digging into all like the suspicious shit he's done with like pseudo academics, like race scientists.
Damn.
Okay. Or you can just make me mobilize my.
But that would take me longer than 20 seconds ago, so I don't know. Anyway.
Oh my god, that's the point of being petty. You gotta put effort in.
Okay, maybe I'll put something together. Who knows? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, did anyone see the incident where Hamas claimed to actually massacre a bunch of aid thieves? Or
I saw that they said they killed 20 people who had stolen aid, right?
Yeah. Like there's a picture of someone on a motorcycle after shooting a fucking RPG at them. I did not really keep a close eye on the incident. What do you think about it?
Wait, I mean, if they're gonna, what do you mean? What I think about it? Like, do I think it's true? Do I think Hamas would actually kill aid thieves so that they can distribute aid themselves? I'm guessing. Like, I wouldn't surprise me if Hamas have been distributing aid because, like, they obviously part of like. Especially since their popularity is getting a bit damaged right now. Yeah.
Like, it's a well-established fact, but what we are talking about is because they claim that they have a special unit that's following to the Ministry of Interior. It's not a military unit, like they don't engage in war. Their duty is just to be some sort of fucking Robin Hood or like shooting the people who steal aid. Like, and it's counter Robin Hood, really. It's anti-Robin Hood. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so it depends. Like were the people looting the raid doing it for were they doing it for their own selfish purposes, or were they looting it because they knew that Hamas would black market it and sell it for too much, or hoard it, or I don't know. I don't know what the fucking the dynamic is in there.
Actually, I'm very skeptical about this because literally every single article, every single source, everything I read about it, seemed that those thieves were actually seeing them for themselves. It didn't. Like, I have seen some saying it was people affiliated with and committee Israel tried to establish, but I didn't find any official sources for it. So it could be possible. Israel did talk about it before, but we don't really know much. Like, they claimed that they were based out of the places where Israel actually operates. So they started showing some weird footage of them and in close proximity of IDF soldiers, but I honestly do not have the slightest idea what this incident is about. It's very confusing.
Whatever, if people are stealing aid, fuck them.
Because
Hamas has their own way of enforcing that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this just strengthens what I was saying. Hamas is being able to like LARP as like, we're gonna fucking protect the aid, yada yada, because there has been no effort to replace. There isn't like been a serious effort to replace them with something else, and as a result, they're gonna be able to continue to engage like this and generate some degree of goodwill with the local population until there is like a sane replacement government.
But how do you start?
I mean, not really. This actually caused quite a bit of outrage.
Like, if you're still
rather a bit of outrage,
in combat,
they did not get any more support from it. Not as far as I can see. Hamas received quite a bit of outrage.
I'm aware that like a lot of the shit they do, a lot of the shit they're doing here is seen as like iron fist and like brutal. However, they're able to continue to LARP as the government because there is no government in a lot of these areas where Israel has either like cleared or collapsed the civilian authority.
Oh, by the way, so once we are on the topic, did any of you see the Jordanian initiative? The air bridge.
The like airdrop stuffs.
Not just airdrops. They started sending in helicopters, like choppers, to transport aid. They say it's in cooperation with the World Food Program. They are supposed to expand it today, but I have not been keeping up. Let me just check on it. Like, they started it yesterday, so it's fairly recent.
Yeah, well, listen, I think the aid debate is probably something I'm going to have a little bit later. So, wait, he just left after saying that? Jesus. Yeah, I'm probably gonna move on because we need to do ICC stuff soon. But
yeah,
fair enough.
Can I finish?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so just to round up on the siege, so you can't. So, for example, you can't cut off electricity, but you need to facilitate delivery of the things that electricity provides. So, like water or whatever, right?
I mean, I think that's true. That's just my assumption based on reading the thing, but I could be wrong.
So how? Just like I'm trying to think of how that would work. Like, do you just send trucks like of water in there with who? Like that, I'm trying to figure out how that works.
I mean, I guess they
Like
generally do it
governments
by
that
coordinating with
involved
aid
with.
organizations, right? Like that's what the expectation is.
I'm back.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
anyways, I sent the airbridge thingy in the side chat if anyone wants.
Okay. I'll think about that some more. And yeah.
Think about what? What did you talk about when I was gone?
No, not you.
About how Israel is supposed to be distributing aid within the strip and like how they are expected to get it to the appropriate people. I mean, I can give you the.
Yeah, like
here's like this is a. Is this from the Geneva Convention or is this? You might have to find the exact article. Oh yeah, it's Geneva Convention 4, Article 23. Okay, I can give you the link, and maybe if you find anything, you can let me know because there's a lot of hyperlinks in there that might go to more interesting
and
places.
then the last thing, a couple of streams back, I think this was even before you traveled to the US. You were talking about like some of the ways the Dems had put pressure on Israel and how it prevented them from doing stuff that we probably wouldn't support. And yeah, it wasn't clear to me because the way you phrased it, it seemed like you think Israel might have been maybe a bit more genocidal without pressure from the US. Was I reading that wrong?
I don't know if they'd have been more genocidal, but they would have definitely been more like fucking ignorant of, or like more willing to sidestep international law, especially with the biggest indicator I saw of that was in the beginning of the war when it seemed like Gallant and Netanyahu wanted to extend the blockage of supplies going into Gaza for longer to pressure Hamas to release the hostages, which would be a clear violation. Like as soon as you're able to get aid in, you should be letting aid in.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's my stance as well. It just sounded, it sounded like you thought, okay, they might have gone like full 180 on their current military practice if like they didn't have like the US watching them or something.
I mean, maybe, but like for that particular measure, I'm quite convinced that they would have done that.
For that particular situation, I agree with you. They might be willing to use more, let's just say more strategies that are common in that region than what maybe their Western allies are comfortable with.
Yeah.
But the way I read it was like they would like completely 180 from their previous military strategy, like just to like maybe I don't know, like kill more Palestinians for funsies or whatever. So that was where I was trying to figure out like what you're trying to say. But okay, it's clear now. Yeah. Thanks for talking to me.
That's all right. Take care, man.
Yeah. Bye.
Anyways, like since we are on the topic, I think it would be very good to actually check out the Syrian model. Like, how did they do it? Maybe it can give us an idea. Maybe it can give us input about what's the GCIV opinion on it. I don't know. I think it's worth it.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. If you have any links, you can send it to me. Okay.
I sent it in the side chat. You can take a look at it. And if there is anything else you want, I will be right here. See ya.
Nice one. Bye-bye. Wow. What a guy. Okay, fuck. Do I want to bring in more calls? I don't. Oh, God. The last two callers were respectful and intelligent, refreshing. Yeah, we try our best, you know? Fuck! Why is the... Who named this fucking channel? What the fuck?
Oh, hello.
Who renamed the channel to Justifying Genocide?
Well, that's because that's what you're doing.
Ah,
no, I'm
okay.
kidding. Ah, yes.
Based.
Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to shoot 2 questions to you.
Right.
One is a short one, which is a pivot to the ICC thing, and the other one is a bit of a longer one.
Ooh.
The short one is, do you think the ICC warrant against Gallant is a hit to the Israeli left and the peace process in general?
I don't know if Gallant is considered a peace processor. Is he? He's like a centrist, which I don't think that means peace process.
He is a centrist, but he is someone who is viewed as someone who could replace Bibi. And in the equation of who's more shit, I think we both know the answer to that.
Well, I'm guessing Gantz would be the one who's expected to replace Bibi, not Gallant, right? Has Gallant ever been considered like prime minister material?
Now more so than ever after the he maybe not a prime minister material, maybe more of a Likud leader instead of Bibi.
I have no idea. But if he's a Likud guy, he's probably not like a peace processor, is he? Like,
no, but he's someone the left can actually talk with, and then we wouldn't have a government that is basically unhinged.
Yeah, maybe. But as far as I know, Gallant is kind of fucked because Netanyahu got rid of him at a time when he's actually achieved a big boost in approval rating because of all the military successes against Hezbollah. So,
true, but that's kind of avoiding the question, no?
Well, no, because it sounds like anything post Bibi would just be a different party that Gallant's not involved in, unless it's like a coalition with. I don't know. It depends. Honestly, I think the only thing they can get rid of Bibi now is probably the court proceedings. I don't think his popularity is going to come back down again because he's basically destroyed like two of Israel's biggest military enemies, you know? And for all his fucking problems, Israelis kind of like that, you know?
Oh, whoa. Some Israelis.
No, a lot of them like it. Isn't approval like back at like 45 or something percent? Hang on.
No, it is. It is back up. I'm not going to lie and say that not a lot of Israelis don't like the fact that Bibi has basically destroyed Hezbollah and basically destroyed Hamas at this current stage. Okay, fair enough. The second question would be, how do we solve the doomerism that is fucking rampant around these talks? Because it's insane. Because from both sides, it's like, no, we can't talk to this side because of we can't talk to that side. But when in fact we had peace talks right after wars in 1973, as you have said like many times on your streams, right? We need to understand that there is a way forward from this. Maybe not right now because we're literally still in an active war, but there is a way forward, and this can be solved. How do we talk to communities about that sort of value?
I'm still trying to figure that out. As much as I can do now is just try and hold people off from going too far in either direction. Which I think we do an okay job at. I don't know. Like I wish I do.
I've stalked your Fortnite, whatever, Lego Fortnite thing, and there still is doomerism there. Like I've become quite an active member there, to be honest. Okay. But and it's pretty cool that you bring in both sides of them in a way that is almost palatable to Israeli leftists. But yeah, that's pretty cool. That is a first step, but we need to get rid of the doomerism somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. I know, like we have we still, after everything, we still have quite a lot of Israelis and Palestinians who talk to each other in the Discord, and it's like I feel like even that's like a first step to something. But I don't know if what I can do in terms of like inspire that or lead that towards some kind of activism or some kind of counter activism. Because right now in the West, it's just on one side you got a bunch of fucking people who will either do a Hamas chant or they'll be okay with people around them doing it, and the other side who is just a bunch of fucking Christian right wingers waving Israel flags because it's the politically correct way to shit on Muslims. So I don't know how the fuck you get across around that issue, but yeah, I don't know. I think right now I'm just trying to do a bit more of helping people understand that that both sides have kind of like a role to play in this. So it's not just like
fair enough. Basically what I'm saying is you're based and you're very interesting and I like you, and have a good one.
Shit, thanks.
Yeah, for sure. Bye.
Well, that was nice to hear. Are you going to talk about how Lonerbox's community tried to cancel Destiny? I don't know if they tried to cancel him. I think my opinion is that one or two of our mods overstepped in terms of the cross community thing. But I think I have an idea for what to do with that going forward, since there's going to be community overlap, and I think I know what to do about it. And I'm talking to one of to the Destiny Discord mod anyway, so we'll figure something out there. Because the way it should be with that is I don't really care what happens in the Destiny Reddit or Discord because I don't use those platforms. I don't use either of those communities really. I just I read them every now and then for memes, but I don't really like a participant. And the only time it should ever really be an issue is if Destiny community stuff affects us, which it did that one time with one of my mods getting banned. But otherwise, I think that's the only time when there should really be some kind of like crossover going on. Address the little gup allegations. Cute. What's the lore behind all of this? I mean, I basically just told you. That's all there is to it. God! I haven't even done DMs today. Fuck! Who's this guy? The correct Kiwi. Hello? Who's this? Whoa! Okay, I'm not bringing anyone else into the VC. Fuck it. Hey. Name the 2 mods in question. I will never! Do you not feel uncomfy with one of his mods acting the way that he was, though? I mean... it's the sorry, like obviously I think when I was in the studio and when the drama actually started, I think Embo's appearance was quite cringe, but at the end of the day, he's been in this community for ages. He moderates the community really well. He obviously cares about the community, like the way the community is right now, I'm happy with, and he's probably had more of a say in that than anyone else ever has. So I'm good with that, even though he triggers the fuck out of me sometimes. Obviously, things can be better every now and then, but no, I'm not like gonna go mental about it. As long as I make sure that the fucking inter-Johnny war can chill or happen on someone else's space, then I'm fine. Whatever. Vosh and Kyle going back to debate, bro. Good. Kyle's good at that. Also, I'll read donos. Hang on. And I also need to bring the fucking temperature of this flat down because it's killing me. Is Pondering Politics streaming? Cool. Or is this like a premiere? I don't know. Whatever. Progressive Windsor, thanks for the 10 Canadian. When Hassan believes mentioning that 90% of Jewish people are Zionist is anti-Semitic, is he just mad you're speaking the genocidal intentions of his anti-Zionism? What a strange sentence. First of all, I have no idea if Hassan said it's anti-Semitic to say that about Jews. I mean, I don't know if it's 90%, but it's definitely most of them. It's easily a majority. Like, I don't know if that speaks to his genocidal intentions, though. No, fuck. I don't think Hassan wants to kill all the Zionists. He definitely likes to dehumanize them a little bit, though. Yeah, what can you do? Gabriel, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Another trial for BB to never appear on. Listen, we can hope, we can dream, we can soy. Ellie Idol, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Have my lunch money. Thank you. Bakar Baridi, thanks for €5. Dustin, point is on the left. You get more clout by being very anti-Democrat, while on the right, you get more clout by bending the knee for Trump. That is an issue. It's an issue that the cool position on the left right now online is to have a position that gets you like into a more apathetic world. Like that's a real problem. Haruna Matata was banned from the Discord. Why were you banned? Were you? Let me see. Were you kicked or banned? I think you might have just been kicked from the VC because did I take you in and you weren't speaking? You're not banned though. I think you were just kicked. I think you can come back. I think it's just from the VC because I don't see anything in the mod log. Anyway, Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Your problem is your nuance that allows people to say you're too pro-Palestine for not agreeing with 100% or too pro-Israel for not agreeing 100%. That's fine. I accept that, okay? Because it just keeps me apart from the fucking nutters. Okay. Dennis Zarazako, thanks for the 10 euros. If the West Bank isn't the ancestral Jewish homeland, why is it called a bank? I okay. I hope you're Jewish, making a joke like that. Holy shit. Michael Z, thanks for the $10. Just give us one more analogy. I don't know, man. Fuck me. What a cringe debate that was. My God. Haroon, hello?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, it's you. Okay, hi. Yeah.
I'm Haruna Matata.
Okay,
Hello. I wasn't sure I was kicked. So I just wanted to talk about, with the whole reorientation of sort of the leftist media sphere. I just wanted to explain that I am a Muslim socialist, but I also voted for Kamala Harris. I generally I think your opinion on the Israel-Palestine debate. So I'm wondering, there's a lot of, I think, absence of rational Muslim and Arab voices in the sphere. So I'm wondering, are you aware of any of those sort of voices? Is, having some of those voices around something that you would be supportive of?
I mean, I'm too autistic to be worrying about like, oh, I think we need more like Arab creators saying these things in the space. But like, I think an example I can think of is, what the fuck is his name? I'll give you 2 examples. Fuck! What's his name? Why can't it, why do I, always, I don't like, not, I don't like John Aziz. I think he's kind of cringe. Who's the other one though? There's the other one that they all hate, that they lump in with him, who's actually not cringe. Who is he? The fucking Gazan dude on Twitter.
I'm really unsure. I'm, as a
Oh.
Muslim, I feel sort of isolated because you have these crazy Hamas supporters, which Hamas is definitely part of the problem, and we cannot have a lasting peace with Hamas in power. And it's just.
I like 2 people I'll recommend to you. So on Twitter, there's a guy called Ahmed Fouad Al Khatib. He writes pretty lengthy like Twitter effort posts. I'm pretty sure he's from Gaza. Like I think he's lost like fucking 10 family members in the war or some shit. Like yeah, he seems pretty good at like empathizing, and I usually agree with what he's saying to a pretty reasonable extent. Like and his posts are good. Like he writes well, etc. I think he just tweets. I don't know what else he does. He must give talks or something, but he tweets a lot. So there's always something to read from him. Oh yeah, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Okay. And another person I would recommend is if you know a YouTuber, his name's Beast Process. He's definitely quite a bit farther to the left of me on some issues, but he like is pretty sound-minded and justifying like everything he says, especially with legal stuff. Like he's very clever and very capable with those kind of things. So I'd say those 2 are probably my favorite. Like if you're talking about like Arab voices in the English-speaking world.
Yeah, yeah, those are very interesting. I'll look this stream over and look them up again. It feels like Muslim and Arab voices have been sort of like alienated by some of the rhetoric, especially from like Destiny's side. I followed you before I followed Destiny, but I am a Destiny follower. But it seems like there are some like Israeli talking points that sort of come up in maybe in sort of jest, like sort of like I remember Destiny saying, "Oh, look and find Palestine on the map. Oh, you won't find it." So when you hear these sort of points, and as a sort of like leftist Muslim, and you hear these sort of things, it's like you're not taking this seriously. I know that's sort of like the Destiny sort
Yeah,
of
like that stuff is cringe
grit.
because like at the end of the day, if I asked him seriously, he'd say he supports a 2-state solution and to get the settlers out and for Israel to negotiate and explain why Israel fucked themselves over in so many ways. But then yeah, he'll go and say that shit about finding Palestine on a map on Twitter to trigger people. It's like I guess he only has himself to blame for that level, that kind of I guess contradictory action. But
yeah, and so
yeah.
like you hear these things, and also in like sort of these spaces where the debates take place, and you hear like these unhinged right wing people say, "Destiny, I appreciate the work you do." It, obviously, the messages you guys are sending are not hitting right. I understand your arguments, and I agree with your arguments and Destiny's, but like the rhetoric, it sounds like very off-putting. I'm not sure how that can be fixed,
The
except
rhetoric
for
from me or me, Destiny, or but what?
not necessarily you, but there is, I mean, there are some like little things like Israeli soldiers might have accidentally shot children in the head. Like, sure, yeah, that could have happened. I understand your point, but like to emphasize that could have accidentally happened is, I I
Well,
mean,
to be clear,
war
that's
crimes
out of.
happen.
So to be clear, that clip was chopped out of me saying, obviously accidents happen in war, but also it's very easy to see how some of them would have been easily war crimes. It was a combination of both. It's just that obviously the second half of that clip wasn't shown for some reason.
Oh, you said that on a live that I was watching all the way through,
Yeah.
and so I understand what you're saying, but it's still, it sort of like comes off weird. You know what I mean? And I think one way around sort of this whole like beef with Muslims, Arabs, and socialists can be sort of solved maybe by integrating some of those voices, maybe collabing. You don't have to go out of your way to integrate them. It's just like maybe sometimes they should be spoken with if they're not completely unhinged, like
Mm-hmm.
Hassan. But if you understand what I'm saying, sort of like to connect with those sort of people in the middle ground who have rational thoughts about this conflict.
Yeah, I think they're definitely. My plan going forward, and I'll probably start doing this. I think the first instance of this will happen in a couple of days. Actually, I've already got something lined up. Is that I want to do more outreach just to people who are like more agreeable, rather than just spending the whole time fucking shitting on people who are extremists. Because I think at the end of the day, as much as I have an instinct to do that, like I don't think it helps me that much. I don't think it helps the discourse that much. I can do it every now and then, but yeah, I think definitely like more olive branchy approaches are going to be going forward with people who are capable of taking them.
Yeah, I really hope that you don't really get sucked more into this toxic Hassan Destiny drama, because it seems very, I don't know, draining on like your time and resources, and as well as like image. Yeah, it's not something I quite enjoy.
Yeah, well, I'll always do some of it because it's funny, but like, yeah, I think as long as I can balance it with more productive stuff as well, I'll probably feel okay with that. That's what I'm trying to do now.
All right. Well, I got my points out of the way. Thank you for dragging me in here.
Yeah, it's all right. Take care, man. Hassan shit talks Lorna on his streams though. Yeah, which is why we're not going to stop talking about Hassan. It's just that like there's more to the world than just Hassan's brain or lack thereof, you know. But that's why I want to do my little docs instead. My little research docs. Hello, Sock Jame. Hello. 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 Why did you say, wait, why did you say come in and give me 5 seconds? Now you're muted. Hey. Or did you mean 2 seconds and give me 2 seconds before you come in? No, it sounded like you wanted 2 seconds to talk. Fuck. Where's this guy? What's his problem? Oh, his mate came in. Okay. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom, okay? And then I will be back and I will expect. Wait. Who has the be right back screen? I need the be right back screen. Where the fuck is it? Where is it? Can someone link it to me in Discord? Because I've lost it. It's in my laptop. Shit. We need a well-balanced diet. Okay, Patrick Bateman. And a rigorous exercise routine. Who has it? Surely it doesn't take this long. Who has... All right. He has like 50 tabs open. I don't. I do. I have a lot of tabs open. Okay, which ones don't I need? I don't need this one. This is shit. I don't need this one anymore. I don't need this one. I don't need this one. Definitely don't need that one. Cringe. Don't need that one. Do I need... What the fuck is this for? We'll see. Hang on. That's just me. Okay. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. Do need this one. Do need this one. Do need this one. Okay. Don't need that one. Do need that one. Okay. Oh. This. MP4. There's a 720 and a 1080, is that right? 1 gigabyte. Do I want... Oh, okay, I'll take this one. That's bigger. Okay. It's 16 minutes long. How long do you expect me to be pissing for? Share link. Download. Standard download. Let's go. Ooh. Have you seen Howdy Hamza? No. What's that name? What? Who the fuck is that? This is a big file, bro. Was it this big the first time? Oh, this flat's so fucking warm. Yee. We have shit to do. Fuck. 50%? Okay, I'm just gonna wait. He's a Gazan who is imprisoned for being an anti-Hamas activist. Oh no. Will we watch the will we watch the what was it, the Ajax video? Whoa. Right. Give me that. Imprisoned by who? For being an anti-Hamas activist. Think about it. All right, BRB screen. Why does it have audio? It has... Playing. What's the audio saying? Will I leave it? Will I leave the audio in? I can't hear it. Fuck. Okay, I'll put it in. Wait, I need to get my mic in. Shit. Where's my mic? Okay, give me that. Copy. Fuck. Why can't I copy this source, bro? Audio input capture. Okay. If I don't get a $3 million house, you guys you've all enabled fascists. I don't give, sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. Gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look, you see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee. Look. These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that.
Day 2. This one we went with Corey to the West Bank. What did you learn?
Of Israeli law. Fuck Ben. Okay, there we go. Benny Morris lied. Fucking cunt. Anyway, there we go.
Yep.
You have it with meats and tatties, turnips and potatoes.
Nice.
Whoa, ho, 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 ho. So, when I go back to this, does the waiting screen still have audio? I don't actually know if Benny lied or if the other guy lied. But, oh well. Okay, so the waiting screen audio is not there. It's gone now. Is that right? Is the waiting screen audio still there? Is what I'm asking. It's gone. Yes. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. Okay, so it's gone. Okay, good. Thank you. Wait, what? Ooh. Matt Gaetz news. I had excellent meetings with senators yesterday. I appreciate their thoughtful feedback and the incredible support of so many. While the momentum was strong, it is clear that my confirmation was unfairly becoming a distraction to the critical work of the Trump-Vance transition. There is no time to waste on a needlessly protracted Washington scuffle. Thus, I'll be withdrawing my name from consideration to serve as Attorney General. Trump's DOJ must be in place and ready on day one. I remain fully committed to see that Donald J. Trump is the most successful president in history. I will forever be honored that President Trump nominated me to lead the Department of Justice, and I'm certain he will save America. Wait, why? Because senators were like, were telling him that he's got no qualifications and is a piece of shit? Huh. Oh, well. Huh. Okay. Is Tulsi going to do the same? I don't think I can trust Tulsi to ever do the right thing about it. To be fair, I think Matt Gaetz, that sounds like he was pushed, right? If he's talking about it being a waste of time and too much of a conflict before Trump is sworn in. So, I don't know. He dead, bro. He not coming back. You represent the loser wing, Jenk. Okay. The only one thing is gonna make me happy right now, okay? Only one thing is gonna help me focus. And it is our supreme leader, Piers Morgan. Go!
I think Kamala ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign.
What's the future of the Democrats? Who would you like to see run the party now?
Jon Stewart. Honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity might make all of the difference.
possibly the loss would have been worse if Taylor Swift and folks like Oprah weren't working with Kamala Harris.
Although Taylor Swift is popular, obviously she's not that popular because she did not move the needle.
Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice. You live in a total world of denial.
I read your own followers' comments and they all trashed you.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right.
It's lovely to see a post-election harmony as you all come together again.
You should not be taking cheap shots at me, and I won't stand for it.
Hey, Alan, shh.
The inquest into the shock death of the Democratic Party has so far proved inconclusive. But the only clear message emerging from the ruminations, as with the campaign itself, is that the Orange Man is still back. Just about nobody on the left can agree on why the Orange Man therefore won by a landslide and what should happen next. Here's just a snapshot of views from the masterminds who were wrong about, well, almost everything.
Hey,
it is time for the Democrats to say,
Piers.
okay, and you and I have talked about this before, a lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and
of
with other Hispanics. You got some that don't like each other.
The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry.
I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families. That's where we are.
Elon Musk is, I don't know how many hundreds of billions he has. He has been the director of misinformation.
And this idea that like, oh no, the economy is actually good or crime is actually down, or this is all just Fox News. Like, shut the fuck up with that. Like, talk to some people who live near you.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed.
I got bad news for you. They don't have a monopoly on stupid. You wear Queers for Palestine t-shirts and masks 2 years after the pandemic ended. And you can't define woman, I mean person who menstruates.
Exactly. Whatever the prescription should ultimately be.
Oh, he loves it. Damn, both sides, Piers Morgan. Fair and balanced on the Trump situation. Let's go.
Diagnosis is surely crystal clear. Trump has made commanding inroads with working class voters, black voters, Latino voters, urban voters, and young voters. It's a veritable rainbow coalition of disaffected people who the Democrats have traditionally relied upon and more recently taken for granted. So what drove them away? Was it government-funded operations to transgender illegal aliens? Was it prioritizing SNL and 60 Minutes over Joe Rogan and Theo Von? Was it the warm embrace of Liz Cheney and a hawkish, even conservative stance on the wars in Israel and Ukraine? Was it gaslighting America into believing Joe Biden was so sharp he could slice concrete and then ousting him for a simply dreadful candidate in Kamala Harris? Maybe it was all of the above.
Is there any evidence that disaffected Democrats were the ones who swayed over to Trump? Maybe there is, and he's actually right for once, but I don't know if that's just like, it's the thing. It's that everything is because of the thing that I was going to say it was because of anyway. Yeah, people stayed at home. They didn't vote for Trump. We didn't vote. Jesus. They're in chat. Fuck.
With a customary liberal serving of supreme self-confidence and the firm belief that everyone who disagrees with them is a moron or a bigot. But joining me for an uncensored battle for the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, the host and founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, presidential historian and pollster Professor Alan Lichtman, Democrat influencer Harry Sisson, and author of New Prize for These Eyes, a senior political analyst at Fox News, Juan Williams. Well, welcome to all of you. Juan, in particular, a long time since I've spoken to you. Great to have you, I think, making your debut on Uncensored, so thank you very much. This is blue on blue, chaps, so you can rip into each other to your heart's content, and hopefully out of it we may get some form of consensus over certain ways that the Democrats could go. Juan, let me start with you. When you look at the election and you look at the thumping win Trump got and who he won it with, do you think this whole campaign by the Democrats to portray him as racist, sexist, transphobic, Islamophobic, a Nazi, blah, 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 did they just over-egg the devilment souffle and just in the end play in?
Why do I watch this shit? It's just the same points every single time. I just want to see Kyle. Come on, I heard Kyle did well.
take objection to Jon Stewart. I just think we have some people in the Democratic Party who are very talented right now who could be the Democratic nominee. Governor Shapiro won Pennsylvania by like 20 points. Governor Wes Moore in Maryland. How much more connected to people do you need other than like Wes Moore, who's great? Raphael Warnock from Georgia won a swing state and is a senator from a swing state. Gretchen Whitmer, who had a trifecta in Michigan for the first time in a long time. There's really talented people in the Democratic Party who are elected officials right now, and Schenck can shake his head all he'd like, but these people are winning in swing states overwhelmingly.
Who would you like to see, Harry?
I think any of the people I just mentioned, I'd love to see. I'd love, and there's plenty more, but I think we're going to have a great primary.
I'm pretty
in
sure I would lay
good
good money now that J.D. Vance will be the Republican nominee in 2028.
I'd say it's probably a good bet.
Because I think he's actually, he in direct contrast to Mr. Waltz, who I thought was a total disaster. I thought J.D. Vance started with a lot of negativity, but became a real force for Trump, particularly in getting young men to come out and vote for him. So I suspect he'll be the nominee, but we'll see. Professor Lippman, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I appreciate it. In a moment, though, we're now going to be joined by, to add to our panel, the Ohio State Senator Nina Turner, and first making his uncensored debut, the host of the Kyle Kulinski Show, Kyle Kulinski. Well, Kyle, welcome to Uncensored. We're trying to get you for a long time. Just having a little chat with you before we get reaction from the panel, but why did the Democrats blow it so badly, and what do they do to avoid this happening again in 4 years?
I mean, the simple answer is that Kamala Harris kind of codes as a technocratic status quo manager, and Trump codes as a change agent. And so, I mean, to sum it up as simply as possible, voters just thought he's going to deliver more change, she's more of the same, and they broke for him.
Who would you like to see run the party now? I mean, what's the future of the Democrats looking like to you?
Jon Stewart. I've been pushing that since the day Trump won this time around, because what we need is, honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity might make all of the difference, but it's that mixed with Bernie Sanders' policies of actually delivering social democracy for people, raising their pay, getting them health care. I think that's the magic stew. And honestly, I think it's a shame that more people aren't talking about the controversial, charismatic celebrity portion of Trump being so successful, is that you can't keep the cameras off him. He's entertaining. Love him or hate him, you can't stop watching him. And so we need to sort of mirror that on the left. And I think the way of doing that is Jon Stewart.
But I would add to that what Bill Maher...
God damn. I wonder if that would work. I feel like Democrats, for whatever reason, like Democratic voters, I feel like they hold politicians to a higher standard. So I don't know if a controversial celebrity firebrand would work in the same way as it does for Trump. Like, could Jon Stewart command the same kind of like hype and loyalism amongst Democrats that Trump did for Republicans? I don't know. It's a good question.
Maher's been warning for a long time to liberals, speaking as a liberal himself. And I'm pretty much where he is politically, I think. I feel the same way. And I know you've been keen to say, look, Kamala didn't mention any of these woke issues or whatever, but she's very much associated with a lot of those woke issues. She's
associated with those woke issues, Piers, because right-wingers see a black woman and they associate her with woke issues. There's nothing you can do about that. That's your fault, Piers.
Voted in line with a lot of the more progressive stuff, like allowing transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. So she's seen to be a progressive who then moved rapidly to the centre when she got the nomination, and it was all too much of a screech for people, probably on both sides. But this whole woke ideology, I don't mean the original woke ideology of raising awareness for racial and social injustice. I mean the way it's become a kind of new form of fascism, where the far left just basically want to cancel, shame, and humiliate absolutely anybody who disagrees with them about anything. Do you accept that has become a problem, a stick to beat the party with, which actually really damages them electorally?
Bro, a stick to beat the party with? Well, the thing is, Democrats have, for the most part, kept those people outside of the party. They don't... Even if you look at like Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib, like even their rhetoric is far, far away from the kind of shit that Piers is talking about. Like those people are not infiltrating the party in the same way that, compared to Trump, where he basically commands the entire Republican Party. And when people try to disobey Trump, it's not even, if you're talking about a kind of fascism, it's funny that he can call wokeism a kind of fascism because they will cancel people or try to humiliate people or whatever else if they disagree with them, which I agree to the extent they do, but comparing that, but they don't control the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party doesn't like them. They don't like the Democratic Party. Whereas with Trump, how is it not a type of fascism with Trump where Joe Rogan or Kyle Rittenhouse start pondering the idea of a different candidate and the entire internet basically fucking yoinks them back into line within 24 hours, right? Kyle Rittenhouse wanted to vote for Ron Paul because he supports gun rights and he thinks Trump wasn't as trustworthy for gun rights, probably because of the bump stock. And within less than a day, he comes with his tail between his legs and supports Trump again. Supports someone who actually did the bump stock ban. And then with Joe Rogan, it's again, Joe Rogan is massive. He has so much of a strength in his community. But even then, he fucking folded like a sack of potatoes. Like he felt crumbled at Trump's feet. Because I think Joe Rogan was more interested in someone like RFK. Shit. But apparently, if you call that fascism, you're inciting violence against Trump. And you should be ashamed of yourself. Like, fuck off, Piers. Fuck off. I hate him so much anyway.
Really?
No, I think Kamala ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign. She never mentioned race. She never mentioned gender. She never mentioned trans people. She never mentioned pronouns or Latinx or cancel culture. She repeatedly stressed that she was going to represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border. She talked about owning a gun. She ran on freedom and patriotism. And so when you put all that stuff together, I simply don't know what people are talking about when they say she's
well, they're talking about her record.
Those things at
well,
all.
hang on. They're talking about her record as vice president of the Biden administration, where they never stopped talking about this stuff for nearly 4 years. So you could pretend when you get the nomination, whoa, I'm a centrist and I'm a gun-toting Rambo, by the way, as well, to all you Second Amendment people. But actually, if you judge her on what she said and did in 4 years, she was a progressive left person. And to pretend otherwise is to...
Ask him what fucking legislation that she got passed. The trick question there is that she's a vice president. That's not her job. Like, what did she do for 4 years as vice president that's too woke for Piers?
Just ignore what went on in that period.
What I'm much more concerned about is not Democrats being woke or Democrats censoring speech. I'm much more concerned about Trump's record on those things. So, for example, Trump said he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. That's against the First Amendment. He sued CNN for $475 million for calling election denialism the big lie. Before he was president.
I love it. I love how it's so you get so much leeway to be a scold if you do it on the right wing. For some reason, none of this counts as woke scolding, even though it's basically the same thing. It's like it's woke scolding, but for, I guess, like fascism. Yeah, fuck me.
President, he sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a joke. He said he wants to open up the libel laws. He called for jailing journalists who report on the Supreme Court abortion ruling early before the decision.
How many of those things did he do in his first term?
Pro-Palestine protesters.
How many of those things did he actually do in his first term? Because it seems to me another problem, and he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left. He sucks you in. Because he just shoots them a hip and he says stuff that crosses his mind or whatever. And rather than pick him off on stuff he actually does, you all go completely nuts every time he opens his mouth and says something a bit crazy.
Like, what the fuck is this argument? I hate this so much. Like, oh God forbid we take a politician seriously when they say they have intentions. Yeah, what woke things did Kamala do? With Trump, we had the challenges to birthright citizenship. We had the attempt to remove DACA. We had the Muslim ban. We had his treatment of BLM protesters. We had him trying to overturn an election result. Hey, how much more fucking extreme can you get, bro? In the United States. And every time a Republican stopped falling in sync with him, especially over the 2020 election, he would blow them up on Twitter, call them traitors, and that would result in them having a literal mob with guns. Sometimes calling them fucking pedophiles and like making it so that they had to move house for a while. Or like, I think one of the examples was was it Rusty Bowers or something? Like there's one of those Republican legislators that turned on Trump after actually supporting him throughout the recounts and the audits, but didn't want to certify a second slate of electors before they had the result of the audits. And Trump blew them up on Twitter so hard that the mob went outside the guy's house and his fucking 10-year-old daughter got nightmares. And not to mention setting the mob against his fucking vice president. But I guess that's all, that doesn't faze Mr. Morgan as much because it's not woke. We should just call it woke. We should call it, I don't know, what's like wokeness but for fascism? What's the woke mob but for fascism? I guess it's just the mob, isn't it? The Trump mob.
And if I was advising the Democrats, I'd be like, stop doing this. You're literally playing into his trap every time you do this. Just pick him off on the stuff he actually does. Then you got a better chance.
All right, I'll do that. Here, ready? He gag ordered the EPA from telling the truth on climate change.
Ooh.
That's deeply anti-free speech. He arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting. He did not pardon Assange. He did not pardon Snowden. He did not pardon Daniel Hale. He wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy the U.S. to deploy our own troops against George Floyd protesters. These are all things that are actually on the record, things he actually did. And the thing that I find incredibly frustrating is that nobody talks about it. Trump magically gets a.
But what about all the anti-free speech measures that are coming from the woke mob, Kyle? You can't be in denial about this transgender. Fuck. What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? Come on.
Pass for things he actually did.
He doesn't get
Democrats
a pass.
get held to a super high standard.
Come on, he doesn't get a pass.
How many times have you heard people say those things I just told you?
Trump has had.
Wait.
Hang on. Let me be honest with you. Trump has had the most unrelentingly hostile media from a mainstream media that is largely staffed by liberals.
I don't get this, bro. I don't think Trump avoids all of these platforms. He doesn't talk to these people. Trump gets fucking Glaze interviews. What is he talking about? Even with like, what is it, the Bloomberg one where he's talking about 2,000% tariffs or whatever else. There was a whole thing, wasn't it? Which liberal media outlet was it? Was it New York Times or CNN? When they were behind the scenes saying that they had to like go softer on Trump to become more like fair and balanced to both sides. Was it New York Times? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Was it CNN or was it New York Times? I can't remember. Fuck. CNN. Yeah. Because the problem is that in reality, you can't both sides Trump and Kamala. And Trump complained about this as well, about being fact-checked on the debate stage, even though most of the lies he told did not get fact-checked. He got fact-checked on the really obvious ones, like Haitians eating fucking cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio. And people said that that was unbalanced, but actually it wasn't. It was an unequal treatment of unequals. Trump should be fact-checked a million times more than Harris does because he lies more. But they didn't do that. They still softened on him and they still leveled it out. If you've got a debate between Trump and Harris, and Trump gets fact-checked twice and Harris gets fact-checked 0 times, that means the media has been biased in favor of Trump. You understand that, right? Because the amount that Trump lies compared to fucking Harris is like, yeah, it should warrant way more than a 2 fact-check difference. Ugh.
Know this, because the way they all go nuts when their paper wouldn't come out and endorse Kamala, and they all resign, so they reveal their true colours. Cable news the same, MSNBC, CNN, you can fire a harpoon around their newsrooms and you wouldn't hit a conservative, right? So let's just get real about the way mainstream media is made up. I've worked in it, and there are very few conservatives, and that is part of the problem as well. And I just think that ultimately, if the Democrats are going to try and make themselves electable, they've got to move wholesale on now to a far more effective way of campaigning. And it can't just be every time Donald Trump speaks, mass hysteria, shaving your head, going on TikTok and posting videos of yourself screaming.
What about the TikTokers? What about the TikTokers, Piers? Did you see what MAGA did when they lost the election in 2020? Did you forget? Oh, God. That one speech that Biden gave about MAGA Republicans because it had the red background, but they thought it was like the fucking Emperor from Star Wars. Like, what the fuck? Fun fact, Piers still calls himself a liberal. He's... Oh, God. He's not stuck in 2017, okay? He's stuck in his Twitter replies. That's what he's doing. He's checking his Twitter replies, getting triggered, and then equating those people to the Democratic Party. That's what he's doing. I know it. This is his everyday experience. Piers Morgan. He wakes up, goes on Twitter, checks his notifications, reads every reply, gets triggered by woke people, and then feels cozy that at least Trump is defending him from these people in some way, I guess. Quietly assures himself that those people, that Trump might actually suppress the First Amendment rights of the woke people, and tries not to feel too hypocritical about it. Then he goes on TV and acts like it's the Democratic Party doing it. Fuck me.
And saying you'll never have sex with a Trump supporter again. All this stuff is insane.
How about just telling the truth? Wait. How about just telling the truth? That's a radical idea, right? When was the last time you heard that Trump arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting? Who talked about that? Did CNN talk about that? Did MSNBC talk about that? Did you talk about that? Nobody talks about it.
Damn.
And the fact of the matter is Trump attacks Democrats 4 times as hard as they attack him.
Yeah.
So if anything, the lesson to take away is the opposite. Democrats should get more arrogant, they should get more aggressive, and they should tell the truth more.
Come on, Kyle. You know that would be utter suicide.
That's the truth.
You know what? You wouldn't be as good at it as he is, because he does it with humor. You lot all do it with these incredibly straight-faced, virtue-signaling, I'm outraged by absolutely everything faces. And it's like, if you all just chilled out a bit, have a bit of Kool-Aid,
No.
Have a bit of a laugh.
That's why I said Jon Stewart.
Death by mockery. Well, actually, you're right. Jon Stewart gets exactly the right tone. On that, I agree with you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
we agree. Yeah.
I agree. Let's bring in Nina Turner and the rest of the panel. Nina, you floated that Rahm Emanuel as a new DNC chair would be a good signal that the Democrat Party is only there for the donor class. Many other people would say that Rahm Emanuel's a very effective political operator. I mean, actually, the Democrats need a bit of that muscle now.
Piers very effective at a cover-up. As we know, as mayor of the city of Chicago, he covered up the police murder of Laquan McDonald. He closed many schools in the black community. Certain segments of the black community are very outraged by him. He is more of the same and should be as far away from the DNC as possible. Now, if the Democrats want to lose again and get handed again like they just did in 2024, then go ahead and have Rahm Emanuel there. But if they want to do a new thing and answer to the working class people of this country from all backgrounds, then they need to have somebody there, primarily who's going to say no more dark money in Democratic primaries. Rahm Emanuel is an absolute no. We know that the Chicago Teachers Union feels the same way, and many others will come out against him if he decides to run for that.
Okay. Juan, let me bring you back in, because MSNBC is now at war, which is always entertaining to watch, because Joe Amika from the morning show went off and they revealed this morning to go and see Trump in secret at the end of last week after bombarding him with abuse for years and years and years, having originally been great friends of his. But another MSNBC presenter, Katie Fang, has now tweeted, normalizing Trump is a bad idea, period. So clearly there is an internal fracturing going on, which I suspect is going on in the Democrat Party at large, because I would urge them to be more collegiate with Trump. I've always felt that he's one of those guys, he's a natural pugilist. If you read his book, The Art of a Deal, he says, if you punch me, I'll punch you 10 times back. Actually, if you go and hang out with Trump, and I've criticized him as much as I've praised him, he can take criticism if he feels like you're not just unrelentingly abusive. So I actually thought that Joe and Mika, we'll play a clip from what they said this morning, but I thought this was a good move on their part. Let's take a look.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications.
Well, what do you make of that? I mean, you know, I actually feel America's been so toxic in the way it's become so tribal, and they've been part of that, no question, on one side, and Fox have done it, I guess, on the other, and so on. Should we encourage both sides to come together a bit more, like they used to in the old days?
Sure. I mean, look, I'm all for people working together, building bridges, kumbaya. I'm all for it because I think, you know what? If you look at the Congress of the United States, totally polarized, they're also totally paralyzed. They're not getting anything done. Yeah. We need to get things done. And on the world stage, I could go on and on. But I think that with Joe and Mika, and I watched that show, so I'm no critic of it in that sense because I subscribe, if you will. But let me just tell you, it looked to me like their ratings have gone through the floor.
They have, yeah.
And I think that when people talk about Trump, you talk about Trump, he's a celebrity. People have said you can't take the camera off him. I think for them, it's like, you know what? This is a way to get back in the media ratings game. You know, the idea that we're connected to Trump. People like to advertise on shows they know the president might be watching. They would love to get Trump to, instead of watching Fox and Friends, to watch some of Joe and Mika, Morning Joe. But, you know, to me, that's it really calls into question, have they been authentic when they were saying that this guy is so harsh when it comes to women, so harsh and racist when it comes to blacks and Latinos, and has an authoritarian, even, as we were saying, fascist streak. So were they sincere about that, or are they now falling in line with others who find, you know what, I want to get on the bandwagon because Trump has just been reelected and won the popular vote? Yeah. To my mind, you got to be straight about your authentic sense so that the audience can trust you, and I think they put that at risk today.
Well, it's interesting, Cenk, because the journalism professor and author
Piers.
Jeff Jarvis has accused them, Joe and Mika, of inflicting a, quote, betrayal on their colleagues, democracy, and us all. He tweeted, "It's a disgusting show of obeisance in advance."
Yeah. So I have a different opinion than everybody here. My first question would be, what are we agreeing on? So if you want to go to Trump to get him to agree on things that we agree with, like an anti-war position, fantastic. Of course we should be open-minded to that. You'd be nuts not to be open-minded to that, right? If he were to actually do anti-corruption, which he always promises but never does, right? And you can get him to be open to that, fantastic. But why are Mika and Joe going there? To push for, the public option? No, they're going over there to get access. And so they seem like utter frauds. Like, if they could show me policies that they care about that Donald Trump agrees to, or they have a strategy to get Donald Trump to do good and decent things, great. I'm super open to it. Look, I would want to do that. I got no problems with me meeting with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or anything else along those lines. But what I'm not going to do is compromise my principles and my ideas just to get access. Yeah. So, like, for example, I mean, see the Democratic Party instantly going in the wrong direction. Rahm Emanuel is the biggest dog for corporate donors. Picking him could be the worst possible thing you could do. Do you know that Rahm Emanuel lost 1,000 seats on his watch when he was at the DNC nationwide for the Democrats? There isn't a bigger loser in the Democratic Party. So look, we need a populist like Jon Stewart, which I actually, if you remember, Piers, I tried to get him into this race. Yeah. But John, call me. This guy never wants to, he doesn't realize.
What's this whole story now about Cenk being asked for advice by Elon Musk? Is that actually a thing? Is that what's going to happen? Oh no, he said, I asked Elon Musk to put me in charge of cutting the Pentagon, and he said, what are your suggestions? I run the largest left-wing network online, and a Democratic leader has never asked me that question. The idea that they would take advice from a populist is disdainful to them. Now, which side seems more open and inclusive? Which side seems more welcoming, and which side tries really hard to drive you away if you disagree, even with a little with orthodoxy? Which side is asking for suggestions, and which one is demanding compliance and obedience? Oh God. Bro, you're being taken out for you're being taken for a ride, little gup. I think that's probably what's happening. Little pug. Little bub. Oh dear.
How intensely popular he could be. By the way, another candidate for president could be Nina Turner, a person who actually fights for the average person, has always been right about the populist left, and going for class instead of always being worried about identity politics. So there's so many options here.
Yeah. Kyle, a lot of people now saying, including John Fetterman, that Nancy Pelosi should go. She's the godmother, the enforcer. Now she's blaming Biden. You can't have it both ways. I think it's really ironic. You have a woman of age 84 and she's still hanging on. Why not give a younger generation opportunity to occupy that seat? I mean, Nancy Pelosi, it does seem to me they've got to move on. Haven't they? Get somebody younger, fresher, new ideas?
I mean, I'm totally in favor of cleaning house, but at the same time, that 100% would include the genocidal maniac that is John Fetterman.
Whoa.
So he's part of the problem that he thinks he's calling out here. He's one of the worst of the worst. So, but on the broader point of just bringing in new leadership, bringing in fresh ideas, bringing in people who believe in social democracy and Bernie Sanders' agenda and they're willing to fight, 100% on board for that.
Harry, celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, where it's now been revealed that she and her company got paid closer to $2.5 million rather than the original $1 million as thought for the event they put on with Kamala Harris. Every single time out comes Oprah putting her arm around whoever the Democrat candidate is. Then you see Beyonce, then you see, they all come out. I feel that's over, that Trump has barreled his way through that. And that his people like Joe Rogan, Elon Musk and others, they're not really conventional celebrities. You know, they're tech people in a tech world, really, or interviewers or journalists. Do you think this idea of the Democrats constantly being associated with super rich celebrities, singers, pop stars, actors and so on, is that over now? Because it seems to have backfired this time.
Why do people make these assertions? Why do you think it backfired? Why do you think they their celebrity endorsements hurt them or helped them or didn't do either? Why? Where do you get this from? I know he's not actually looking at data. He's just saying that Trump won, so therefore. By the way, Trump goes on to talk to fucking Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk is basically like his running mate in a sense, taking him all to these rallies and doing his little fucking X logo. Are these people not celebrities in a way? Trump was a celebrity. He is a celebrity. Fuck me. Hulk Hogan? Big deal. Fuck these guys. Fuck that. Do I want to watch Kyle taking him down a bit more? Fuck it, let's keep
No, I don't think so. I think the people you're describing, like Joe Rogan, are celebrities in their own right. Joe Rogan, his base of viewers just happen to be the people that Donald Trump wanted to get out to vote. The people who watch Oprah, the people that listen to Taylor Swift, happen to be the Kamala Harris's.
But they didn't get their people out to vote. Women did not go out in the numbers that people expected when Taylor Swift.
Well, women still voted for Kamala Harris overwhelmingly.
Yeah, but I love Taylor Swift, for example. But everyone thought that would really change the needle. 500,000 people apparently registered to vote extra in 24 hours when she made her endorsement. But none of that was reflected in the polls.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't effective.
Is anyone going to bring up the inflation thing and incumbents are getting fucked everywhere for the last 2 years? Because that's the only correct take about this, right? It's the only thing that actually works. It's the only theory that works if you just remember the rest of the world is also a thing. Okay.
Say that it didn't actually get out more people to vote, and that possibly the loss would have been worse if Taylor Swift and folks like Oprah weren't working with Kamala Harris. These people have they're famous. They have a lot of notoriety. So when they're doing something with a candidate, that speaks to people who are low propensity voters, people who don't pay attention to politics like everybody else does here, right? We want to get those people out to vote. And a lot of those people align with Kamala Harris. And if they see Oprah standing next to Kamala Harris, they're like, oh yeah, that looks cool to me. So I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think it like quote unquote backfired. Maybe there's a way to do it more strategically in the future. But to say that, oh yeah, no, we shouldn't work with Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star on earth, I think that's foolish.
You know what, Harry?
Nobody cares, Harry.
You're
Nobody
both
cares
right
about
and wrong.
celebrity endorsements.
I don't think they do.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, nobody cares about celebrity endorsements. Here, let me give you one example. If Democrats, for example,
I think it does matter if your celebrities are more active, because obviously the celebrity endorsement from people like Musk or Joe Rogan was that Joe Rogan allowed people to go to onto his show and platform their opinions, whereas Taylor Swift wasn't hanging around with Harris and giving Harris a 3-hour sit down to talk about the Democratic Party, right? And obviously Elon Musk's activity is unparalleled. You're not seeing that from like Soros or Mark Zuckerberg, whoever else they blamed for supporting Democrats.
Passed Build Back Better, the original Build Back Better that Biden and Bernie were trying to get through. That included paid family leave, childcare, universal pre-K, free community college, expanding Medicare, higher minimum wage, lowering all prescription drug prices, expanded child tax credit. If you got that through, I think this election very well may have been different and Democrats would have won. And I don't think dragging out, Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whoever else is going to make much of a difference, because people like them for what they like them for. They like them for the singing. They like them for the dances. They don't really want to hear their thoughts on the marginal tax rate.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
I definitely agree.
Let me bring. I want to bring Dina back in.
I agree with Kyle on that, and I want to say, Gene, thank you for that presidential endorsement. Who knows what 2028 will hold? But they overplayed their hand with celebrities. It's not that you don't want celebrities, but celebrities motivate the base that you already have. What this campaign did is they put too much stock in those celebrities. Those celebrities, just like my colleagues on this panel, just like myself, they only have one vote to give. Yes, they have influence, but you know who could have been a bit better influence on that race is everyday working class people standing by her side. Everyday working class people talking about how under the Harris-Walz presidency, things would be different for them, that the minimum wage would be increased, et cetera, et cetera. That did not happen. So although Taylor Swift is popular, obviously she's not that popular because she absolutely did not move the needle. And this is no shade to her. It is just celebrities are good for the base. They are not.
Again, real wages did go up. It's just that it wasn't enough to reverse the impression done by a fucking 2-year horrible inflation crisis that affected every incumbent in the world. It's just like, oh God. It got the Japanese Liberal Democratic Party to lose, right? Bro, those guys only ever lost one more election since the 50s, and it was in 2008, another economic crash. So, eek. I know it was the case that the median income of Trump's voters was higher than for Hillary. Is it the same with Harris, though? That part I'd be interested in seeing.
Necessarily good to move those undecided voters.
I mean, the other thing, Nina, the other thing I would say,
they lost 1993 as well, did they? Let's see. Well, is this really a loss? Like, they didn't get a majority, but they had 223 seats. The second highest had 70. I think they've been the largest party in every election apart from 2008, no? By far. 2009, technically. Here was when they actually had less, when they lost seats, when they came second. And the other repeat of that, I'm pretty sure there's Shinzo Abe, right here. Oh, October 2024. I guess this is still kind of like a loss, but it was closer. They still got the majority of the seats. Okay, so 93 is the other time. Okay. Okay.
Too. I mean,
the other thing I would say,
it's the way they did it.
Yeah,
it was
I
a very
agree with you.
elitist way. It was the way they did it.
No,
too.
I agree with you. I just there's a different issue which Trump's picks, nominee picks for the cabinet. I think I see a consistent pattern here. The one running theme of all of them is they're all good on television. Trump understands the power of television like no political candidate I've ever seen. He absolutely gets it because he's a TV guy. I did his Celebrity Apprentice show. I saw him at first hand. He loves the camera loves him, and he's great at the power of television. If you look at RFK Jr., you look at Tulsi Gabbard, you look at Marco Rubio, you look at even Matt Gaetz, look at all these people. What's the common theme? They're all good talkers, and they're good on telly.
Unqualified.
Whereas if I think, yeah, but of course, everyone can have their view about their politics, but they are good performers on television. If I try and think of a lot of Democrats,
Piers doesn't like that. No, that disrupts the both sides are who absolutely fucking glazes the shit out of Trump. But yeah, RFK. Is RFK like a good media performer? I mean, not to be an asshole. Okay. Fuck that. No. Okay. Okay. I guess we can do the thing now. What shall I do first? Shall I do the news item and then we'll just read the thing? Or will I watch the thing after reading it? There's not actually that much to it in terms of like merits claims or anything like that. They're not really going over the substance of the charges. But it looks like, where are we? Yeah, the substance of the charges isn't actually included here, I don't think, or not much of it is, but we do know what the charges are. So there's like, who are the warrants for? Well, unfortunately, a few of the people these warrants are for are dead, so they're not going to have a warrant out for Hania or Sinwar, but I think the one for Mohammed Daif is still going out because he might still be alive. I don't know. We'll read through it anyway. So a little while ago, the ICC put out a request for a warrant to arrest people involved in the Israel-Hamas war. On the Israeli side, they had a warrant out they wanted to get a warrant for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, who was Israel's defense minister at the time. He is no longer. And on the Hamas side, they wanted a warrant for Hania Mohammed Daif, who is the head of the Al-Qassam brigades, and for Yahya Sinwar, who was the Hamas leader in the Gaza Strip. So, unfortunately, for the proceedings, the three Hamas guys are basically dead. Like, Sinwar is definitely dead, Hania is definitely dead, and Daif is almost definitely dead. So, basically, these warrants are for the two Israelis who have still survived the war. So, let's see. I'll read this first because it has the alleged crimes. Israel tried to challenge this in terms of a legal argument about jurisdiction for the arrest warrants, but it's been rejected today. So, today, on November 21st, 2024, pre-trial chamber 1 of the International Criminal Court, in its composition for the situation in the state of Palestine, unanimously issued 2 decisions rejecting challenges by the state of Israel, brought under Articles 18 and 19 of the Rome Statute. It also issued warrants of arrest for Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. So, it's the Israeli Prime Minister and the Israeli Defense Minister, former Defense Minister. The chamber ruled on 2 requests submitted by the Israel, on September 26, 2024. In the first request, Israel challenged the court's jurisdiction over the situation in the state of Palestine in general and over Israeli nationals more specifically, on the basis of Article 19(2) of the statute. In the second request, Israel requested that the chamber order the prosecution to provide a new notification of the initiation of an investigation into its authorities under Article 18(1) of the statute. Israel also requested the chamber to halt any proceedings before the court in the relevant situation, including the consideration of the applications for warrants of arrest for Netanyahu and Mr. Yoav Gallant submitted by the prosecution on 20th of May 2024. As to the first challenge, the chamber noted that the acceptance by Israel of the court's jurisdiction is not required, as the court can exercise its jurisdiction on the basis of territorial jurisdiction of Palestine, as determined by Pretrial Chamber 1 in a previous composition. Furthermore, the chamber considered that pursuant to Article 19(1) of the statute, states are not entitled to challenge the court's jurisdiction under Article 19(2) prior to the issuance of a warrant of arrest. Thus, Israel's challenge is premature. This is without prejudice to any future possible challenges to the court's jurisdiction and/or admissibility of any particular case. The chamber also rejected Israel's request under Article 18(1) of the statute. The chamber recalled that the prosecution notified Israel of the initiation of an investigation in 2021. At that time, despite a clarification requested by the prosecution, Israel elected not to pursue any request for deferral of the investigation. Further, the chamber considered that the parameters of the investigation in the situation have remained the same and, as a consequence, no new notification to the State of Israel was required. In light of this, the judges found that there was no reason to halt the consideration of the applications for warrants of arrest. So, Israel's challenges here are basically to do with jurisdiction and timing, but they were both rejected. So, or procedure more than timing. Okay. Warrants of arrest. The chamber issued warrants of arrest for two individuals, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu and Mr. Yoav Gallant, for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed from at least October 8th, 2023 and until at least May 20th, 2024. The day the prosecution filed the applications for warrants of arrest. Why did you stop on the line that nothing changed from 2021? What? Well, the decision to block aid entries to Gaza was on October 8th, no? So I think that's what they're referring to. Okay. The arrest warrants are classified as secret in order to protect witnesses and to safeguard the conduct of the investigations. However, the chamber decided to release the information below since conduct similar to that addressed in the warrant of arrest appears to be ongoing. Moreover, the chamber considers it to be in the interest of victims and their families that they are made aware of the warrant's existence. At the outset, the chamber considered that the alleged conduct of Mr. Netanyahu and Mr. Gallant falls within the jurisdiction of the court. The chamber recalled that in a previous composition, it already decided that the court's jurisdiction in the situation extended to Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Furthermore, the chamber declined to use its discretionary proprio motu powers to determine the admissibility of the two cases at this stage. This is without prejudice to any determination as to the jurisdiction and admissibility of the cases at a later stage. With regard to the crimes, the chamber found reasonable grounds to believe that Netanyahu, born on 21st of October 1949, Prime Minister of Israel at the time of relevant conduct, and Mr. Gallant, born on 8th of November 1958, Minister of Defense of Israel at the time of the alleged conduct, each bear criminal responsibility for the following crimes as co-perpetrators for committing the acts jointly with others: the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare, and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts. This is a really big charge here. They're both actually really big. The chamber also found reasonable grounds to believe that Netanyahu and Gallant each bear criminal responsibility as civilian superiors for the war crime of intentionally directing an attack against the civilian population. Ooh. Okay. And this is going to be the alleged crimes. Okay. You know what? We might get these up for this because this is the part that matters. Let's see. Stream? Where the fuck? All right. Stream notes. Okay. What do they base the starvation claim on? Well, we will see. I'm guessing it's almost 100% because of the total siege announcement and measures at the very beginning, right? Because between October... What's the timeline? Between October 8th and... There's a history. Between October 8th and October... What's the other date? There's another date involved there for the timeline. There was a really valuable timeline that I had. I just don't know where it is now. Is it here? No. No. Okay. Slow down. Food aid, COGAT, CNN. Convergence plan, Doctors Without Borders. This. It's actually October 9th, it says here. So maybe it was announced on October 7th. Complete blockade on Gaza. It was here. Food, water, electricity, and fuel. And it wasn't lifted until... October 21st. So you're talking about 2 weeks. I imagine that's what the charge is going to be mostly linked to, but we'll see. The Chamber found reasonable grounds to believe that during the relevant time, international humanitarian law related to the international armed conflict between Israel and Palestine applied. This is because they are two high contracting parties to the 1949 Geneva Conventions and because Israel occupies at least parts of Palestine. The Chamber also found that the law related to non-international armed conflict applied to the fighting between Israel and Hamas. The Chamber found that the alleged conduct of Mr. Netanyahu and Gallant concerned the activities of Israeli government bodies and the armed forces against the civilian population in Palestine, more specifically, civilians in Gaza. It therefore concerned the relationship between two parties to an international armed conflict, as well as the relationship between an occupying power and the population in occupied territory. How do you starve in 2 weeks? It doesn't matter if they didn't starve people in 2 weeks, but it was the measures that were used. And obviously the measure that was used was getting rid of all the food, water, and aid from entering Gaza. Chill. We're going to figure it out, okay? For these reasons, with regards to war crimes, the Chamber found it appropriate to issue the arrest warrants pursuant to the law of international armed conflict. The Chamber also found that the alleged crimes against humanity were part of a widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population of Gaza. Okay. What would this be? This would be like the press release statement, right? Whoa. Reasonable grounds to believe. I'm pretty sure this is like a legal term, reasonable grounds to believe. Okay. Oh, they're just saying, they're saying, okay. IHL related to armed conflict and applied, okay. Both high contracting parties to the 1949 Geneva Conventions. Israel occupies at least parts of Palestine. What do they mean at least parts? Which parts don't they? Are they referring to Gaza there maybe? Or parts of Gaza? I have no idea. The border? Okay. The Chamber found that the law related to non-international armed conflict. Okay. Conflict applies to Israel and Hamas. The alleged conduct of Netanyahu, okay, armed forces. So this will be the crimes. Crimes against humanity. Part of a widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population of Gaza. Is Area A considered occupied? Pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is. I don't know though. Well, yeah, because I think where's the thing? The 3-point test. I know it because it's in the Great March of Return document. Occupation law, was that it? Yeah. The effective control test. Is this from the Hague regulation? Patient effective control test. Ooh, what the fuck is this? Maybe it's actually in the... Yeah, it's from Article 42 of the Hague Regulations of 1907. I'm pretty sure these are also... So this is what they say here. They say territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of the hostile army. The occupation extends only to the territory where such authority has been established and can be exercised. And then for the effective control test, they say that the armed forces have to be physically present in the territory of another country, of another party without consent. Presence of foreign armed forces displaces the local sovereign authority. Foreign forces have established or can readily establish their own authority. That's the 3-point test for occupation. Right, where are we? Stream notes. Crimes against humanity. Okay. The Chamber considered that there are reasonable grounds to believe that both individuals intentionally and knowingly deprived the civilian population in Gaza of objects indispensable to their survival, including food, water, and medicine and medical supplies, as well as fuel and electricity, from at least 8th of October to 20th of May, 2024. That's a big gap. Okay. Let's see. Where is starvation as a weapon of war? Is that what they called it? Starvation as a method of warfare. Okay. Gallant and Bibi intentionally and knowingly deprived the civilian population in Gaza of objects indispensable to their survival, including food, water, and medicine and medical supplies, as well as fuel and electricity. From at least, 8th October 2023 to 20th of May 2024. That is quite a while. Okay, that's like, what is that, 8 months? Okay. There's a bit of listing of evidence here, but again, this isn't going to give you like the substance of the charges. It's not going to give you the merits or the like qualifications, because they obviously want to keep that quiet until a later date, but they'll give you some of it. Okay. The finding is based on the role of Mr. Netanyahu and Gallant in impeding humanitarian aid in violation of humanitarian law and their failure to facilitate relief by all means at its disposal. Okay. Okay, let's do this here. Okay. It's the time span from the application. They can't treat the stuff after that. Okay. But they're saying they've done it all the way through, not just at the beginning. So they're not it's not the beginning with the, whatever you call it, the total siege quote. They're not just referring to that. Okay. Impeding of humanitarian aid and failure to facilitate relief by all means at its disposal. The Chamber found that their conduct led to the disruption of the ability of humanitarian organizations to provide food and other essential goods to the population in need in Gaza. Okay, so they, conduct led to the disruption of the ability humanitarian orgs to provide food and other essential goods. The aforementioned restrictions, together with cutting off electricity and refusing fuel supply, also had a severe impact on the availability of water in Gaza and the ability of hospitals to provide medical care. Okay. Cutting off electricity. Which impacted availability of water and ability of hospitals to provide care. The Chamber also noted that decisions following or allowing, or increasing humanitarian assistance into Gaza were often conditional. They were not made to fulfill Israel's obligations under international humanitarian law or to ensure that the civilian population in Gaza would be adequately supplied with goods in need. In fact, they were a response to the pressure of the international community or requests by the United States of America. Now, this part in Bob Woodward's book seems to be true, at least throughout October and early November, but I don't know if it, I don't know if what he wrote implies that it went further. Okay. Allowance of assistance was often conditional, either on national pressure or U.S. request. In any event, the increases in humanitarian assistance were not sufficient to improve the population's access to essential goods. Okay. Furthermore, the Chamber found reasonable grounds to believe that no clear military need or other justification under international humanitarian law could be identified for the restrictions placed on access for humanitarian relief operations. Despite warnings and appeals made by inter alia, the UN Security Council. Okay. No clear military need or other justification for these restrictions. Okay. Despite warnings and appeals made by inter alia, the UN Security Council, UN Secretary General, states, and governmental and civil society organizations about the humanitarian conditions in Gaza, only minimal humanitarian assistance was authorized. In this regard, the Chamber considered the prolonged period of deprivation and Mr. Netanyahu's statement connecting the halt in the essential goods and humanitarian aid with the goals of the war. The Chamber therefore found reasonable grounds to believe that Netanyahu and Gallant bear criminal responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare. Okay. Already got that at the top. The Chamber found that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the lack of food, water, electricity, and fuel, and specific medical supplies created conditions of life calculated to bring about the destruction of part of the civilian population in Gaza, which resulted in the death of civilians, including children, due to malnutrition and dehydration. Is this them alluding to the Genocide Convention without actually saying it openly? Genocide allusion? Like, I don't know how that works, if the way they say that, because that's from the Genocide Convention, that sentence. Created, lack of aid, created conditions of life calculated to bring about the destruction of part of... death of civilians. Okay. On the basis of material presented by the prosecution covering the period until May 2024, the chamber could not determine that all elements of the crime against humanity of extermination were met. Okay. Extermination. The chamber could not determine that all elements of the crime against humanity of extermination were met. However, does that mean they're throwing it out already, or they're going to still take it to trial? I don't know what any of this fucking... Oh, God. I need lawyers! I need lawyers! Does that mean that they're dismissing this one and they're going to pursue this charge instead? Or they're just going to say that this part, there might be more fucking discovery or whatever? Like, because... Okay, I don't know. Blah. Did find... Read it again. Me reading it again isn't going to help. I don't... I need to understand what exactly they're saying. Did find reasonable... reasonable grounds to believe that the crime against humanity of murder was committed in relation to these victims. All right. In addition, by intentionally limiting or preventing medical supplies and medicine from getting into Gaza, in particular anesthetics and anesthesia machines, 2 individuals are also responsible for inflicting great suffering by means of inhumane acts of persons in need of treatment. Oh, the 2 individuals, okay. Inhumane acts. Intentionally limiting or preventing medical supplies and medicine from getting into Gaza. Anesthetics and anesthesia machines, okay. Particularly doctors forced to operate on wounded persons, carry out amputations, including on children, without anesthetics. Is this a decision with judgment, or is this the accusation waiting to be determined? It's an arrest warrant. So that would mean it's waiting to be determined, I'd imagine. The chamber also found reasonable grounds to believe that the above-mentioned conduct deprived a significant portion of the civilian population in Gaza of their fundamental rights, including the rights to life and health, and the population was targeted based on political and/or national grounds. It therefore found that the crime against humanity of persecution was committed. Persecution, okay. Finally, the chamber assessed that there are reasonable grounds to believe that Netanyahu and Gallant bear criminal responsibility as civilian superiors for the war crime of intentionally directing acts against civilian population of Gaza, okay? Directing attacks against the civilian population. What's this a reference to? In this regard, the chamber found that the material provided by the prosecution only allowed it to make findings on 2 incidents that qualified as attacks that were intentionally directed at civilians, okay? 2 incidents. What are they? When they say 2 incidents, do they mean like an airstrike, or do they mean like an operation? Or like a fucking combat unit? What? Okay, hang on. Material. Something that you can trace to a direction. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know what that means by like, because obviously you can give a general direction and that would be something that people are doing all the way throughout the conflict, right? Like from day one till now. Or it could be like a particular operation which was more limited. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Only allowed it to make findings on 2 incidents that qualified as attacks that were intentionally directed. Do they give you the example of what those incidents are? Reasonable grounds to believe exist that Mr. Netanyahu and Gallant, despite having measures available to them to prevent or repress the commission of crimes or ensure the submittal of the matter to the competent authorities, failed to do so. Okay. Background, this is the Rome Statute. Rome. This is all the legal background. Okay. So they're not going to tell us what the 2 incidents were, unless I don't think it's going to be. This is all to do with jurisdiction, right? If they want to arrest him, why are they beating around the bush so much? What? Bro, welcome to international law. What the fuck? Or welcome to any law, I guess. Just send in special forces to Netanyahu's house. What? Okay. This is all just about jurisdiction and is therefore not going to matter to us, I don't think, because this is just Israel's legal arguments or procedural arguments. To get off the hook, leave for reply, blah, blah, don't care about that. Fuck that. Procedural history. Preliminary matters. Merits of the request. This is all procedural. Okay. So, the summary here is that Israel stands accused, well, Netanyahu and Gallant stand accused of crimes against humanity, particularly starvation as a method of warfare, which means that they knowingly and intentionally deprived the civilian population in Gaza of objects indispensable to the survivors. So they basically intentionally stopped people from being able to receive aid that they needed, and that I guess they could have let them get it, but they chose not to. And they did so with no clear military need or justification. They also consider, I think, the crime of humanity of extermination, but they say that they can't determine whether all the elements of that particular crime are met, but they do have reasonable grounds to believe that the crime against humanity of murder was committed in relation to the victims. They talk about inhumane acts. The specific incident they use there is depriving people of anesthetics and anesthesia machines, so people have to do operations without anesthetic. Pretty fucking grim. And then they've got the directing attacks against the civilian population, because they can say there are 2 instances where Netanyahu and Gallant apparently oversaw directed attacks against civilians. But I don't know what they mean by 2 incidents. I don't know if they mean a particular operation or a particular, just a single strike, or if they mean like a more broad general direction of the war. If it was that latter one, that would be really fucking bad. That would be extreme, but we'll see. Okay. And they also said that the blocking of aid, or the, I guess, like limiting of aid, was an issue at least up until May 20th, because that was the time of the request for the warrant. So they would but they also expect that it's still ongoing. So they're not referring to a single moment. They're not referring to, say, the first 2 weeks after October 7th. And they're also not referring to the siege that happened recently in the north, because that was later. So does that mean they ordered attacks from civilians, or they just didn't stop from occurring? Don't know. They haven't disclosed that yet. Okay. What does James want? Hello. Okay. What does James want?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. Well, is my mic really bad?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. No. Two things. Firstly, about the thing we were talking about earlier about like good Arab voices. I'd probably say a lot of the people like Sally Abed and like Rula Daoud. Or Rula, I can't actually don't know. In like Standing Together, they're very good. And a guy called Wadi, who it's not the guy that David mentioned, but they've had a few issues with that Ahmed guy you mentioned. I think probably because they think he puts a bit too much onus on the Palestinian side, and they think he's too blaming of like individuals as opposed to like systems of oppression. I think, which I think I can probably agree with. Also, I wanted to talk to you about the like why the Democrats lost, if that's all right, for a bit.
Yeah. But
like-
I already know it's because inflation. It ruined everyone in every election since 2022.
I understand that. I understand that, but I'm worried, especially with these people saying it was because they went too woke. That it was people are going to think that we need to go more right wing economically. I think that's kind of a death wish. I think it wasn't just like incumbency. I know that is a factor, but I think in the next election, especially with the evidence from Hillary's election, I think you can't just be like say, oh, this was just the circumstances. Firstly, also the association with Biden, and it was that like he should have been a one-term president. He should have gone out way earlier. It was kind of a failure to appeal to like, I think, go on like the podcasts such as like Joe Rogan and shit. I think that does play a role, but I also think for future, I actually think the data does point to Democrats taking a more economically populist position. I know Cenk is very bad at communicating this, but if you look at the data, it showed. I think this guy, this leader of this institute, who he basically spoke about how the Democratic voters that didn't want to, Michael Podhorzer, chair of the Analyst Institute, she kept the Democrats that she lost were the Democrats that voted against Trump, said they were voting against Trump in 2020. She kept those who were voting for Biden. So she lost the more progressively inclined base of support. And she also lost, obviously, I'm pretty sure she lost swing voters that voted for Obama in 2012 and but voted for Trump in 2016. I think it is the case that I do feel like Bernie won a lot of the people that she lost or didn't get. And I do really believe that, and seeing how the economy, like every election, was the main factor in this election. They didn't talk about their economic populist policies enough, and they spoke far too much about democracy and far too much about Trump. They rarely ever. I mean, Piers likes to talk about how Tim Walz was the most unpopular or like was a disaster. He was the most popular candidate in that race of the four presidential candidates and vice presidents. Like he's got the I do think it's not. I think a social democratic like bend next time will be good, but I'm really worried that people like Bill Maher, some people like Destiny will support people that are just not ready. I feel like they'll support like a Joe Manchin type Democrat or something like that, and I'm really worried about that because I think it should be someone like Sean Fain of the UAW.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know whether you think there's any meat on the bone of like what Bernie has been saying or not.
I really don't know. I still don't even know what the median income was of what the median income was of like the Trump voters versus the Harris voters. I don't even know that. Like the problem with Americans still is that I think they are still quite red scared. So the idea of running Bernie is like it could be great for a lot of the youth voters who didn't turn out this election, but I don't know how many. Like I think a lot of Democrats are still moderates, and I don't really know what would happen to them if a big left populist switch actually came about. I don't know.
I think he would have done. Some people in your chat are gonna call me insane for this. I'm leaning towards saying he would have done better than Kamala in this election.
I remember thinking that Corbyn would have massively outperformed Ed Miliband.
No, hold on.
Gobbled the shit out of those.
Corbyn was like a terrible communicator. Corbyn is the least popular politician in the UK. Bernie is the most popular sitting member of office, of any office currently in the US.
Okay.
Completely different situations.
Okay, but I think as far as their platform goes, like Sanders is he's about as progressive as Corbyn in terms of the general economic platform. I don't know. I think like if there was like a primary and I was getting to choose between Harris and Bernie, I'd probably choose Bernie. But like I don't know. I feel like it's just a big risk. It's the only thing I'm kind of like having. I don't really know if I can predict who would do better or worse. I don't think we're in kind of that situation now where it's very difficult to tell either way because we're in such a new territory when it comes to populism.
Yeah, I mean, I would say though, I think having someone that can talk and be a good, effective communicator, one, and can also expose like Trump's phony populism and say that, like basically call him out for being like a fraud on like union busting and shit like that, and like his tax cuts for the wealthy and his deregulation would be quite good. I also think you're saying that being on the left is a risk, right? But I've got to say, I think what is a bigger risk is running like a proper neoliberal, like right-wing Democrat. I think that's a way bigger risk, especially like even if like I just think the data doesn't point to that direction. I do think it does show something that Bernie won the kind of the coalition that Trump made, as well as Joe Rogan. Like, I don't think we need to move left per se. I just think you need to stress your left wing positions more. And I will say, the reason I'm saying this is because the American public don't view like paid family leave, universal pre-K, maybe even a public option. They don't really view these things as like progressive or too left wing. They view these things as kind of common sense. And like Trump supporters even support them in vast majority when you look at their polling. So I think getting an effective communicator like Sean Fain or Jon Stewart, get them to go on the Manosphere podcasts, get them to campaign in swing states more. Like, I don't know. I'm just really, really worried that they're going to go with like Josh Shapiro or like, or someone like a right-wing Democrat. Like, I don't think I'm just worried essentially. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm way to the left economically, I think, compared to Harris, so wouldn't bother me. I just hope it works out. But I guess that'll be a case for the primary, right?
Yeah. Josh Shapiro is like, sorry, go on.
I think there was a big mistake that Harris made with trying to appeal to moderate Republicans with the whole Cheney thing, and we're going to 200 Republican supporters, because moderate Republicans just don't exist anymore, and they obviously didn't turn out largely for Harris. I think the thing that she needed, that she was missing, was the youth vote, and probably getting all the women to turn out as well for the Roe v. Wade shit. But I guess the issue there is just there might not be any Republican moderates to grab. I think we've established but there's not enough. Like I don't know how many moderate Democrats there are that could be lost. That's probably the issue. But otherwise, just wait and see, I guess.
It's that. What is it? The left was talking about how much of a mistake it was to appeal to this mythical center-right suburban white woman vote. That, like, because okay, that even if they don't like Trump's rhetoric on like women, even if they do, they are still going to vote Trump. Even these neocons who prefer like Nikki Haley, they all still voted Trump. Like no like hanging out with like war criminal daughters mattered. It just didn't. And like, what is it? You've got that. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I just think stress economics and also abortion mattered in the midterms in 2022. I don't think it wasn't like abortion was not the big thing this election. And
well, it should have been. It just people didn't hammer enough on it. There was not like the lack of aggression from Harris and Walz. Yeah, but like the lack of aggression from Harris and Walz on that issue just wasn't there. I don't think. Same with democracy. I feel like people do care about these issues. It's just that Harris and Walz didn't really make them people's issues, or they didn't really keep them fresh in people's minds.
I know, but if you don't talk about economics, you're not going to win swing state voters, and you're not going to win the base.
There was no way you could talk about economics in this particular cycle, though, because Democrats have been they're incumbents, right? Being an incumbent in a time of economic difficulty, even if it's improving, which it was, like real wages were up for I think a couple of quarters before the election. So that's something that I don't think they had any answer to.
Well, okay, there's two things. Firstly, they didn't stress it enough. They talked too much about like. Second of all, they didn't talk about economics enough. I reckon if you did like one of those like counts of how many times I mentioned the word democracy and fascists versus like wages and economy, I reckon the former was mentioned more. Also, they did kind of come across like sometimes as like, you know, thinking that things are getting better for you, and it just, although it is on the metrics, it just wasn't enough. Also, I'm not just talking about why they lost or what they had to do this time. I'm talking about what they have to do next time. Like next time they just cannot move economically right wing. It's a death wish. And I think people like Josh Shapiro, who like have like hurt gig workers in the state and like have like done corporate tax cuts and things. I reckon he's like the Ron DeSantis of the Democrats. I think he's been overly hyped up as like some guy that's going to be a heavyweight. I really don't think he'll be effective against like Vivek Ramaswamy, like in 2028 or something like that. But yeah, I think you need to do what Trump does, massively appeal to your base, which is progressively inclined, and take on policies that you don't have to like take on a bunch of new left-wing policies. You have to stress the ones that you already kind of support, and yeah, that's pretty much what you're going to do. And it's like it's the economy, stupid. Like even James Carville, I think it was James Carville, the guy that helped the Clinton campaign. Even he is saying like, yeah, Bernie was sort of right. We didn't stress our working class economic policies enough. That's kind of what I'm saying, pretty much.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'll probably have to do more reading about different candidates and what the American people actually want for economics and populism, whatever else. But yeah, we'll see. But I appreciate it.
And also this recent indictment, of this arrest warrant, it's kind of thanks to Abbas. It's all thanks to Abbas. Like, and I feel like I don't know what it will do for him in Palestinian politics, to be honest, because he's because he's old as hell and still.
What is that?
Really
because
corrupt.
He was the one that signed up to the Rome Statute and all that shit.
Yeah, he's been going through the UN, and as punishment, sometimes when he goes to the UN, Israel cuts the Palestinian Authority's customs revenue, I believe. So really rewarding peaceful resistance there.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Thanks, man. See you in a bit.
Take care. Bye-bye. You heard him there. Thank Mahmoud Abbas, your supreme leader. Okay. What is the analysis? What are the news wankers saying about it?
Ali, great to have you with us. First, has there been any reaction to this?
Kal-El 1K Thanks for the $4.99. You're an island of tranquility and a dead sea full of chaos. Keep it up, brother. Oh, I appreciate that. Wow, that's really nice of you. You, thanks for the $5. How do you feel about the online lib position that seems to prop up that every international organization is always after Israel? I have no idea. I don't know. I feel like I can see why people say that because the international community is pretty disproportionate in their attacks on Israel, but I don't know why that is. Maybe they hold them to a higher standard because they're Western aligned, but whatever. Not worth going into. Just study the facts. Just dispute and debate on the facts. Jonathan Gendler, thanks for the $2. Have you heard about the US plan to sanction the ICC? Yeah, we'll get to that. Don't worry. That's the unfortunate thing. The unfortunate thing about the ICC thing is that you would sooner have Trump arrest the ICC than Netanyahu gets arrested. Like, you'd sooner have Trump arrest the ICC than anyone in the ICC gets to arrest Netanyahu.
So far in Israel.
There hasn't been any reaction officially from Netanyahu's office. I have texted officials close to the Israeli Prime Minister, but there's been no reaction yet. But we know, or we can predict, how they will react, given that when the chief prosecutor for the International Criminal Court, Karim Khan, who's a British lawyer, first sought these arrest warrants, it was met with a lot of anger and, frankly, disbelief by senior members of the Israeli government and a lot of people in Israel as well. They were disgusted at the idea that the ICC could be investigating Israeli leaders for war crimes when it was Hamas that carried out the October the 7th attacks. But the initial request by the chief prosecutor of the ICC included, as well as Netanyahu and the former now defense minister Yoav Gallant, it included the two Hamas leaders, Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh. Well, they're now both dead, killed by Israel, so they're no longer on the charge sheet, as it were. Mohammed Daif, another senior member, commander of Hamas, an arrest warrant has been issued for him as well. Israel says that they had killed him, but Hamas have not confirmed it officially. So, effectively, 3 arrest warrants have been issued by the international.
Oh, was it not for? Oh, never mind. Okay.
Criminal court, but the 2 most significant, for obvious reasons.
It was for 3 Hamas guys and 2 Israeli guys, right? But the 3 Hamas guys are dead, basically. Okay.
So those against Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. The court, in their statement they released, said that they have reasonable grounds to believe that those 2 men have been carrying out the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts. Now, it's been quite a lengthy process to get to this point ever since the arrest warrants were first sought about 6 or 7 months ago. There have been a lot of legal challenges, in particular by the Israelis, against firstly the authority of the court to do this. The Israelis argue that the court doesn't have an authority to pursue claims related to Israel because they're not a signatory, or the Palestinian. But the court rejected that and said they do have jurisdiction over Palestinian territory. There's also been question marks over one of the judges on the panel and their suitability to take one of these decisions and whether or not they were suitably independent. But the court has rejected all that and has now issued these arrest warrants. So what does it mean? Well, practically, it would mean that Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant couldn't travel to any state that is a signatory of the International Criminal Court. There's around 120 countries around the world, including many European countries, including the United Kingdom. And by rights, at least according to what those countries have signed up to, were Netanyahu to travel to any of those countries, he should be arrested by the police forces of those countries. And it'll be.
I'm guessing it's happened before. I think, did Putin not go to South Africa or something? I'm pretty sure that just because the ICC has a warrant for your arrest doesn't mean that the country you go to is going to arrest you. Because obviously, the ICC is like Are they like the Supreme Court? Do they have like neither purse nor sword, where so they can't really enforce shit without help from countries that are signed to it, without their signatories?
Very interesting to see actually whether
al-Bashir from Sudan, who went to South Africa. I see.
What Keir Starmer and the Labour Party government's reaction is to this. Starmer, human rights lawyer by trade, shortly after Labour came to power, they actually removed an objection or a question mark that the previous British government had submitted to the International Criminal Court. But the United States, obviously Israel's closest ally, they are not a signatory of the ICC. So in theory, Netanyahu would still be able to travel to the United States, a country that he has such a long affiliation with, a country where he grew up in, went to school in his early years.
Was the ICC the one that tried the Yugoslav war criminals? So I don't know if it came under the ICC, but the Yugoslavia criminals were prosecuted by the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. There was a separate body for that. I think it came from the United Nations. I don't know if it was the ICC that set those up. It was established by the Security Council by Resolution 827. So I guess that means no. Does that mean they have nothing to do with the ICC?
Years. And we've already seen from the incoming Republican administration in the United States threats to sanction the ICC were they to proceed.
No, the ICC came into being in 2002, I see.
This. So I think Netanyahu will have support on the other side of the Atlantic. Also, these ICC arrest warrants don't always get carried out. We saw President Putin, who had an arrest warrant issued for him after the invasion of Ukraine, traveled to Mongolia a couple of months ago, and nothing was done about that. He wasn't arrested when he landed in Mongolia. But in terms of the reputation of Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, in terms of their legacy, they are now wanted suspects, wanted to be put on trial for war crimes, and it is a label that will never leave them, and object to it as strongly as no doubt they will do. Nonetheless, a body of such, the International Criminal Court, has decided after many months of weighing up the evidence that there is sufficient evidence to request arrest warrants against Israel's Prime Minister and former Defense Minister.
And Ali, you say there's been no official reaction to it yet, but as you point out, when the arrest warrants were requested by Karim Khan back in May, there was a lot of pushback from the Israelis because, as we've seen, there were those two appeals that were put in place that the ICC rejected to date. Now, it's a de facto travel ban for those countries that are part of the Rome Statute, part of the ICC. But I think the first requirement is on national courts to bring in that arrest warrant as well. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has his issues with the Israeli courts at the moment. There are still those outstanding cases against him. And I'm not suggesting for a moment that Israel would try and follow through on this arrest warrant from the ICC. But does this in any way build on some of the domestic pressure that Benjamin Netanyahu may be facing in that regard?
You're right. I don't see a situation where the Israeli High Court, for example, will demand the arrest domestically of either Netanyahu or Gallant. But you never know what might happen in the future. And that will always play on Netanyahu. You never know what a court might do in 5 years hence, 10 years hence, for example. I think there are cases, I think there is precedent for courts in countries to arrest their own citizens, their own past leaders, and deport them to The Hague. But it's not something I can see happening in the current state in Israel. I think this will make negotiations to bring about a ceasefire in Gaza potentially harder. I mean, they're difficult enough as it is at the moment. In terms of the timing of this, I think there probably are two factors. One is what is going on in northern Gaza at the moment, because Israel is being accused of carrying out anything between ethnic cleansing and genocide. I should point out the accusation of genocide is an accusation. It is not been formally labelled as such. That is a matter for another court, the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. But those are the accusations that are being labelled at the Israeli government and the Israeli military for their actions in northern Gaza right now. And secondly, I do think that incoming Trump administration might have played a factor into the timing for the release of this announcement as well. So it will probably complicate matters when it comes to trying to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza. We will have to see how Benjamin Netanyahu
reacts. Shit, look at that. There's your fucking holy duo incoming. Oh, God.
I can't think that he will leave it long before releasing some form of statement or something will come out from the Prime Minister's office. But in the past, he has been very defiant about his own actions. And a lot of Israelis, I would say, were appalled at the idea, even if they don't like or support Benjamin Netanyahu, they were appalled at the idea that Israel.
I thought the ICC was a court of last resort, isn't it, for the Israeli courts to prosecute him if he's tried to be tried for war crimes? I don't think anyone is expecting. The most Israel would do in that situation is they would have a commission, and then some people would lose their jobs, right? Like they have done that. Like they did the Khan Commission. Is it the Khan Commission? After Sabra Shatila, but that didn't result in prosecutions. That resulted in people losing their positions, despite them being found responsible. See, look, yeah, I like this, though. You get the, it's good to have these handy. That's what I mean. If you see something, say something. By the way, John Doe, you liar. You lying cunt. Said since April 2024, 7 months ago. Israel's violated IHL and Netanyahu is a cunt who should be in jail. Yeah, you're a liar. You're a piece of shit. Sorry. Like, I don't even... What can you say? And as for you, sorry, who's the other person? Oh, I do hope he changes his mind. There's still time for him to redeem himself. I will never try to appease dipshits like you, okay? Just so you understand, okay? The less of you in my community, the better. Fuck off, all right?
Leaders could be on the same charge sheet as Hamas's leaders.
Okay, Ali, for now, in Israel, thank you very much for that update.
Ooh. Why have you not responded to the video? It's with my editor. Chill. Okay. Tell me, how do you justify? I'm not going to fucking humor sea-lining retards in my chat who just, you realize you just opened with a straw man, got proven wrong, and now you've moved on to the next claim. Do you see how you do that? Do you see why you've basically just proven that there's no point ever engaging with people like you? Because you just made a false claim. You made a false claim about what I said about the ICC, even though it got proven wrong in fucking 4K for the last, that I said 7 months ago, and then you don't acknowledge it and you just move on to the next thing. You don't deserve my attention. Fuck you. Unless it's to say shit like that to you, okay? Jesus. Ooh, let's see. Who's this? Hello, Sev.
This is me. This is actually unrelated to any politics. This is completely unrelated to politics, and actually, it's about a video game. You know how you're quite the fanboy of World of Warcraft, right?
I have been, yeah.
Right. Well, there might be a game that would pique your interest that is in development that you might want to look into. And I used to hear bad things about it until recently they did an alpha for it, and everyone that was talking shit about it has like praises of it. So it might be worth looking into. And it's called Ashes of Creation.
Okay.
and it has the type of feel that you were looking for that you really liked in World of Warcraft, which is like an open world. You explore like very open fucking type of shit. I'm pretty sure that's what you said you liked about WoW, right? To have very open, like
yeah. I don't want to do
well,
anything difficult. I just want to walk around in the trees and soy out. Oh, dragons!
you can do that.
Whoa!
Are you looking at it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is like well, you're just looking at pictures. It's not the video game. But yeah, everyone
Sorry,
says
just
it
to double
feels...
check. Okay, this fucking Prashia Gutam dipshit. Great job at doubling down. See how far you go with this attitude. Bub, I would rather stream for the rest of my life to 10 sevs than a million of you, okay? Fuck off.
Yeah, let's go.
Bye-bye.
10 sevs, you'd never have that many good people in your life. Come
True. Okay.
on. All right. You'd have to come to Falcasm for that. Wait, what is that dude saying?
Oh, they're
What
just
was your
they're
take?
just retarded purity testing. Like, oh, you'll feel bad when the genocide, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like, I don't know.
Wait, what? What was your take that he's like really fucking...
Oh, because I don't think it's a genocide happening in Gaza right now. I don't think that's the general campaign.
Well,
I
here,
never even denied that, like, yeah, maybe acts of genocide are happening or have happened. There are
that's the
definitely
reality
violations
of it,
related
right?
to the convention in terms of incitement and not being enforced. But these people don't care. They don't care. Like,
That's the reality of it, right? There might be acts of genocide from certain fucking groups of IDF soldiers, but like as the overall war, you can't really call it a genocide because there's a fucking very clear defined term or like legal definition for it that it doesn't fit. Other than that was fuck. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no. Recently, the problem I have with people calling it a genocide like since October 8th is that when something like horrible actually happened in North Gaza, where they surrounded and prevented people from going in and out, they start saying, "Oh, it's actually a genocide now." So so you basically just, and someone that doesn't like keep up is gonna hear you say genocide in October 8th, and then when something actually happens, like fucking a year later, that's like horrible, and that's actually like very adjacent to actual genocide. He's not gonna take it seriously. He's like, wasn't it genocide before? But he stopped caring because a lot of time passed on. So it's stupid. Just like wait till it's actually a genocide. Why am I being pain? Someone told me to suggest a game for you called Atlas.
Atlas, one game at a time, bro. I only play one game
No,
for
but
10 years.
the game I told you about is not out yet. It's just like in alpha in development, but like it looks very promising and might fulfill that feeling you had with WoW. Even though I think WoW is like kind of dog shit.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, sorry,
Shots
bro.
fired.
It's
Okay,
the only.
that's fine. I'll have a. What was it called again? This one's
Ashes
called
of Creation.
Ashes of Creation. God, what a silly fantasy name. Sounds beautiful. Okay.
Oh, World of Warcraft.
I mean, the world actually looks a bit. The world looks a bit. World of Warcraft's a shit name as well. Okay, but this looks like gives me like an Elden Ring vibe. Like the color.
No, not at all. Elden Ring is like, well, yeah, because most games will be developed in Unreal Engine 4 now, or I think this is Unreal. Is this Unreal 5 or Unreal 4? I'm not sure. I think it might be an Unreal 5, and what's it called? It would like a lot of the games are gonna look similar now to how it is, because that's the style that is most popular with people. The style you used to was like back in the 90s, bro. Nobody plays that type of game. They're like too ugly now, considered.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, but this game looks promising. Everyone that used to call it shit and whatnot tried the alpha and said it's really promising. So yeah, I thought I should tell you about it. Once it gets released, you might have something to actually do other than research.
I haven't done that much research today. Okay, I read one fucking cover statement from the. ICC.
Also, you keep repeating the talking point about the IDF soldiers not getting punished, and we're talking about the one that got punished the most was the one from my village.
It was 3 years. Was the person who walked up to the guy and shot the guy in the head?
No, that's not. That guy got I think 8 months. That guy got 8 months. He got charged with manslaughter.
So my understanding was that it was 8 months for the Farkasim person and 3 years for the.
No, it was 3 years. It was 3 years for the Farkasim, 8 months for the guy that like executed the guy after the attack.
It was 3 years for Farkasim and 8 months for the guy who did the attack.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name who did the shooting in the head? That guy.
Ilya something. The Israelis would probably know. Come on, Israelis. You're sitting here. Yeah, one of you has to do it. Ilior, Isaiah, or some shit.
Oh yeah, wait. Was the Palestinian was called Abdel Fattah al-Sharif, wasn't he?
I have
Elor
no idea.
Azaria.
Yeah, Elor Azaria. There you go. I guess
convictions 18 months imprisonment.
18? I thought it was 8 for manslaughter.
Yeah, 18.
Was it reduced to 8?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, it was 3 years for Kfar Qasim, but there was another case I found out.
Oh, he was released after 9 months. Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But what's it called? There was another case that I think I sent you it, but you didn't read it. About in 1951, where a soldier, we're not sure how much he got, but he at least got 5 years. Like he served at least 5 years. But the case is fucking horrid. He didn't only just kill people. He killed the parents of a girl, kidnapped the girl, and like repeatedly, he pretty much kept her as a sex slave on a base until he was ordered to execute her.
Whoa.
Yeah,
when did that
that's
happen?
The case in 1951.
Okay. I wonder if that's mentioned in Border Wars.
I don't know, but it was a Bedouin girl, not a Palestinian girl. Well,
Okay.
Could have been considered Palestinian, or she could have identified as Palestinian, but she was a Bedouin girl in the Negev.
Can you send me
it's probably still in our chat. I'll just resend it to you. I think I sent it to you when I found out about it because we were doing that talking point about like the longest was 3 years, but then someone's like, actually, it's 5 years and it's this case. That's how I found out about it.
Okay. So the longest sentence is 5 years.
Yeah, well, the longest we know is like at least 5 years. He got sentenced, I think, like 20 years, and then he was reportedly seen outside of jail by reporters and shit 7 years in.
Okay.
So they don't know when he got actually released, but at least they know at the very it was at most more than between 7 at the very least 7 years out of the 20. This is what I read. Let me see. Let me send you the story again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, sorry, John Doe. Why do you keep saying I was debunking the X-rays? I know why you think that. You think that because someone else told you that I said that the X-rays were fake, even though this is actually what I said in the clip. Here you go. In the head or chest. Okay?
Do you just have a clip?
They show X-rays. People in chat are saying the X-rays are either in the head or chest. Okay? And they show X-rays. People in chat are saying the X-rays are hella sus. You're wrong. Sorry. These X-rays have been verified. They've gone through like people who absolutely know much more than you do. Okay? The images are real. Stop saying that. See, this is what I mean, John, though. The fact is that like, what's the point of me engaging with someone who doesn't care about the truth? Like, you didn't even see any sources for this claim. You just heard someone say that I denied that they were real, and then you repeated it. Like, you're a sucker. You're a gimp. You're literally just sitting there on the fucking IV drip of fucking like propagandist cum, choking on it, and then coming in here and complaining like it's my fault. Oh, here we go. 3 years. Okay. What's this?
The Wikipedia page is.
Why is the fucking. What the fuck is this Harrods article with the. Wait, hang on. Give me.
Is this
old.
like a. I think it's old. Yeah.
It's responding to ad blocker. What? Okay, give me. I know how to do it. Don't worry. Let's see. I know what to do.
Oh, it was actually the case was in 1949 that it happened. I think they found out about it in 1951. Or he was charged in 1951. What's a gimp?
So in Scottish, a gimp is just like a shithead, but I think in
do Irish people use it? Because I've heard that before.
It can also mean like a kind of like a quirk, or like if you got like a gimpy like in your leg, that means you're limping, kind of funny, like you got a bad leg, or in like
Damn, you guys make fun of limping people too.
No, but in Scottish slang, gimp just means like dickhead, like dumbass.
Oh yeah, but I remember the fucking conversation about how we told you Palestinian family names are based off like physical, like sometimes physical or like characteristics of a person, right? I recently found out the biggest family in the biggest family in Baka is Abu Mukh, which means the father of the brain.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's like you see all these fucking families with really, really weird names. Abu Mukh, which father of brain. And then we have Abu Araj, which is father of the limper.
Based.
Like shit like this. But yeah, I sent you the case. If you see it, he served less than 10. There's no conclusive like fucking how much he served out of the 15. It's just like reportedly people saw him outside of jail at like 7 years in.
Oh, I see it here. Okay, this is 2003. Gang rape and murder committed in 49 by a platoon of IDF soldiers.
And I think only one guy was sentenced for that, even though like several IDF soldiers was like doing.
He was sentenced to 15 years and was almost certainly released even before 2/3 had passed. Yeah, okay. Why did you private the VOD? Oh, because I wanted to leave with my editor to have all the citations up so people couldn't take it and say things like, oh, where's your source for this and all that. Because I know how these people operate, okay? And I know it works on people like you. So I'm just, my editor was on holiday. He's back. He's fixing it up right now. Chill.
He or she?
This one's a he.
Oh, how many editors do you have?
Well, Olive is more for like the longer form content. Like, she's doing.
Is she back? Because she's been gone for a while.
She's not going to be like a full-time editor, but she's going to do more like side projects with us. Yeah.
Got it. I do miss your video essays. You used to make really good video essays.
Well, thanks. Yeah, we'll do a few more soon. Don't worry.
Yeah, you can make a video around.
Other people want me to tell you the other definition of GIMP. It's like, it's like a sexual kink. It's where people dress up in like these leather suits that go all the way over their face, like with a mask and everything, and a zip
Wait,
in
what?
the mouth.
What the fuck?
You ever seen Pulp Fiction?
No.
Okay. Don't worry.
What the fuck am I? Okay.
We're never allowed to see the full VOD without you edit it. You know that doesn't look good.
Oh,
right?
latex.
What
Is it latex
what do you think
suit?
happens with fucking video essays, John Doe? People film things and they edit things out, and then they put it and they edit things over it, and then they put it out. You don't see the raw footage of any fucking video essay. What's wrong with you? Why are you doing this to yourself? Anyway, sorry.
Someone said latex suit. I know what a latex suit
It's
is.
like latex or it looks like leather, but yeah, maybe it's like these guys, you know, they wear like the leather and the studs and they have the fucking zip over their mouth, and it's like and they're normally like on a leash or with restraints so that other people can control their movement and shit like that. It's like
I seen this.
Thing, you know, yeah.
I seen this in The Boys. There was a scene with this in The Boys, but he was naked only with the mask, I think. Have you watched The Boys?
No. Or at least I haven't seen enough of it to remember it. I think I might have seen one
Well, no,
episode.
it's the newest season that this was in.
Okay. Is The Boys the one with the superheroes, but they're actually bad guys?
Yeah. Well, the superheroes.
Yeah, no, I've seen like a couple
portrayed.
of episodes of this. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's a good show. I like it. Waiting for the next season.
I love it how this fucking idiot just came in with like really strong claims on me supporting war crimes and denying X-ray footage, and now they're just like, why did you private the video with the editor? Why does it take you why is the editor not put it out within 2 weeks? Like, it's so fucking pathetic. Jesus Christ. Okay.
They're dumb. I was gonna say, if you did a video essay, of like about Israel not necessarily punishing IDF soldiers appropriately for like
Well,
the crimes
that's
they
going to be
commit.
the structure for my Human Shields video, which I think is probably going to be like a script that I'm going to do, is I'm going to start it by talking about Kfar Qasim. I might even use the Israel footage because I'm going to talk about unlawful orders and how IDF soldiers use that as their little lesson for don't follow unlawful orders, and then talk about how human shielding was used by the IDF until 2002, and then it became an unlawful act, but that didn't stop people from still doing it. So now we've got the current state where it's happening in Gaza, basically apparently everywhere, with like no fucking reprimands, and the only reason we know about it is because a few soldiers started to disobey and whistleblow. So that'll be for the Israeli side of human shielding. Yeah.
In regards to that, I actually was telling the story of my grandfather on what's it called? on this the story of my grandfather and the massacre wrong. I recently asked my dad and my brother, and they both had the same story. So I assume I just remembered wrong from like when I was 7 years ago when I was told it. Because my grandfather passed away pretty early in my life. I think it was like the seventh, maybe fucking 7th or 6th grade, around that time. And that was like when I remember the story from. I misremembered quite a bit. In regards, my grandfather was shot. He wasn't shot multiple times. He was shot once, and then when they went to confirm the kill, they actually got an order to stop the killing. Like soldiers got told to stop the killing. I guess that commander was found out that he actually went through with the idea, and but that was according to the old statements that were still sealed at the time. So yeah, my grandfather survived even by less of a margin because he was about to get executed, and they just got the order not to shoot.
Oh. You know what? Maybe maybe if I make this video essay, I'll do the thing where there are some there are some like in video essays where sometimes they'll interview people and they'll do like the little soy nod as they're telling you their 2 cents.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll put that in. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what's it called? They used to bring my grandfather when he was alive to like right before the Memorial Day. They would bring my the survivors. The survivors are left because there was like 7 at the time, I think, or 8 survivors, to go to all the schools and like tell their stories of what happened on that day. Because people still like hold in schools, they put up like decorations and whatnot to remembrance, and then that's one thing I was actually quite bummed out about. You guys could have like if you were here on 29th of October, because that's the anniversary. You could have attended the march.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they do a march at like fucking 8 a.m. I barely ever attended because I work night shifts. Like, I can't wake up at fucking 8 a.m. when I slept at 6. But yeah.
Okay.
That's about it for now. Video games and massacres and horrible crimes.
Yeah, shit.
Goodbye.
All right, take care, buddy. Bye-bye. Why did you private the VOD? Okay, I'll just... I don't even know why I'm assuming good faith on these people, but since this was a allegation against me that got the attention of like Hassan, the biggest political streamer in the world, I just thought I want my response to this to be fairly polished. I don't want little gaps where I'm searching up my sources and scrolling down and shit like that to be reacted to in that way, because I'd rather, in the same way that a video essayist might not want their raw footage to be reacted to. So I just left it with the editor. I want all the citations to be up in the right place when the claims are coming up. So, for example, when I claim that rapes happened on October 7th, you can't have retards like Bad Empanada saying that, these are all just contradictory witness statements, blah, 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 even though that's not true. The UN report says as much. So I want those citations to be up on screen if they're being reacted to. Honestly, I just thought it was quite funny that people reacted to it anyway, even though they were just going off of their memory and just thought that I would never release that footage. So they just got to lie about it. So, But people believe it, and it is what it is. Life is too short. Ugh. In a sense, it paid off because I got to react to the fucking lies that were made about the first video as well. 20-second summary on the take on the ICC warrants. Well, it looks like right now Israel's challenges haven't really been on merits or anything like that. They've only tried to challenge it on procedural grounds, and the ICC was like, "Fuck you! We're allowed to bring this case forward because of the Rome Statute and other such things." The allegations involve crimes against humanity. They involve starvation as a method of warfare. They're not saying that it only took place in October, as some people might claim. They're saying that it took place all the way up until the request for the warrant, which is the 20th of May. So that's at least minimum 8 months of them using starvation as a weapon of or a method of warfare. They're talking about Israel refusing to allow the aid that could be allowed into Gaza. So they're like arbitrarily restricting the amount that can go in. They're talking about a specific inhumane act, which is depriving people of anesthetics and anesthesia for operations. And then they're also talking about 2 incidents. They don't say which incidents they are, which implicate Gallant and Netanyahu, which involve intentional directed attacks on civilians. I don't know if those incidents involve like single airstrike operations or if they're broader operations in particular areas, but yeah. That's where we are. They said they haven't found all the evidence to argue for the crime of extermination, but they have got reasonable grounds to believe that murder as a crime against humanity was committed. Okay. World Kitchen. Would they implicate Netanyahu and Gallant for World Kitchen? I think when they talk about that, it's going to be a broader thing. It might be like the liberal use of free fire zones, or it might just be an order that we don't know about. You want my take, not a summary of the basic facts. My take is that there are definitely criminal violations with regards to aid, specifically but I think in my opinion, the very clear criminal acts took place in October to early November 2023 and October 2024. I don't know if the same crimes were taking place all the way up until May. And for the directing attacks against the civilian population, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I thought there would be more than 2 incidents, but it depends. I don't know how big the incidents they're talking about are. Because if an incident is like, the operation of taking over fucking Jabalia, which has taken weeks, then if that counts as an incident or not, all right. But this hasn't been them offering like the substance of the claims. They're just making the claims. And they're not going to give you the substance of the claims for a while because of compromises to the victims and all that shit, yeah. Surely incident refers to specific individual events. I mean, my instincts say that that's what it means, but I don't know why there'd only be 2 incidents, unless they're incidents that just directly implicate Netanyahu and Gallant. Because I would have thought as far as like, whether it's like a squad commander or a sergeant or a fucking, maybe even a battalion commander, I would have thought there'd be a lot more incidents than just 2. But maybe that's because they're just talking about Netanyahu and Gallant particularly. Or leading with the best examples. Yep. Same viewer amount as Vosh. That's probably because he's not turned on his stream yet. I don't think Vosh is down to a 1K Andy. What do you think will come out of this? I think Trump will arrest the ICC. I don't. And that's more likely than the ICC arresting Netanyahu. He used to be a 300 viewer. I know. We've made stunning improvements. Apart from the bar. I mean, I know I reset the bar midstream, but my God, the bar is stuck. 11 out of 50. Ignore the fact that the bar got reset. But fuck me, the bar. We gotta push the bar. I'm gonna get water. When I come back to see a push bar. I wonder if I want to watch the Wait, I haven't. People wanted me to watch that fucking Ajax video about the the Gazans who hate Hamas and love Israel. I don't know if they love Israel. I can understand them hating Hamas. I actually want to watch it now. I'm curious. There's got a shitload of views. This channel is completely a fucking propaganda vessel, but I think it went to channel 12 as well. So I don't know. We'll see. It's only 20 minutes. I want to watch it. Because it's just interviews, apparently. So, I'm just curious. I'm just curious what all the hype is about. Because there's so much hype around this fucking video. Ajax. Why is it called Ajax? All right. Be right back. If I don't get a $3 million house, you guys you've all enabled fascists. I don't give, sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. It's gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice-looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee. Look. These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that. Okay. Okay. The BRB screen is incredible. You can thank Sulfur for that. Yeah. I think she made it. Damn, no bar pushing. What the fuck? Okay, I'm over it. I got my means. The US has a law that allows them to invade the Netherlands in case someone who they like gets tried at The Hague. Interesting. Okay. The fuck is this music, bro? Yeah. It's called the Hague Invasion Act. Are you serious? Hang on. She mad at Hamas. Okay. Fuck. Chain socks.
This is how denialism starts.
Thanks for the $10.
הפעם האחרונה שלי שנכנסתי ברגל לעזה דרך מחסום ארז הייתה לפני יותר מ-15 שנה, והיום שנה אחרי ה-7 באוקטובר.
Alright, where do I put the fucking... Let's go up here. This seems safe. Okay.
אתה כבר נכנס לתוך רצועת עזה ברגל, בטוח לחלוטין. אנחנו הולכים לג'באליה. אהלן אחי, מה קורה? שמור על עצמך.
Is that Corey Gil-Schuster? No. It's one of the Fauda-cast.
לפני שנה וחודש עזה הכריזה מלחמה על ישראל. מאז המקום הזה כבר לא דומה לעצמו. הוא הרוס, סגור ומבודד. העולם כולו עוסק בעזה, אבל איש באמת לא יודע מה מתרחש בפנים. והעזתים אילמים. מעט מאוד קולות יוצאים מכאן, ומה שכבר יוצא מהונדס לרוב בכלי התקשורת הערביים, על ידי מערכות תקשורת מוטות ועיתונאים, חלקם אנשי חמאס. אף כלי תקשורת, מערבי או ישראלי, לא באמת הצליח להגיע אל העזתים, אל מסה קריטית שלהם, ולשמוע אותם, בלי פילטרים, עד היום. וזה קורה במקום שהיה מזוהה יותר מכל עם חמאס. מחנה הפליטים הגדול ברצועה, ג'באליה.
אוכלוסייה שיצאה גם מג'באליה וגם...
The editing of this is so fucking cringe. The music... Like, fuck me. Okay.
מבית לאיה. היה מאמץ לפנות אותם. חלק מתפנים בגלל זה שהם שומעים את הזחלים כבר בכניסה לכפר או לשכונה ויוצאים. חלק פשוט מקשיבים לכל המאמץ של הקריזות, פליירים וכו'. חלק פה זה משפחות, חלק פה זה מחבלים.
יש פה מחבלים בתוך הקבוצה הזו?
בוודאות יש פה מחבלים בתוך הקבוצה הזאת, כן. כנראה שמסוף היום, אחרי שנתחיל לסנן אותם ולבדוק אחד-אחד, יצאו פה כמה עשרות של פעילים.
ברקע כבר רואים את האלפים, מתגודדים. אחרי שנה הם החליטו שדי, מסוכן ומפחיד מדי, הגיע הזמן לעזוב את ג'באליה ובית לאהיה. מרביתם יישארו באזור, ימתינו לשעת כושר לחזור הביתה, אם זה יישאר על תילו. בודדים ירדו לדרום הרצועה. ואז הנקז נפתח, יציאת ג'באליה החלה.
السلام عليكم حجة.
الله يرضى عليك.
شو الوضع جوا؟ تفضلي.
الوضع كله سيء يا بني، حسبي الله علشان شاطونا وقتلونا في دورنا.
ومين قتلوكوا؟
حماس.
حماس قتلوكوا؟
حماس اللي قتلتنا. حماس اللي صوابتني وقتلتنا. حماس.
حماس مسؤولة عن كل اللي بنشوفها هنا؟
كل اللي هي.
كل الدمار؟
كله هي الدمار هي.
طيب ليش ما بنسمع صوتكم؟
والله ما احنا قادرين يا خالي، والله ما احنا قادرين نتنفس.
How trustworthy is Channel 12? I keep forgetting which one of the Israeli outlets is like the propaganda one, the really bad one. Hello. Why is my fucking audio not working? Can you hear me? Ooh. No, it's there. Hello? Discord crashed. Oh, hello?
I can hear you now. My Discord crashed for some reason when I joined. Channel 14 is the propaganda one. But remember, it's like what type of propaganda you're talking about. Because this would count as propaganda as well.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
This is probably like very soft propaganda for Israelis. But what's it called? For like the really, really bad propaganda where like it's like Channel 14, the super right wing one is Channel 14.
I'll see what multiple people say, I guess.
Channel 14 is like the Fox News of Israel, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And 12 is what? Just like a regular?
12 you would say is like fucking regular. It's regular, but still, remember, like not a single one of those channels is gonna be like very critical of the IDF. Like I told you how they view the IDF in this country. They don't critically, like they criticize the government, but never the IDF.
Okay.
But yeah.
Bye.
شو؟
حسبي الله عليها حماس. ينتقم منها حماس، دمرونا، دمروا أطفالنا، دمروا بيوتنا، إحنا كنا عايشين، إحنا
Is she voice altered because she's got her face fully covered, right? Like, I don't think that's just. Hang on. Or is it's not just Oh yeah, she's blurred out. Okay. Do you think they've pitch shifted her?
دمرونا دمروا أطفالنا دمروا بيوتنا إحنا كنا عايشين إحنا نهداه أنتوا حكمونا بدناش حماس كل الشعب بكره حماس إحنا مضطهدين من حماس كنا
طب ليش ما بنسمع صوتكم برا ليش
بنموت لو إحنا طلعنا لو حكينا أي كلمة بقتلونا أنتوا مش عارفين الشعب غلبان إحنا الغلابة الشعب غلبان راح
إذا رفعتي صوتك ضد حماس شو بده يكون؟
بيقتلونا إرهابية حماس إرهابية قولوا يلا معاي حماس إرهابية حماس إرهابية الله يندم منك يا سنوار الله يشحمك يا رب أبرك
شو شعرتي لما سمعتي إنه إسرائيل اغتالت سنوار؟
زغرتت وانبسطت
بس 17 انتوا كنتوا فرحانين
لا
بعدين
لا مش فرحانين لا والله ما احنا فرحانين والله ما احنا فرحانين صغارنا واطفالنا والله ما احنا فرحانين والله بكينا وعيطنا يوم 7 اكتوبر والله ما احنا فرحانين احنا فرحنا اللي تفتح الطريق ونشتغل وناكل ونشرب والله ما احنا مبسوطين اللي بيقولك احنا مبسوطين كذاب والله مش هنشطين
بس في حكي عن مقاومة وحماس
لا ولا حماس ولا مقاومة فيش عنا
مين المسؤول اللي بنشوف الآن؟
ابن القحبة
I guess the only issue here is that because they're currently, I'm guessing this guy is protected by an IDF convoy. You can see them there, right? Those are the soldiers. So the only thing you can point to here maybe is that it would be in their interest in this particular moment to shit talk Hamas because right now the people they're worried about are the IDF screening them as terrorists and fucking them up. So,
الله حق عليه طلع ايش عمل فينا لعن ابوي
تحبش سنبارة؟
سلام بدي اروح انا خلص سلام
جد؟
كله يلحق عليه
شو القصة؟ انتوا كنتوا فرحانين 17 شو صار؟
ايش شو صار؟ زي ما انت شايف زي ما انت عملتوا فينا بغيتونا
אנחנו ניגשים אליהם, מבלי שיש לנו מושג מה אנחנו הולכים לשמוע. פשוט נותנים להם לדבר. והם מדברים בכל אחיד. כבר לא חוששים, לא מבקשים לטשטש פנים או זהות. ייתכן שזה מעיד על החלשות חמאס, ייתכן שזו דווקא עדות לייאוש שלהם, לתחושה שאין להם מה להפסיד. כנראה שמדובר בשילוב של השניים. ולמרות הכל, אנחנו בחרנו לטשטש את פניהם של אלו ששברו את מחסום הפחד.
كيف للآن سنة وشهر من بداية الحرب كيف ما شفنا أي قوة داخلية محلية
Piers didn't like this video. Well, one of the problems is that he's doing the thing that journalists would normally do to like a politician who's been caught with their fucking fingers in the till or whatever, like following them around to get answers from them if they refuse to answer. But I don't know why the fuck you would do that to people who are fleeing a fucking war zone. Like, yeah.
اللي بتطلع على حساب حماس.
ما بنقدر.
ليش؟
ما بنقدر، حماس مستخدم القوة في كل مكان.
لسه.
لا ما زالت، يعني أنا مثلا بدي أروح أهتف ضد حماس، يلعن بحكم حماس، بهتف بس بعد شوية
إيش بصلحينه بتخوك؟
ما بجرى، ما بعرف إيش اللي بجرالي، فبالتالي عشان أنا أحافظ على حياتي بضلني ساكت.
كيف أنت مش خايف من حماس؟ كيف مش خايف تحكي اللي بتحكيه؟
أنا حاليا مش خايف من حماس لأنه حماس تقريبا مش زي قبل. يعني حماس أول الحرب مش زي حماس اليوم إحنا من الحرب سنة وشهر.
ضعفة؟
إيه
ضعفة؟
تقريبا.
نتنياهو لو بده النقا والزين من الأول ما كان من الأول خلص هو اللي مون حماس وهو اللي أعطى حماس هو اللي كان يجيب لهم المصاري من قطر هو كان يجيب لهم المصاري من قطر هو اللي قواهم.
Yeah, this guy knows. He's actually got the talking point actually on board. That's accurate. Shit.
هو اللي كان يجيب لهم المصاري من قطر هو كان يجيب لهم المصاري من قطر هو اللي قواهم حتى أكثر من هيك.
אנחנו נמצאים בלב מחנה פליטים ג'באליה, מחנה הפליטים הגדול ביותר ברצועת עזה, ולצד שוג'אעיה גם המעוז הגדול ביותר של חמאס. חלק גדול מהמחנה נכבש, עיניכם הרואות, כוחות של טנקים, צבא, כמעט בכל מקום כאן, אבל בעיקר כשאתה מדבר עם אנשים שגרו כאן בבתים האלה עד לפני כמה ימים, הם יאמרו לך שהסיבה לכך שהם לא עוזבים את המקום לצד האיומים של חמאס, זו ההבנה שבעצם המוות כבר שורה בכל מקום ברצועת עזה. אני שמעתי מאנשים מג'באליה שאמרו לי, אנחנו מעדיפים פשוט למות בבית. ليش بنيتوا الآن هاني في المخيم؟
وأنا جوزي معاق فخفت أرمي من الكتر الناس ما بتقول على المعبر بيرموا المعاقين فأنا خفت أرمي جوزي.
كيف الحياة هان المخيم بالأشهر الأخيرة؟
فيش أكل ولا شرب وخوف ورعب وجوع وما فيش أكل عنا.
حماس شو عملوا؟
الله ينكبهم زي ما نكبونا.
ناس دمرتنا، احنا شعب غلبان، حماس اكلتنا، اكلت كابولاتنا، اكلتنا حماس. حكومة سافلة حماس، ارهابية حماس، بيدوا حماس عن الوجود. احنا معكم، احنا معكم، احنا معكم.
انتوا معنا؟ يعني انتوا مع إسرائيل؟
مع إسرائيل، خيرنا منكم. احنا جوز ما يشتغل عندكم، انتوا الخير عندكم، انتوا البركة. ها
وشو بالنسبة للمقاومة وحماس اللي بيحميكوا؟
See, this is like, I don't know how much of this is just like, I don't know if the Israelis like would put. So if you think it's not real, like her saying that in particular, I don't think it would be because the Israelis put her up to it. I'd imagine she would say that because they want to pass through that convoy without getting hurt by the IDF. I think that's probably the most rational explanation, but I don't know what I'm watching here. Like shit. Sev.
Hello. I think what she was saying is genuine and she is real. Unironically, even though I'm skeptical.
Like I know that.
Of
So I know that in Kfar Qasim there was that guy who ran the shop and he was showing us his what's the candle, the Jewish candle that they have at the door.
Menorah?
No, it's like one candle, like one thing.
Fuck, I don't know.
It has like a Z in it, MZ or some shit. Anyway, he had his little Jewish fucking symbol on the front of the door, and he was like, so much of the interview, mezuzah, yeah. He wanted or the other one, I think it was a mezuzah, yeah. He wanted, the whole point of the interview for him was like he just wanted us to know, in large part, just how much he liked the Jews and welcomed the Jews, right, in this shop, and saying he had the mezuzah and everything. It's like, I know he's kind of also saying that business is fucked and I'd like my clients back because of the October 7th thing.
This is also partially, like, if you heard her what she says, like, my husband used to work for you. That means her husband was probably one of the workers that used to work in Israel. So her life was probably a lot more better when her husband was getting an actual wage and not 20 shekels a fucking day. And he was getting like 33 shekels an hour. So yeah, like I don't think this is acting. I think it's genuine, even though a lot of the time I am skeptical of this shit.
Or it can even be something. It can be something that they kind of feel, but they're going to exaggerate it for the purpose of the conversation. That's what it felt like when the guy was talking about like how much he loves the Jews and the fucking mezuzahs. Like he probably does believe that. Like he appreciates the customers and he probably isn't anti-Semitic or anything. But I imagine he's like they play it up for like certain. Yeah, like, it's
they
a fairly
do.
normal thing to do. Yeah.
Sometimes they do play it up, like up for a camera. If they see a camera, they do play it up, because at the end of the day, like you see the government we have. I'm not sure if Gazans feel this way. A lot of the time, you would see people play it up in front of a camera because they want absolutely nothing to do with the police coming and picking them up for fucking like something stupid, and then they try to pin something on them, like the fucking teacher dancing, and she gets picked up for dancing, shit like that. You never guess. Like you don't have to do something for you to get arrested now. So people like overly exaggerate how much they like Israel and shit if there's a camera around. But for this, I think she's just like, she's old. She's an old lady. Her husband used to work in Israel. They kind of ruined her life because her husband lost his job, obviously. Her husband may have lost his life. And like, she's miserable. Of course she's gonna, I don't think she's what is it called? Exaggerating here for the camera. I think she is just like very emotional at the time and just like, she is like, she believes at the time what she's saying. I don't think it's acting.
Okay.
Although some things I'm not sure if it's just a Gazan dialect or something. There's some words that they use that are kind of weird, and maybe it's just like not like close to my dialect. And then there's one lady. Do you know the one lady that started telling people to chant with her? Yeah, she's asked people to chant with her earlier.
Oh yeah.
The one you said that she sounded like they were like
they voice altered her. Yeah.
Yeah, voice altered her. she was using a lot of weird words that I don't normally hear Palestinians use. But then she used one word that I was like, okay, yeah, no, this is real. She said "zaghratat," which is something that only Palestinians would fucking say. Like,
I mean, she also got
like,
the crowd to chant with her, so they must know who she is, yeah. Or like,
yeah,
be
so,
familiar.
but not necessarily. I've seen this happen where they don't know who the fuck is like telling them to chant, but they start chanting, and it happens a lot at the like Al-Aqsa compound. Like I've been there when people start chanting for fucking Hamas, and it's like 4 fucking masked dude that nobody knows who they are, and if people start chanting with them. It's not necessarily people will chant if they hear something that they mildly agree with, but even if the statement's like a bit too extreme for them, they'll chant along.
Okay.
What's it called? For that chanting, I don't think it's like valid, but she said Zaghruta, which is Zaghruta is a very Palestinian thing, which is like the fucking thing that the Palestinian women do. I think some other Arab Levantine groups of people do this. It's like the thing women do, or whatever the fuck. I don't know how to name that. That is called the Zaghruta, and like people would not know this. Israelis would not know this. So I think she's genuine, or she's bought in. I don't think she's bought in. I don't think any of these people are bought in.
Okay.
These people are just miserable right now.
Yeah. All right. I guess we'll see the rest of it. Bye bye.
Also, there's probably interviews here that are like very negative towards Israel that he just didn't include.
Well, they did include the Netanyahu one guy. Like they mentioned
The
that.
Netanyahu, but the Netanyahu is unpopular in the country now. They have an incentive of why to show it. Like, for example, if someone was saying the IDF genocided us or some shit, he would probably, likely chance they wouldn't say that, but they also wouldn't include it on fucking air.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I never know what goes on behind the scenes with these fucking organizations, but
No,
yeah.
just a response to Condi. No, actually, what I've noticed is the younger generation uses words that I don't use. The older generation use words that I use. So maybe it's over time they started using words that are like, because over time our dialects changed. The younger ones are actually using words I don't recognize. The older ones are using like almost my dialect, almost. But yeah, without the itch and the very, very unique words remotely in my village. But yeah, enjoy.
Okay.
كذابين بدناش اياها دمرتنا بدناش اياها انتوا صح انتوا صح انتوا صح.
I will say there was also the PSR poll, wasn't there, that showed popularity for Hamas plummeting. PSR Hamas popularity? That wasn't the one that the IDF was like the real one. Well, the official one's fake, and actually this is the real one. There's another one, wasn't there? Hang on. For Gazans. I don't think for... Where's the most recent one? Down in Gaza, up or steady in the West Bank is my understanding, but where's the fuck? All right, is it September was the most recent one? Ooh. Hamas. Is this the one that has Hamas getting absolutely fucking rammed in the Gazan polls? However, they're doing polling in Gaza right now. Okay, let's see. Support for the October 7th offensive drops in both places. Gone down from 71% support to 39%. Who will emerge victorious? Satisfaction with Hamas. This is in... Wait, where's the one that had Hamas at single digits? Was that PSR? Or was that... What would the other one be? The barometer. Avi... He tweeted it, didn't he? Oh, this is the fucking one that the IDF said was faked. Okay. What the fuck?
I see Israelis being retarded in chat.
Oh no.
Yeah. The word zagruta, you guys wouldn't know that. You have like 6 letters in that word that don't exist in your fucking language.
Wow.
It's not about doing the fucking kulululu thing, Scarlet, you dumb fuck. It's about knowing the word. Oh my god. I was talking about the word. And I explained what the word meant and what it's referring to. Because Zagruta's in Arabic and you don't know Arabic. 99% of you graduate high school with no fucking proficiency in Arabic. You can't even have conversational fucking Arabic. Are you guys retarded?
He's
why
soying
are
out,
you
guys.
this?
Real voice.
What?
Real voice. Okay, wait. Where's the poll that said Hamas were in single digits approval in Gaza? That was real, wasn't it?
There was one that they said wasn't real, and then they said there's another one that's real, and I didn't keep up. They kept saying this one's real, this one's not, this one's real, this one's not. I'm sick. That's why I went squeaky.
Okay, copium.
Wait. Killer. I said it's not Palestinian only.
There you go. I need this poll. I don't think it's a September one. Where would it be though?
No idea.
Okay. Bye.
You telling me bye, motherfucker?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this video.
Finish this video then.
Okay.
Without me leaving.
No, it must be the September one because that's the most recent one. But this one should govern Hamas. Who do they want to govern? Support for October 7th drops. Expectations, ceasefire. Who will rule Gaza after the war? This is saying 46% of Gazans said they'd rather see Hamas in control. Oh, here we are. Hamas, well, they are dropping pretty hard from 85 to 75 in the West Bank, from 50 up to 64, down to 39, but still above the other ones. So if they are seeing a drop in approval rating, I don't know, where was that single digits one? I can't remember now. Which party do you support? Gaza. 38, 42, 35. That doesn't seem like it's moved a lot at all. They've lost support in some ways, but not others. Lower number of Gazans support armed struggle. More in the West Bank. Makes sense. More Gazans support negotiations than armed struggle. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's not surprising that people are turning on Hamas. Okay. Shit. It's that whole thing where, like, Israel attacking another country or Gaza or whatever, it would make people like Hamas more popular, but only if they can actually put up a defense. I think that's the difference. Like in Lebanon, obviously Hezbollah were not very popular when that war started. They became more popular when they started actually pushing back and shitting on Israel. So, you know. هاجة.
بدناش حماس تسقط حماس والله لا أشوف حماس لا أقتله والله فرحت لما قتلت الصنوار اللي دمر وقتل أطفالنا والله العظيم زغرتت والله العظيم زغرتت.
رسالتك للشعب الإسرائيلي اللي بيشوفك الآن
يا رب يرجع لكم أولادكم ويعم السلام ونكون صحبة إحنا وإنتو. فيش بعد السلام.
هذا شيء واقعي.
والله شيء واقعي.
هذا اللي شفنا في 7/10 بأسسنا خلال السنة الأخيرة.
الحمد لله إن شاء الله بتمحوهم. إن شاء الله بتمحوهم. ضلكوا وراهم لغاية ما تقتلوهم. سيبنا بيوتنا دمروها عروسهم.
דבר כזה לא קרה לי במשך 20 שנותיי ככתב בשטחים. לא צריך היה לעשות כלום, פשוט להניח מיקרופון. הם ניגשו אליי, פורקים את התסכול, את השנאה, את הכאב, את כל מה שנצבר אצלם בשנה האחרונה. ואי אפשר היה להתבלבל במי הם רואים את האויב הגדול.
يا رب تلقاهم القصر 15 من اليهود.
Holy shit.
الله ونعم
ونعم الوكيل على اللي ظلمنا. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. ظلمك على مين اللي ظلمك؟ اللي ظلمونا حماس. حماس اللي ظلمتنا اللي قتلتنا.
هذول شرموطة حماس. هذه النكبة. الله يعقبهم. الله ما يحكم معهم. يا رب يقتلوهم اليهود. اليهود احسن منهم. اليهود بعطونا اكل بعطونا الدنيا وبيعملوا الدنيا وبيعطونا الطريق بامنه وايش يفضح ارضهم اليهود الحماس.
منا استسلمنا خلاص.
Fucking gamer movement on that boy. Whoa.
استسلمنا عم الريق لناشف فيش ميه.
غزة استسلمت؟
فيش غزة استسلمت. يا ريت تجيب لي ميه. في ميه. انهلكنا.
مين المسؤول عن وضعكم؟ مين اللي جاب وضعكم؟
حماس. في ميه ماله. ميه حبيبك الله يسعدك ميه.
בכל הזמן הזה עומדים חיילים בסמוך, מאבטחים את הנחש האנושי האדיר הזה, מחלקים מים, מסייעים למי שצריך.
It feels unethical for interview. Yeah, especially when, like, there's the fucking IDF there and there's the journalist, and it's like, I don't know. Something tells me like these guys. I can understand Gazans hating Hamas, but them saying all that like positive shit about Israel is just like I don't buy it. I'm sorry. What do I know though? I've never been in that situation. The fuck. I know that in like the 2006 war in Lebanon, at the beginning, the March 14 camp, the people who opposed the Syrian occupation, they supported the IDF for at least the beginning of the war. They were openly supporting the IDF. They were like, yeah, get these Hezbollah fucks out of our country. And then obviously they turned a little bit when Israel just showed themselves to be inept as fuck. But I do wonder if these guys passing through are they've got so many incentives to say these things. One is that they won't get harassed by the IDF for being accused of terrorism or whatever if they say those things, and also they probably think like it's more likely that they'll give them food and water. So yeah, shit.
بدهم يساعدوكي اوكي
تخافيش يا خالد تخافيش الله يقطع حماس واليوم اللي شفناهم فيه ذبحوا حماس وقتلوهم وين ما رحتوا شفتوهم ذبحوهم ينعل ابوهم ما بدناش اياهم يحلوا عنا.
It's also remembering that these people come from Jabalia, right, which is a Hamas stronghold, which means that from my very limited experience of walking around a Palestinian refugee camp, it wasn't a Hamas one that I went through, it was a Fatah one. But the community in there, and at least the guy who spoke to us as well, who was a local, was very clear that the community in those refugee camps are like very, very, very insular. Like everyone knows basically who everyone else is, that there isn't that much room for dissent and shit like that, like amongst the whatever popular culture is held by them. So like if there's a camp that has like a bunch of flags from Fatah, like you can tell that that whole camp will basically be like supportive of that organization. And for the Hamas ones, say like in Jenin, or in this case Jabalia, so it also wouldn't be surprising that these guys have suffered at the hands of Hamas, like even before October 7th, because they'd have like a proper chokehold over the area. But you know, my friend served in Gaza. He said people would come up to them all the time saying how much they loved Israel, then immediately followed it by asking for cigarettes. I mean, yeah, like fucking, you do what you need to do to get what you need. Like shit.
حماس هدول جزء منكم هدول فلسطينيين
حماس شيعة حماس قتلة حماس شرب الدم.
Is that normal to call Hamas Shiites because of I get with the Axis, or is that I've never heard someone say that before. Where's Sev? Or Sundown? What the fuck? I think I know what he's doing, Loner. I got it. What?
هدول اولادكم، انتوا امهات حماس.
مش اولادنا، هدول مرتزقه. يحل عنا وعيش براهنوا، بدينك عايش بتراهن حماس. ايش في ضل بالقطاع تراهن عليه حماس؟ ايش في بالقطاع تراهن عليه حماس ضل؟
بيحكوا عن انتصار، هاي انتصار.
ما فيش انتصار، حسبنا الله على حماس واللي بنصر حماس، بدناش حماس.
أنا بشوف الجنود بوزعوا المي على الأطفال على النساء بشربوهم، دليل انه في عندهم انسانيه. وهذا
اذا كان بالعكس، اذا كان بالعكس، اذا هدول كانوا يهود وهاني كانوا حماس مثلا.
حماس والله ما بتشربنا نقطه ميه، والله لا تخليهم عطشانين يروحوا على اخر السوافي عطشانين يموتوا بالعطش.
هذه الست هدول من انت ارحم ولا حماس اللي عملها له وسلم ارحم؟
مين ارحم؟
انت ارحم، انت عمال بتصحي فيها، حماس سببت العمل فينا هيك. بدناش حماس، قولوا لهم يرحلوا عنا. شوف انا ابني استشهد، ايش ذنبه؟ ابني مش حماس، ابني مش حماس، ايش ذنبه؟
17 كنتوا فرحانين.
Might as well be an insult for them being so friendly to Iran and Hezbollah for their disregard to their lives. What, calling them Shiites? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't like I know what she's saying when she says that. I just don't know if I've ever seen someone say it in that way. Like like their insult to Hamas is to call them Shiites.
فرحانين مش هيك؟
لا ما كنا فرحانين، ما كنا فرحانين. هدول الجواسيس الخونة هم اللي عملوا في القطاع هيك. شوف حماس بمزقوا هيك، مزع اخذ ابني حماس، اخذ ابني حماس وين وداه؟ ليش اخذ ابني مني حماس؟ ايش عمل له؟ ايش عمل للقطاع؟ اولادنا راحت، ارضنا، املاكنا، اموالنا، كله راح، كله راح. ايش بدنا ضل؟ ما ضلش اشي. مش خايفة، خلاص راح اللي إلي راح، ما ضل اللي يجي راهن عليه. انا مش زيهم، انا بستسلم، انا بحقن دماء غيري وغيري وغيري. هم ايش براهنوا؟ ايش ضايل لهم يراهنوا؟ ما ضل اشي راهن عليه. لو انهم عندهم شرف بحزن على ولاياهم، احنا ولايا هيك. ليش؟
It's difficult as well because if you're like, obviously you're interviewing people in a very unique perspective in a unique situation, a pretty horrible situation. But you notice he tries to get away there and she just keeps talking because obviously she probably feels like she hasn't been able to speak up for. I don't know what to make of this. We're just watching it. Fuck.
הרבה מאוד פצועים, ואמרת לי עד לפני שבוע כל פצוע שהיה בתוך המחנה יכול היה לצאת.
נכון, עשינו פה מעבר פתוח לאמבולנסים לצאת, נתנו את האפשרות לפנות את הפצועים מהבתי חולים שהתרוקנו פה. יש אנשים שבחרו שלא, עכשיו אני לא יודע אם הם בחרו שלא, שחמאס לא נתן להם להוציא את הפצועים האלה, אבל עשינו פה כל מה שאנחנו יכולים כדי באמת להתעמת עם מחבלים ולא עם אוכלוסייה.
شو أخي شو؟
ولاد شرموطة حماس، هذه تنظيم إرهاب داعش، أصعب من داعش، كس أختهم، كس أخت عظم سنوار، أخو شرموطة، طلعوا هذا حماس، طختنا حماس،
بس تاخذكم؟
حماس أخوات شرموطة هذول،
أخوك في الرجل؟
عشان كابونات بيسرقونا للشرموطة، كابونات، في شكل عندنا كل بيسرقوه كلهم بتخبوا أخوات الشرموطة.
اشرح لي بالضبط شو صار؟ أجوا حماس مسلحين حماس؟
قبل 5 شهور باقي لي مساعدات، بيسرقوها، طخوني، عشان بدي آكل طعم أولادي.
طخوك في الرجل
فجري، وهذا كمان طخوه فجره، هذا طخوه فجره، هذا كمان فيديو كمان طخوه فجره كمان. هذا بقول لك
كلهم حماس،
كله اخوات شرموطه مش حماس، هذول داعش اخوات شرموطه هذول.
בדבר אחד קשה שלא להבחין מיד, בכמות האדירה של הנכים.
The other thing is as well, just to be clear, what Scarlett's saying, he's asking what a right-wing Israeli who has no sympathy would ask. I don't think he's asking because he believes it. The fact is that regardless of what questions he asks, I think like you have to, given that they're walking on an evacuation route with IDF soldiers kicking about, like they're not going to say bad things about the IDF. Like it's just not in their interest when they're like, yeah, there's so many reasons you wouldn't do that. So even if he asked, like, do you not think the IDF have like mistreated you in any way or all that? Like they just wouldn't say it, I don't think. I wouldn't if I was there.
על כיסאות גלגלים ואלו, קטועי הרגליים, מדדים על קביים, רבים תוצרים של המלחמה, אבל דווקא המלחמה הפנימית, בתוך עזה.
شو صار؟
والله ولا حاجة الحمد لله.
عشان الحرب ولا حماس؟
من حماس هون.
حماس أخوك؟
من حماس، كله من حماس.
كل هدول المشلولين اللي بشوف كلهم من حماس؟
حماس هي هبية يا زلمة.
هاي في قطر اخو الشرموطه بتكلم بياكله واحنا خد انا طلع خد هذا جير بني ادم. الجيش مر عالجني، جيش بيقولوا جيش مجرم، هم عالجوني، جابوا له ميه، جابوا له اكل، خد هذا جر بطخان اخو الشرموطه، جيش ساعدني الله يحميهم، الله يقويهم يا رب، يجيبونا ميه، الله يحميكم، الله ينصركم.
عشان بقيت اسرق اكل لاولادي
طخوا كمان
طخوني في رجلي.
طخوا بجي.
حماس هي اللي نكبونا، حسبنا الله عليهم. الله ينصركم.
Then they asked for cigarette, yeah.
الله ينصركم عليهم، الله ينصركم عليهم، الله ينصركم على حماس، على حماس.
تعرفوا انه العالم كله ضد اسرائيل، العالم بيقول انه اسرائيل دمرت غزه
انتم من انسانيه مش يحملها من انسانيه، انتم بتدخلوا اكل، مش تكون سنه بتدخلوش اكل لهم، بيسرقوه غلط ما تجيبوا اكل، ببيعوه بقبضوا على اخوه، بياخذوا
They wouldn't badmouth the IDF in the situation, but the Hamas hate seems real nonetheless. I mean, that's my, again, I'm just doing the thing where I believe what I believed before I watched this, which is that people in Hamas are obviously going to be, no, people in Gaza are going to be more likely to hate Hamas now than last year. Easy. But they're also not going to be very happy with the IDF. And in this situation, they have a lot more incentive to shit on Hamas than they have to shit on the IDF. So, yeah.
دول الكراتين الكبار وبيضحكوا علينا بعلبتين
فول وبياخذ كرتونه
بيضحكوا علينا بعلبتين فول، بيضحكوا علينا.
احاول افهم شيء، اسرائيل يعني بتسمح لهدول الشاحنات يفوتوا على شمال غزه؟
بسرقوها.
حماس بيسرقوها.
اظن ميت من الجوع احسن لي.
امام عيونكم سرقوها؟
اظن قدام عيني، قدام عيني، قدام عيني.
اذا تكلمت بطخوك، بكون على شحون زي كيف بيطلع بيطلع على الشحن هيك بالدبسه وين بخطك الشهان، وين بطخ الشحان على اللحم، بطخ عشان يشلك.
انا عارف راح اطلع من هنا، راح حماس الطخنه، حماس راح الطخنه، انا هلقيت شهيده.
عشان اللي حكيتي؟
عشان حكيت.
مش خايفه؟
لا مش خايفه، خلاص راح اللي إلي راح، ما ضل اللي يجي جراهن عليه.
انا بتوقع انه تنتهي الحرب عندما يعود الأسرى المختطفين إلى ديارهم.
اليهود
طبعا المختطفين عندما اختطفوا في 7 من أكتوبر إلى ديارهم إلى إسرائيل إن شاء الله. وإن شاء الله إحنا بدنا حكم مدني من الإدارة الإسرائيلية تحكم قطاع غزة.
והדברים האלו של מוחמד אמורים להבהב כנורה אדומה עבור כולנו. כי מה שמוחמד ורבים מהפלסטינים בעזה רוצים הוא שישראל תשוב לשם, תשלוט, תנהל את החיים, את החינוך, את התשתיות, את הבריאות, תישאב לתוך הביצה שנקראת עזה. בינתיים צה"ל ממשיך להשיג הישגים יוצאי דופן בשדה הקרב. אם זו אוגדה 162 שמתמרנת בג'באליה, חטיבת גבעתי שכובשת חלקים עם עוז חמאס, או גדוד 9 שלה, זה שאחראי בין היתר על הנקז ועל התמונות יוצאות הדופן האלה.
לכך זה נראה. כל האנשים האלה שאתם רואים לידינו הם אנשי חמאס, ג'יהאד איסלאמי. אחד מהאנשים האלה
They got fucking journalists walking around among the prison. Jeez.
מי הוא מ"מ בנוח'בה שהשתתף ב7 באוקטובר. ככה נראה האויב הגדול ביותר של מדינת ישראל. האויב שהשתתף ב7 באוקטובר, והתמונה הזו זו תמונת כניעה של חמאס, תמונת ניצחון של ישראל, חלק מאותם חמושים שחלקם לחמו ממש עד לימים האחרונים במחנה פליטים ג'באליה, וכעת מרימים ידיים ונכנעים.
זה מעיד על שבירה. כלומר, לצורך העניין אתמול הוצאנו מפה 50 מחבלים כחלק מנקז, אנשים שפשוט הרימו ידיים והחליטו שהם לא נלחמים יותר.
שאתה יודע שהם מחבלים בוודאות.
שאנחנו יודעים שהם מחבלים בוודאות, אחרי הצלבות של מידע, אחרי חקירות. חלקם באו והסגירו את עצמם, אמרו אנחנו מחבלים ואנחנו, זהו, סיימנו. ואני חושב שזה
This is an actual news network. This was done by Channel 12. So, yeah, this is an actual news network. Yeah. I know they've been doing a bit more of this. They've been taking Israeli journalists into and around the Jabalia area.
דבר שהכי מעיד על שבירה פה אולי, הסיפור הזה של להרים ידיים.
זה היה ביקור קשה, מדכא. סביר מאוד להניח שרבים מאוד מההמון הגדול הזה צהלו ב7 באוקטובר. ועדיין, לא פשוט, כאדם, כיהודי, לחזות בתמונה הזו. ולרגע לא יכולתי להפסיק לחשוב, כמו בכל החודשים האחרונים, מה האנשים האלו, הרוצחים הנתעבים האלה, חשים עכשיו. האם זה היה שווה את זה? האם לא הבנתם שכשאיבדתם את צלם האנוש והמוסר, כשטבחתם בבני עמי, הבאתם בעצם הרס, רעב ומוות על עמכם שלכם, על עזה, על אמהותיכם, על ילדיכם.
Okay. That guy was a bit cringe. I totally believe the hatred of Hamas. I'm a little more skeptical of the love for the Jews. I think they wanted cigarettes and more. But what do I know? That's a low conviction take, by the way, because I'm not a fucking empath, body language expert. What was the Haaretz article? Do you have that in my... Who's this guy? Hello, dialectic. Blah. What was the Haaretz article? Do you have that?
Hello.
Hi.
All right. So I've been talking with some more MAGA people, and they keep bringing up Russian talking points, and I think they're really stupid, but I'm not exactly sure what kinds of questions I should be asking them. So I was wondering if I would be able to try and go down the line of reasoning that they're using.
Okay, there probably is no line of reasoning, but that's probably your first mistake. Like what in particular?
Like usually they go for something like that NATO quote expanding into Ukraine or something like that, or like the West posing a threat to Russia, forcing Russia to invade. That's the first thing, and then secondly, that U.S. should just not do anything about it because Europe should take responsibility for it.
Well, the U.S. were the ones who made their deals with Ukraine in 1994 to respect the borders of Ukraine and Russia and all the countries involved. So, and America, basically out of doing that and having that responsibility, also gets the benefits of getting to do business in Ukraine. And that obviously helps Americans back home because it's good to have a big economy, more jobs, more opportunities. And NATO expansion didn't happen because... Like, NATO expansion did make Russia angry. Like, that's true. But NATO expansion happened because Russia made a bunch of countries want to join NATO. From as soon as the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia was already aggressing on former Soviet areas, like the Georgian Civil War with their involvement there, or with Transnistria in '92. Before NATO did anything, before NATO expanded anywhere, Russia was already trying to grab a hold of whatever old parts of the Soviet Union that they could. So...
Mm-hmm.
And NATO, again, is just a military alliance. It's not like countries opt in to join it. It doesn't mean that they're putting nuclear weapons right on Russia's border or any of this bullshit. Ukraine was never going to join NATO because in 2014, after the annexation of Crimea, they couldn't join NATO. So why would you expand your war further to avoid NATO expansion, even though you've already dealt with NATO expansion by taking Crimea? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah. Is it possible to prove that NATO wouldn't invade Russia? Because I like it's a stupid thing to say, but it's like like, is there a way to prove that, or would I just tell them to prove
Yeah,
that
why would NATO invade Russia? Like, Russia's a nuclear power. Has NATO ever invaded a nuclear power?
No.
Yeah, they're not really in the business of doing that.
All right. Okay, that makes sense.
It's also like people are likening it to a military buildup on the border. That's not really true, though. Like, there are already nuclear weapons, I think, in Turkey, and I think there are already ABMs in Poland. So it's not like there have been any shifts to move nuclear weapons closer to Russia's border. And as for military, well, those countries were generally expected to put like what 2% of their GDP on defense, like for defense for the defense budget to be about 2% of GDP. But most countries didn't even do that. So. And they'd started doing it only after Russia invaded Ukraine. Like that's what happened with the Baltic states. So
should the US be like pressuring NATO countries more to invest more into their military spending, or?
I mean, it depends, because I think the Baltic states, is it Latvia or Estonia or one of these countries that already is like 6% of their GDP is defense now because of helping Ukraine. But yeah, maybe other countries should be doing more. I don't know how the US would pressure them into doing it, but
And then like how reliant or like how much of an impact is the Ukrainian economy to like say the US? Because like is that quantifiable in any way, or
how much does the US need Ukraine's economy?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know exactly how to quantify that, but I do know that when Russia invaded Ukraine, and the way that that upset the market in terms of grain and wheat and energy, then the whole world suffered for that, right? Like the inflation crisis came because of that in large part. Like the 9% inflations or 10% that went across Europe and America.
That was because of Ukraine, or like can't we tie that to other things?
Ukraine is a really big part of global exports for grain. Like they used to be called the breadbasket of the Soviet Union. And I think how much of the world's grain comes from Ukraine? I think it's still a really high number. It's like fucking 35% of sunflower oil, 40% of sunflower meal exports, and 5% of total wheat exports come from Ukraine. That was in 2023, right? Or 13% of barley, 15% of corn. Yeah, they're a really important economy for grain, corn, wheat, barley. Yeah.
Okay, and then I just have another like slightly related to Ukraine question. So I'm pretty sure you know that Ukraine is like has a lot of corruption problems because they're like a former Soviet state and stuff like that, and so they partially inherited like the oligarchies and stuff like that. What do you think could be done about the corruption in Ukraine?
The corruption, well, them being in peacetime and having ties to Europe and the United States would do it, right? Because I think their corruption issues were improving, as far as I know. Like, isn't there like a world corruption index that could show you that?
I think it's like corruption perceptions or something.
Yeah, corruption perceptions. So if we go to let's go to 2013, search Ukraine. They were their score was 25 in 2013. 2014, it goes to, what the fuck? Okay. See, Ukraine. Now it's up to 36. So their score has gone up by about 10 points. You can see do I have to change the search every time? Yeah, so their score's been improving around the time when they started moving themselves away from Russian influence.
All right.
Part of that was also, I think, like I'm pretty sure there were levels of humanitarian aid, or not humanitarian, but like development aid that they were getting that was conditional on them improving their corruption issues, like dealing with them.
Okay, that's cool. How would I learn more about like the history of the region? Like, are there specific books to look at, or?
I didn't use any. Did I use books for Ukraine? I didn't myself. I'm sure you could. It depends on how far you want. I'd probably just pick a particular issue. If you want like Soviet history, I guess people like Kotkin are good, or I think Timothy Snyder is good as well. They both have quite different perspectives as well on Soviet events in Ukraine. Same with World War II. If you want to go more recent, then honestly, just articles. Like just Google whatever particular thing, like the Maidan. Maybe even if you want to just start with the wiki, if you're not sure, and then just see whatever citations appear there and go further. I can't even remember what exactly lots of foreign affairs articles and things like that, like foreign policy articles are good for that.
All right.
But it depends on I would just pick a particular issue and then just start reading stuff and just see what, and you generally just piece it together over time by doing that.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Please check out the latest Corey Gilschuster video. God! What do you want from me? Hello?
I hope it's not a bad time. I was off the stream for a while. How are you doing?
Fine. How are you?
Doing great. So now with all the ICC stuff, I was wondering if I was Abbas, if I was Abu Mazen, what would I actually do to try to fix things? Like, assume I'm not a corrupt cuck and I'm actually in a healthy age where I can make functional decisions and I'm not surrounded by idiots. What would I do to make the situation better? If I headed the PA, for example, and the PLO.
Are you asking me or are you giving your own suggestions?
I have my own ideas, but like, honestly, I can't really see anything that's not doomer built. So I was wondering, what would you think about the situation?
I don't know what. I mean, he should probably sing his own praises and take. Yeah, he should probably. He should definitely take credit for. He should definitely take credit for all of the ICC stuff, right? Because those were his decisions to get into the Rome Statute and everything else.
He's milking it to the very last drop. Trust me on this.
And yeah, otherwise, I don't know. I don't really know how much control he has to do certain things, because the settler violence in the West Bank has been insane in the last year, especially a lot of it being under the cover of war. But I don't really know how much he's able to use his own security forces to confront the Israelis on it, or if that would just result in a fucking West Bank war. I don't know.
Yeah, that's actually, I wanted to talk about it because it's a very much topic. Like, those villages that are often attacked by settlers, most often, and I say most often because some of them are very much not, but most often they are not really involved with any armed groups. They don't have anyone with arms in there to actually protect it. And if there was anybody with arms who actually shot the settlers, then the repercussions, regardless of what the settler was doing, the repercussions would be very harmful to the village, to say the least. Like, I can imagine the idea of just barging into a village and leaving an entire street saying, well, this place is dangerous, we need to clear it out a bit. And you can understand why people might be against it at this point, so yeah, it's a messy topic. So like, how would you actually try to protect them? Like, do you try to get some foreign volunteers to human shield it? Would it even work if it was possible?
I feel like,
for example,
I feel like it'd be much more in his interest to focus on things that are much more unambiguous and like harder to defend, because I think like with what he's been doing now of just like constantly going to the UN to make speeches about international law and like the 6-7 borders and Jerusalem and right of return and all that, it's like I feel like if you just went more to the basics and just like focused particularly on something like settler violence, then maybe that would get things further. But I don't know.
But like, how would he actually focus on it? Like, he can soy out at the UN and say, well, the settler attacked this village and punched a couple of kids and shot this dude. So yeah.
Well, because at least with this presidency, maybe it's going to be different with the next one, that we were able to get sanctions on a lot of settlers, and maybe if he pursued that more in a more laser focused way, and also I guess stopped saying the occasional anti-Semitic shit, then yeah, I think.
Well, you know, we like the occasional anti-Semitic shit in the West Bank.
Yeah, well.
I mean, yeah, and also because like he also has some domestic audience, you know, I think it's fair to say he's not a very popular person right now, domestically speaking. Like, how would he try to satisfy them, satisfy the international community, and not get bombed to pieces at the same time? This is the puzzle I'm asking about.
Yeah. I don't know. I think rhetorically, maybe I guess he can kind of do what he wants. I think it's been a while since I've ever heard like a more immediate thing from Palestinians in terms of just like demands. I feel like if he just like kept it to 2 or 3 demands and without like, because obviously we're miles away from there being any kind of peace process and anything like that. So whilst we're in that situation, I feel like it's probably going to be, if I was him, I would probably be focusing on like more central demands that are actually much more tangible for the current day. So instead of talking about like 242 and 67 borders and 194 and all that, just be like, okay, so here we need to like focus on punishing settler expansion and sanctioning outposters and putting more pressure on stopping that for one. The second thing maybe would be pushing for an alternative governance in Gaza and saying that, for example, the PA is like ready to take up the mantle. And I guess the third thing might be fucking, I don't even, like the ICC, I guess, take credit for that, you know?
Yeah, but like but they already talk about it. So if they tone down the stuff about the 67 borders and such, I can't see it really doing anything. Like if we went to talk about a change of policy, for example, many people talk about canceling the security coordination because the entire point of it is that the IDF does not fuck with the areas under the PA control, and in exchange the PA takes control of it, but the PA doesn't actually control it, and the IDF fucks with it all the time. So maybe many people say that they should actually cancel it, but then if they cancel it, then the IDF would just bomb them, you know. Because
You know what?
they are
If
an
I was,
armed group that operates in the territories that is not coordinated with them. Yeah.
You know what? If I was a boss, I would quietly coordinate some mean pipe hitting dudes to go and arm up and defend Palestinian territory from getting settled on by outposters. That's what I would do. Man the posts, go catch them and be like, hey, you got a license for that? Fuck off with a gun.
I mean, if we want to talk about village guards, but without the presence of unauthorized, uncoordinated armed groups in the villages that fire at Israeli citizens, regardless of what the citizens are doing, invoke a retaliation by the IDF?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're trying to stop a fucking outposter, you're gonna, that might make the IDF look bad if they're just protecting outposters. Like,
I think the IDF in the West Bank is not very much concerned about looking bad at this point. They kind of
that's to their detriment, though, right? Like they might incur a lot more international fucking ire for that, because again, like that's not like, oh, we're stopping. What the fuck? That's like, oh, we're not stopping Hamas at this time. We're just like, I don't know. I think the entire like armed resistance movement just needs to be like reassessed, and they should focus a lot more on like ANC style sabotage attacks on like fucking outposts and settler infrastructure and those kind of things. I think that would go a long way.
I was thinking about more of like a non-lethal defensive force, like give some dudes a bunch of, I don't know, rubber bullets, spray guns. I don't know what the fuck you should give them to actually do anything. And tell them, okay, if random settlers come here, just spray them. But I have a feeling that a settler with an AR-15 can be much more effective than a Palestinian with.
Well, you need some armed people as well to defend themselves, because if the settlers come in there with guns, then you need to defend yourself with guns. Yeah, fuck. Like that's. I think they're justified in doing that. I think that should be the focus. Whereas right now it's always like, oh, the IDF went into fucking Jenin and they found like some guys who were planning on building explosives to bring into Israel and blow up in a fucking bar. Like that's fucking stupid. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. But like actually, these guys who carry attacks outside the territories are really fucking retarded, because they justify every action the IDF takes in the West Bank, regardless of how that action is retarded itself.
Yep, unfortunately.
Yeah, and there are other matters, like for example the taxation, because the entire point of the PA is that they coordinate the taxation and the economic matters with the IDF, and in exchange the IDF like allows them to tax the people, allows them access to the registry, and allows them to import stuff, export stuff. But then the IDF, not the IDF, Israel as a whole, like the government, just stopped allowing them to import, to export, or to collect taxes. So the entire project is a failed one because one part is completely denying what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Like, so for example, do you just cancel the coordination? But if you cancel it, then the IDF
You have more
will
mature thinking than most
bomb you to
people I know
pieces.
my age.
Because that's
63.
the only solution it seems
Bravo.
the IDF currently possessing. Like, yeah. It's just so fucking unhinged that someone can actually control the taxes of another country and prevent it from exporting anything. Like, why do they even do? Like, why do they even do it? Because it's very retarded. What is the point? For example, if we are talking about Gaza and not importing cement, it makes sense. Like, I still disagree with it, but it has a point. But not allowing the PA to collect taxes, that's why you just trying to get people fucked at this point.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
when looking at the actions of the Israeli government, I think they don't really like Palestinians.
No,
it's a stage, I know.
It's crazy, chap.
Yeah. Now, this is just what I wanted to talk about because no matter how I look at it, there's as much as I objected to the PA and I think they are a bunch of idiots, there's really not much they can do.
Yeah, I know, but I think
even if they like even in the most idealistic and most effective scenario they can plausibly carry out, they are not doing much. So like we're just being just sleeping and pretending nothing is happening is probably the best they can do.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like people, when I was in the West Bank, it was kind of amazing how much the Palestinians in West Bank have been able to do with their infrastructure and with their communities, despite the fact that they've always been on the fucking back foot, right? They've never had a state. They've had the occupation. They've got the expansion of the occupation. They've got the rest of the world basically giving them nothing but lip service. They've got the imbalances in the economy and the tax system and the water supply and everything. And they still managed to build up like a pretty impressive fucking like civil society. And they've got like some of the best education in the entire Arab world. It's just like they've managed to do a lot
this
like
is actually
really
one of
that
my
they should be really
favorite
proud
stories
of. And it's just like...
this is actually one of my favorite stories because like back in 1956 there was the first and only democratic government the Jordanian ever had, because you know the West Bank and Jordan were the same country at the time. They elected the National Socialist Party.
Okay.
So yeah, off to a good start.
Cringe.
The Jordanian National Socialist Party, but like they were not Nazis or affiliated with any such fascist group or ultra-nationalist or racist or anything of the sort. Kind of ultra-nationalist maybe, but who cares? Anyways, the thing they did was that they imposed that education must be mandatory, and which was something new at the time. So the education and literacy rate suddenly skyrocketed, and they have been the only thing preparing both Palestinians and Jordanians since then, because until like past decade or so, no other country compared in regards of education. Nowadays, like you have the UAE and Qatar, which are not that far off from when it comes to education, but back in the day, like at one point it was even much higher than Israel itself. Like when the occupation first started, the education rate in the West Bank was much higher than Israel.
Is that true? That's actually not that surprising. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I think
well, shit. Thanks for telling
like
us that fucking the PA can't do anything. But thanks. I don't know. I think they can get some militias to get rid of those outposts. I think that would. I think they might like. Yeah. Just it's not. The idea isn't winning. Okay. The idea is making that project a fucking unviable project. You know, that's like the ANC tactic. I think it worked. I think it worked then. It could work now. Who knows? Obviously, if they want to. It's just. I'm not going to force
sorry
anyone.
for the long rant, but we are dealing with different opponents because while the South Africans were a bunch of arrogant racist fucks, they were also pragmatic and reasonable enough to actually negotiate, while look at the current Israeli government, I think they are more concerned about my historical homeland and such shit than anything else to actually be able to concede. Even if the project is unviable, because you can make an argument that it is currently unviable, but still.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the
on.
difference with the South African government is that they were pushed into negotiating because there was a party that was like very easy, like or very like open for negotiation, which was obviously Mandela and the ANC.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously.
Yeah, we need another Rabin.
Yeah, or like yeah, I guess, and I guess Palestinians need another Arafat. Oh no! Or
oh God!
Or
no,
if you're Abbas,
please.
if you're Abbas and you're making demands, I think one of them should be like, I don't know, if he could push to like free Barghouti, you know, even though that's basically his opponent in terms of who would lead them. But I don't know.
He's actually pushing for it, like
because it basically it all depends. It all depends on who replaces Abbas when he dies. That's like the big thing.
Yeah. Actually, like to be openly saying don't release Barghouti or not actually endorsing it, that's a political suicide. Yeah. Anyways, think about it, and I'll come back to you later. Oh, did you see the Jordanian propaganda I sent you?
No.
See it.
Where?
You must see it. Look,
Is it
I
my
am the
DMs?
most. No, it's in the side chat.
Oh.
Like, buddy, I'm like the #1 Jordanian propagandist. I carry on the entire reputation of the country single-handedly. Please just check
with the helicopters.
Yeah.
Oh, they're dropping aid.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
I guess I will see you later.
All right. Bye bye.
Also, I will do some research on the Syria stuff because their model for distributing aid was interesting, to put it mildly. Very weird, but interesting.
Okay. If you
Bye-bye.
have anything I can read on that, that'd be good. Okay. Wow, he just fucking dipped. What's this? Just a reminder, you all ain't left wing. Wow, noob. That's a really good point. Shit. I'm so fucking deflated that I'm not part of whatever fucking cringe cult that you're a part of. Shit. Ooh. Is this them distributing aid through helicopters? Yeah, where's the music? This is the first ever Arab fucking propaganda video that I've seen without the hard-hitting, thumping fucking drums. It should be like... Noob, Discord or ban. The only fucking function that you guys have in this community is that I can make an example out of people like you every now and then. Otherwise, 3. I'll just give you the Discord anyway and you can make your decision. Actually, I'm just banning. Discord.gg/learnerbox if you want to come and catch up, okay? Bye, retard. Okay. Joan, thanks for... Or is it Joanne? Sorry, thanks for the $49.99. That's really generous of you. You have more mature thinking than most people I know, age 63. Bravo. Jeez. God damn. I'm boomer. I'm a big boomer. Okay. So that... And then this is them distributing the shit. Okay, cool. Wada. What's this? Pushing 70.
This is the reason why.
What is this?
So many of
What
these.
I do again, like most of the Middle East, it's so fucking stupid, man. Saudi isn't getting bombed. Emirates ain't getting bombed. Anyway,
countries, whether it be Iran, whether it be Afghanistan, whether it be Egypt, or many of these places that were far more liberal from Western standards, from the Western understanding of like social liberalism, multiple decades ago.
Well, I don't care. Why am I watching this? Thanks for the link. What is this? Forethought's lies will end destiny. 3 hours 40. Do I need to watch this in preparation?
What's that smell? Does that smell beans?
Oh, fuck. If something is bad or something is wrong, so looking at those logs of Kelly Jean, those seemed a little bit unhinged. Nobody's reported that to me. Nobody's told that to me. You can't come running to me 6 months later with something and go, look at how horrible this is. Shouldn't it? If you cared about it.
Wait. Okay, hold on. So the logic here is...
Fuck this fucking drama. Oh my god. What a waste. Gringe. Oh, the ICC's first prosecutor explains what's next. Let's go.
Luis Moreno Ocampo is a lawyer
What
who
is
served
next?
as the first prosecutor of the ICC from 2003 to 2012. Rosa Friedman is Professor of Law, Conflict and Global Development at the University of Reading. Good to have you both. Before we get into the mechanics, Sir, let's start with you. Can you just take us through what has been going on in the months since we got the news that the chief prosecutor was seeking these arrest warrants? I mean, these are controversial. There is an enormous amount of pressure on the ICC at present. The Israelis calling this decision absurd and anti-Semitic. Others who support this decision...
She's got a proper fucking hat going on. What the hell?
...by the ICC, suggesting it is not at all political and should be adhered to. Luis Ocampo, your sense, if you will. Just walk us through how we got to this point and the sort of pressure the ICC is under at this stage.
Well, start with the crimes, because it's very limited to the starvation part of the campaign. The ICC is not making findings or bombing or genocide. It's just a very limited charge, starvation. And everyone knows...
What do they talk about the two instances targeted civilians? What's that? Fuck. I guess they won't tell us until later.
Starvation happened because Mr. Galan openly said from the beginning they would do it, and President Biden spent 1 year begging to Israel to let food and water to go. So the facts are non-controversial. And the legal characterization was, okay, it's a war crime of starvation, and the judges said you cannot use starvation to attack civilians, to combat Hamas. So, and that's very clear. Israel can stop this tomorrow, Becky. Israel can stop this tomorrow. How? If Israel starts today a real investigation against Prime Minister Netanyahu, the case will be stopped in the ICC because ICC act when the national country does act. So, not go to political consideration. Israel want to stop this? Well, do the case yourself. That's it.
Damn.
Well, the US, and I quote here, just...
He should have ended that with a little gup. The little pug. Do it yourself, little bub.
Crossing the wires now, fundamentally rejects the ICC arrest warrant decision and is discussing the next steps. We know that in discussion over the past months, these next steps could include sanctions against the ICC. Rosa, before I come to you, Luis Ocampo, your response.
Well, President Biden was begging Prime Minister Netanyahu not to commit crimes, and now he said, okay, but I don't care what the ICC say. I think it was a mistake, but I think President Trump is a very smart person, so he will find alternatives, because it's ridiculous that U.S. go against the world.
What is this?
Has the time not come, Prime Minister, to prescribe what is so obviously a terrorist organisation, and in doing so, not just do the right thing, but maybe mend some fences between this government and the incoming presidency of Donald Trump's, given that the whole of his cabinet have been so rude about him over the last few years?
Well, I'm glad to see the honourable member making a rare appearance back here in Britain. He spent so much time in America recently. I was half expecting to see him on the immigration statistics when we see the next batch. He may have missed. I did congratulate the incoming president last week.
Okay, good one. Good one.
Expose itself protecting crimes when Israel can stop this tomorrow. Prime Minister Netanyahu knows very well that he can stop this tomorrow, just allowing a national investigation in Israel. So why the US will go ballistic against the world when it's an easy solution for this, open investigation in Israel? So I think it's something to consider. The US leadership will be seriously compromised here if US try to attack the ICC, because the world is with the ICC in this case. And
Well, this administration, of course, has only got 2 months left to run, but it's very likely that these threats of sanctions against the ICC to completely sort of discredit the ICC are likely to come from a Donald Trump administration in spades. Rosa, let me bring you in. Louise, I'll bring you back in a moment. Let's just talk about what these arrest warrants practically mean. What are the next steps here?
So the arrest warrants have been issued, but remember, Israel is not party to the International Criminal Court. So Israel is not under any duty internationally to send Gallant or Netanyahu to the court. What it does mean is that if they were to travel to any of the 124 states that are party to the ICC, they could be arrested. Those states should arrest them and send them to The Hague.
It's minus 124 countries on the scratch map, bub. Little bub.
Have seen in the past that arrest warrants have been issued and people have travelled with those arrest warrants into ICC state parties and not been arrested. So it's a political as well as it's a legal decision. But the next stage will really be what the court decides to do. Now, it can't try in absentia. It needs to have Gallant and Netanyahu in front of it in order for any trial to take place. And let's be clear, these are arrest warrants that have been issued. They've not decided that there's enough evidence to prosecute and to find them guilty. We have to have due process. We have to have a fair trial. They're simply saying that they think there is sufficient evidence to arrest them, or, as my colleague was saying, for a national investigation to take place.
Could and should were two words that you used there. Could and should, if Benjamin Netanyahu and or Yoav Gallant travel to a country that is signatory to the Rome Statute, that is the statute that set up the ICC, if they travel there, they could and should be arrested. But as you rightly point out, in the past, there have been those with arrest warrants who have not been arrested in these countries. There is no mechanism, is there, to actually arrest anybody who is under warrant from the ICC, correct?
Well, the mechanism would be that they would be arrested if they could be arrested if they were in a country that was party. Kidnapped and taken to The Hague from Israel, which is not a state party. And really what's been said by the Americans, just to chime in on the question you asked my colleague, what's been said by the Americans is this issuing of an arrest warrant for a democratically elected leader, as compared with all the other democratically elected leaders that, for example, went into Raqqa and Mosul recently to fight ISIS, or Tony Blair and George Bush for the Iraq War and things like that, looks like a politicised decision. So it actually probably will be a political decision of each country that's party to the ICC, whether they uphold these arrest warrants or not, given how contentious they are.
Ooh. Right. These arrest warrants are against Netanyahu and Gallant for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed from at least the 8th of October 2023 until at least May 2023. That is the day that the prosecution filed the application for warrants of arrest. Luis Ocampo, you said all that needs to happen is that Israel stops what are described, in these arrest warrants as crimes against humanity at present. Are you suggesting that if the war stopped tomorrow, if there were a ceasefire tomorrow, that the IC would not pursue this case?
You'd probably still have to pursue them for crimes committed in the past, wouldn't you? What the fuck kind of... CNN? What is it?
Further, I just want to be quite clear about where you stand.
Stopping the crimes is necessary, but will be not enough to stop the investigation. To stop the investigation, to stop the warrant, is needed to start an investigation in Israel. So a criminal prosecutor in Israel or a commission of inquiry in Israel investigating Netanyahu for crimes against humanity and war crimes. That is the measure to stop that. And that's why, for me, I don't think this is politically, because the court also indicted President Putin. The court could indict Maduro. So the court is in the US, you see as friends or enemies. The court see as criminals or not criminals. That is a different standard. And so that's why I think it's very important for President Trump to understand, okay, if you want to do something with Maduro, the court could help you. So don't try to attack the court. And also, when you say about legitimacy, I think who is losing legitimacy here will be the US attacking the court. Because when you see the discussions in the world is incredibly sad what happened in Palestine. So the idea to stop this is important. And until today, President Biden did not, had zero influence. So I think what we need now is stop the crimes, stop the bombing, and to solve the issue of Netanyahu, please organize an investigation in Israel. That is legally will make the ICC stop the case. Right. That has to be very clear.
Okay. Nothing ever happens. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we like it when other people pronounce the word Israel in different ways. Cool. Okay. Whew. Okay, so we read the details of the press release of the warrant. Cool. Tomorrow, if there's no new news, probably get started on the Human Shields thing and doing Kfar Qasim story. Do you have a section on Taba, Camp David, Oslo, etc.? Not yet. We'll get there. The Huckabee stuff? Oh yeah, the Huckabee videos. I'll do that tomorrow. All right. Good stream, dickheads. I will see you. Oh. Will I see you tomorrow? Oh god, I have to go to that thing, don't I? I got that fucking flatwarming to go to. Do I want to? I kind of want to just cancel on and do my work. Oh god. Will they hate me? We'll see. We'll see. Take care, little gups, little pugs, little bubs. All right. Wait, you had a question. Oh yeah, sorry. Wait. Hello, Srug SRG.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
I was just muting your stream. Yeah, I had a question. I was watching 2 podcasts and that debate with Cenk Uygur and Destiny.
Yeah.
And there was always this comparison. They were talking about Israel and about Hamas. Obviously, that's the question I'm going to bring up. And the Cenk was comparing Hamas to the militant wing of the ANC. And, Destiny kind of quickly elaborated that it's not a really good comparison. And in another podcast, I heard the same thing, although there was no refutation of that. And I just was trying to wonder, why they always bring up the ANC and, so specifically, the fact that, Mandela, wanted some sort of armed resistance against the South African government. But it just doesn't seem like it's a good comparison, because it seems like besides Hamas, there's always been a lot of horrific terrorist attacks by a lot of the Palestinian groups. And so I just trying to understand why they always try to bring that up.
Because they don't know anything about Palestine, they don't know anything about Mandela. And Mandela's just a popular guy who some people call a terrorist. So you make the connection. That's all it is.
And not just somebody, okay? The United States of America.
Yeah, but I don't think they even... Hang on, wait. U.S. Mandela...
Not anymore. He's not on the list anymore, yeah.
I want to double check.
Kissing face.
Did they actually declare him a terrorist, or was he on a watch list? Is this the same thing?
He was probably on a watch list.
He's on the watch list. Okay. So yeah, just because just because some countries are wrong about incorrectly name some people terrorists, that doesn't mean that everyone. You know who else is labeled as a terrorist? Fucking ISIS. Okay. I don't. Anyway.
Are you saying ISIS isn't that bad?
Clearly, imagine someone's like ISIS are a terrorist group. Like, oh, but Mandela was a terrorist.
No, I flipped your argument and I'm taking it the way you said it.
No, but what I want to say is that there isn't really anyone that's kind of done a good in-depth to show why it's such a bad comparison.
Yeah, maybe I'll do it one day. Who knows? I've done the thing is, it's like a tweet argument. All you have to do is tweet out something Mandela said during his trial in the '60s about why he actually opposed terrorism or acts that he considered to be terrorist. But
to be honest,
maybe I'll do a whole thing.
Stick to the current video essay you're working on because you need something to get off. To stop being labeled a Zionist.
Bro, that's never gonna happen. On it, the thing is,
Hassan will watch it. Hassan will eventually watch it.
Hassan will never watch it. Hassan will only watch hit pieces on me now because he's a fucking prick. Okay, that's it. He's never gonna watch my own content ever again.
Imagine he does end up watching it and we're all wrong, and then he's like, "Oh, Loner Box is chill," but no, he's a loser.
Yeah, well. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just one more thing that I wanted to say is that that guy you were debating earlier, the kind of unhinged guy, they always try to bring up analogies, try to make comparisons, and it just seems and I see this so much in a lot of the discourse about this conflict of trying to make comparisons in order to try to understand it better. And it seems like this conflict might have some parallels or some similarities with other things going on, but it's wholly pretty unique. And I feel like because people are trying to make these comparisons, the solutions for what they think should happen just fall flat, or it just doesn't work. I don't know. Just been kind of been bothering me seeing all these people like making analogies and stuff like that.
Yeah, the analogies are usually done in aid of them not knowing exactly what the fuck's going on. An attempt to simplify, maybe in bad faith, maybe not, but whatever. Don't need it.
Okay. Anyway, first time on your stream, and I appreciate you letting me on. I always
Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
I thought you were off the stream.
No, and now there's a bunch of people coming back in. What the fuck? Okay.
Okay, I was hopping in because I thought you weren't in the stream. Yeah.
Okay, bye.
All right. Well, anyway, I appreciate talking to you.
All good, man. Take care.
Yeah, take care.
Bye. Yamez, thanks for the £20. Really appreciate that. The kid, hello? Hello, hello. There are two people waiting here now. There's a Sam M and a the kid.
Hello.
Hello.
My first time on Discord, so I just discovered how to press the unmute button.
I see.
And I am not that old.
What can I do for you?
Oh, first of all, I wanted to say that I really enjoy your conversations and the way you frame your situation and everything. And I also wanted to vent a little bit about the ICC trying to discredit a democratic country, even though I never voted. I'm Israeli, so let's be clear. I never voted for Netanyahu. I will never vote for Netanyahu. I think he is a criminal. Not in the sense that the ICC is stating, but I do think that he is a corrupt individual. But I think that Israel needs to prosecute him because we're still a democracy. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it sends a very bad precedent for any other democracy in the world that the ICC can just send, a clear investigation without having a decent trying to first, see if the country is willing to investigate itself,
Yeah, it's I don't know. I think I don't mind them. Like if they think they've got a case, they should obviously put it out there because it does put some pressure on Israel to give some kind of response or to show why they haven't done those things or in their opinion. Because right now, the problem with the fucking situation, especially with humanitarian aid, is that you've got Kogat saying one thing and everyone else saying something else. And the reasons other people say something else are sometimes more convincing than others. Sometimes it's not convincing at all. But that is an issue there. Like, again, maybe we won't get answers to that question until after the war. But I don't know. I think there is a level of transparency, I think, that is missing from a lot of this.
Yeah. Look. There's been a lot of talk about Kareem, the prosecutor. He actually, people say that he actually did this, so we won't talk about his sexual harassment. I don't know if I buy that. I do think that there is a very political and biased. I won't say anti-Semitism because it's very easy to say just everybody's anti-Semite. No, it is very political driven, I think, and biased towards Israel. And I think that you can, I think it's very. I would accept if the ICC would have done it like in a few more months after having issued more evidence. But right now, I mean, it's just been issued like in the speed of light, man. It's just been so quick to address what happened in Gaza without really having anything credible to say about, humanitarian aid. And I mean, we've seen the trucks, we've seen Hamas taking them, and we've seen people in Gaza say clearly that they have been attacked from Hamas. So I'm the longer you live, I'm 33 years old, right? And the longer I live, the more I understand the bias people have against Israel. And again, I'm not going to cry anti-Semitism. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say that there's a very clear two-tier way of people looking at Israel and people looking at the Jewish state, while people are just dismissing other countries, saying, "Yeah, that's their culture." I mean, I had a discussion with a left-wing Canadian girl. She's bisexual, and she told me that, yeah, I know that people are dying in Lebanon and in Iran from being gay, but I mean that's their culture. I mean, really, like that's your statement. That's your fucking idea of saying that. That's so racist. That is so racist to say.
I guess it is a bit. It's something.
It's looking through the lens of color, trying to, and I think that's the problem with a lot of leftists. When they're talking about Israel, they try to frame it as white colonizers against brown indigenous people, because that's the framing that they have from school. And they don't really know how to see it in the complex way it is, and seeing people like Jews as people of color or minorities. I've just listened to Thomas Slowell. I don't know if you know the guy. He's a writer, and he's a
Yeah, not really a big fan, but I've heard of him. Yeah.
I just I just heard about him just recently, and I started listening to him. And look, I think he did say some very important stuff about the idea of minorities, and there is a clear problem of seeing that how people are framing Jews and Asian Americans as non-minorities because of their success. And this is a clear idea that especially the left is coming from, that's saying that minorities needs to be a depressed, oppressed minority all the time. And this is kind of like destroying the idea of immigrants, because in the end, the idea of immigrants are supposed to be integrated and be a part of society. You cannot be subjugated to being always the minority that needs to struggle for life. So I think that this kind of framing of us being successful and thus we're not being minorities in the world, this is the clear biases that people are seeing when they're looking at Israel, and they're saying, okay, yeah, look, Israel is the stronger one. Israel is, and Jews aren't minorities in the world, so they're not poor.
Yeah. Well, that's the. I mean, that's. It's like someone saying anti-Semitism is not an issue anymore because Jews are rich. It's like, that's just a really funny sounding sentence, isn't it? Like, because they have money. But yeah, that's the problem. It's like one of the limits of like Marxist analysis, I guess, is that if you put the economy and material conditions first, then yeah, suddenly a minority that has more money or the same money as the average person or the average group of majority, then yeah, that wouldn't seem as an issue to you. Like hate crimes, discrimination, that doesn't matter as much to people. Yeah,
Exactly. It's the same thing with the black community in America. I think that if a black man is successful, it doesn't mean that he cannot be discriminated against because he's a black man.
Yeah.
Because it is a very different. It's a twisted kind of way of thinking, and again, it's coming from the DEI kind of way of looking at it. It's saying that if you are a person of color, you need to be subjugated, and it's a new kind of, I won't say new, but it is a very sinister kind of racism.
Yeah, pretty cringe. And also, I guess what we're learning from the Twitch issue is that the only people who give a fuck about it are right wingers who don't like Muslims. So, yeah, good luck.
This is also an issue. I am a left wing Israeli, and I find myself most of the time fighting with anti-Zionists on Instagram and Facebook, but a lot of the time I am fighting with right-wing Israelis about the issues here in Israel, and I do think that I'm fighting myself. I know that I'm not alone because there's a lot of left-wing Zionists in Israel who are just being stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to justify the current situation. I mean, and still trying to say, well, but we still can't just kill all the Palestinians, and we still can't just be carrying weapons and everything all the time, like Ben Gvir once. So I am finding myself very frustrated with the situation, and it drives me mad. I mean, really, it's. I think the mental health situation in Israel, in general, is very, very low right now. People are suffering from. We still don't know the exact scope of the suffering here in Israel because people don't have the luxury of stopping and assessing the situation. We are subjugated to inner attacks. Like we still are kind of divided between the left and the right here in Israel, and from multiple attacks from the world. If it's in Amsterdam, if it's in the ICC, if it's pro-Palestinian riots all over the world, and people are not talking enough about the effect of mental health it makes.
Interesting. Well, I don't know if I have that many other comments on that, but okay. Listen, I'm probably going to shuffle off soon, so
no problem,
I appreciate
man.
you coming on
It's all
though,
good.
and I will
Thank
talk
you
to you
for
another time.
everything
Okay.
you're doing. Really.
That's all right. Take care, man. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Do I want to talk to this Sam M person? Sam M. Okay, I don't have long. What's your story?
Hey, sorry. I wanted to just ask, on the topic of the ICC and the International Court coming up, do you think partially the reason why Israel is so skeptical of the UN is because there's been an erosion of trust with how they've dealt with the conflicts, Israel's wars throughout history, and that they've only really pushed strongly for ceasefires when Israel's winning and never when they're actually in danger throughout the wars?
I don't know about that particular issue historically, but for other conflicts, yeah, I can see why there's an erosion of trust because it seems like there's a bit of bias in the reporting. Not always. Some UN reports are reliable, some aren't. Just hard to tell why some of them are so unreliable and why that happens so much to Israel and why you get all the resolutions. Like, obviously, they would say anti-Semitism, but I don't know. I've never looked into why that's the case. But the problem is that with that erosion of trust, then Israel becomes a lot more reluctant to cooperate with international with investigations, and then that means that the UN doesn't trust them, and then maybe you get this cycle of mistrust. It's kind of like the Israelis and the Palestinians. That's an issue.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you should do about that.
But like specifically on the issue of ceasefires, because I think throughout all the wars, like 1948, 1973, 1985, the UN only really, and the international community only really pushed for ceasefires when Israel had beaten off the initial attacks and were on the upper hand. And I think it actually prolongs the conflict because none of those wars, they could have had a much clearer, more decisive victory, which could have brought peace to the table. But the wars are always just, it's like prolonged until the next set of conflicts, and it's never resolved.
Maybe, but then there's also, it's debatable whether or not just like how much sheer military power can achieve peace as long as other methods, right? Like I don't know if I don't necessarily know if that's the case. Like for example, the issue in 2006 wasn't like the UN. It was the Israeli military just fucked themselves and put themselves in a position where they were never going to achieve anything. So the UN was right to call for a ceasefire there. But I do agree that like I think Condoleezza Rice during the 2006 war basically said that there's no point in there's never any point in a ceasefire that just puts you back to the status quo. Like a ceasefire needs to involve an arrangement that will bring you into some kind of like new and hopefully improved reality. But yeah, that's like that's maybe something that's missing from the rhetoric.
The Lebanon war could have been brought to a much quicker conclusion in the 1980s if Israel had been allowed to encircle the Syrians in the Bekaa Valley before the ceasefire happened.
I don't know though, because if they get rid of the Syrians, then they were still going to occupy the south, and they were still going to have to deal with Hezbollah, and they're still going to have to deal with a border with Syria, unless they're like that. If they get rid of the Syrians in the Bekaa, that's like they're going to have to man that border as well, because otherwise you're just allowing Syrian arms to go to Hezbollah. Right?
They wouldn't have occupied Lebanon at that point, because Hezbollah was just becoming a problem. It was mostly Amal in that period, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was PLO mainly in that area. The main problems were PLO, which they actually succeeded in pretty much dismantling and exiling them to Tunisia.
Yeah.
The Syrians are in the Bekaa, and if they could have defeated them and got the Syrians to come to the table, the Syrians could have stopped funding all those groups. Would Israel have, and maybe because Syria was also the one pressuring Lebanon not to sign a peace deal as well.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like counterfactuals like that are difficult because the consequences of changing any one variable ends up changing a whole bunch of other ones. And it's like, if they expend the military force to get rid of the Syrians, it's like, how much does that damage and collateral damage affect the Lebanese public opinion towards them? Or if they do push the Syrians back, do the Syrians actually go through with pushing for peace? Or do they just take a ceasefire at the border and then rebuild later and restore like arms and aid to militants in the Bekaa in the south? So yeah, I don't know.
No, I understand. Counterfactuals are hard, but I feel like if Israel's never seriously managed to like encircle and capture any of these Arab armies because of these, and it happened in 1948 as well. They were about to encircle Rafah and encircle right at the end of the war.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and then the British threatened to resume arms shipments to the Arabs, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and there was like 2 attempts because I think they crossed the international border, and they were going to do a big sweeping movement across the desert to like El Arish and then down the coast, and then the international community ceasefire, stopped that, and then they did a much tighter curve where they just clipped the border, where they were just going to try and circle Rafah, and again they were prevented there as well. The same thing happened in the Yom Kippur War, where they crossed the canal.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I think it was Ariel Sharon leading that. They crossed the canal. I'm trying to remember. You know, the top half of the canal. The Egyptians were holding one bank, and then the Israelis managed to get across the bank on the south.
Yeah.
Again, they were about to encircle them, and that's when the pressure for the ceasefire came. I'm not really saying 2 or 4 that I think a ceasefire should have happened here or there. I'm just saying it feels like Israel's trust is eroded in these international bodies because, they weren't pushing for a ceasefire in the Yom Kippur War when the Egyptians and the Syrians were winning.
Yeah, but I think the Yom Kippur is different because that ceasefire was largely brought in because of the Soviets, right? Because they threatened to actually use military action. So that was obvious why they did that, right? Because it was their allies. Whereas the other wars, I don't know. I don't know whether things would have been better or worse if Israel encircled Rafah and cut off Gaza. Yeah, I don't know.
I think using the Yom Kippur War is not really a particularly good example because neither the Egyptians nor the Syrians were completely vanquished. Like if you look at the oh God, I sound like some of those Egyptian nationalists who actually think they won the war. Anyways, in the battle itself, in the war itself, like when the IDF actually crossed the canal, for example, in Ismailia, they were defeated, and it was not a very nice sight for them. The crossings were constantly being bombed by the Scud missiles Egyptians got, and some of the Scud missiles were actually armed with Soviet nukes. And also, like, actually, one of the things about this war that were weird is that Sadat actually avoided using the Scud missiles within the Israeli territories because he didn't want to expand it too wide. But it got expanded too wide anyways. The Syrians managed to rebuild all the losses. They got support from other Arab countries and were preparing a counterattack that was supposed to happen 2 days before the ceasefire. The IDF advance in the Golan was halted for a while when the Iraqis and the Jordanians arrived, and when you also back to the Suez Canal, the Suez city itself, the IDF got defeated really fucking bad there. They got ambushed by a bunch of militias and police forces with the logistics that stuck around, so it wasn't really a clear-cut victory. The victory itself was the ceasefire was caused because Sadat thought he could get what he wanted without continuing the war, and also the IDF itself was really fucking battered by the war, so it wasn't
I'm not
really
denying
a
that the Arab
clear-cut
armies
victory.
performed
No, I'm
very well.
not saying this point, but like when you compare it to here, then it's really not a similar situation where you can actually look at it. Some retard is saying that Cairo was 13 towards the end of the Yom Kippur War within like some 100 kilometers. The war started when the IDF was 100 kilometers. It didn't really change anything.
But they were very close.
Like,
They were.
you can get within 100 kilometers, but you can't actually walk it just like it was a park. There were additional 800 fucking Egyptian soldiers that didn't participate that were stuck in Cairo. If you want, look, they could literally do the meme of we have more men than you have bullets, because the IDF at that point was running out of fucking bullets.
Shit. You mean ammunition? Anyway, circling the fuck. I need to go. Shit.
Just wanted to say this thing. Anyways, I will fuck off. See you later.
Yeah, I'll leave it there as well. Thank
All
you.
right, take care, guys. Bye bye. Okay, good stream, guys. Went a bit longer than. Yeah, it's all right. That was a good conversation. So many details. What's this? Streamer asks a regular viewer who's been absent lately where they've been. The viewer responds with their mom died and. Oh God. No, I don't. This guy says he.
Yes. All right. Curvy, where the fuck have you been? Oh my God. Well, tell you what, Miss Dirty Curvy, you know what we're not going to do? We're not going to talk about it in my chat. Because it's Friday. And that is a whole big bucket of bummer. And I'm sorry for your loss, but we're not doing that in my fucking chat. Thank you. Well, okay, Miss Dirty Curvy, you said, no, that's fine. You asked, so I told. No, I didn't ask you to tell me the biggest fucking bummer news in the world.
No, I will not talk to my chatters like that, but I appreciate the advice, okay? Fuck me. That guy, the vibe is important to that guy. The vibe. All about the vibes. Shit. Okay. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Okay.